Didn't even have my microphone on. Good morning. Welcome to the regular Board of County Commissioner meeting in Manatee County. Today is Tuesday, February 18th. We've got a quorum up here for the time being. So we will get started as we always do with the invocation and the pledge. Today's invocation will be led by Pastor Luke Stockland from First Baptist Church of Bradenton, and our pledge will be by our own Brian Parnell. If you please rise if you can. Thank you.
Would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, God, I pray that in this moment, each of us in this room right now would take a moment and recognize our complete and utter reliance and dependence upon you. Even in the Lord's Prayer, you said, give us this day our daily bread. God, we rely on you for our provision, regardless of the price of eggs. We depend on you for our daily provision. Physically, practically, but most importantly, God, we rely on you spiritually. We rely on your wisdom and your guidance when we have difficult decisions with varying opinions. God, we need your wisdom and guidance. When we have easier decisions and most of us are in unity, we still need your guidance. And so, Lord, we thank you for your presence. We thank you for your power. Thank you for your wisdom. I thank you for the decisions that are made in this meeting and for the result that will come from them. We submit ourselves to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I be seated? County Minister, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, additional written correspondence received for item 24, execution of right of entry agreement, and item 39, discussion on reinstating the retail pet ban in Manatee County after updates to the agenda were published.
All right, thank you. And is there any items we wish to pull from consent? All right, seeing none, and I will open this up to citizens' comments solely on consent items only. I don't have my list up here, it's not showing. Oh, I have two. One of them, I believe, is probably for an item, but maybe I'm wrong. Hold on, I do. You're already up there, okay. Then I'll go to the list, since you just want to jump the line. It's okay. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, good morning, Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I'm requesting that you pull item 24 from the consent agenda because I believe additional discussion needs to be had over this particular item. It concerns, I can continue talking now, or if you could pull it, I can continue talking about it later as an independent item. But otherwise, then, the issue here is that,
Okay.
yes?
Commissioner Feltz is running late, but she is going to be here. I was just told that Commissioner Feltz is going to pull that item.
Okay.
So I will have it pulled on her behalf, so we'll open that up for discussion.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. And I have Veronica here, but we're not talking about the pet ban at this point in time. Is that what you're referring to, or do you want to talk about something on consent? Okay, then I will defer you. Mike Meehan, are you talking about consent? Man, this list isn't it? Is there anyone else who would like to speak on a consent item? Seeing none, I will close public comment for consent, and I will entertain motions to approve consent minus item number 24 now.
Sir, we need to go to the phones.
I will reopen public comment and go to the phones. Is there anyone on the phones that has any comment on consent minus item number 24?
No hands are raised, Mr. Chair.
That was productive. I will now reclose public comment on consent and entertain motions for approval of consent minus item number 24.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Siddiq, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. You can cast your votes now. It is approved 4-0. I will now open this up to public comment for future agenda items. I do not have anybody on the list, so this is first come, first serve. Come on, Mike. I'm sure you did. The list isn't populating on my screen, so.
For the record, Glenn Gibellina, good to be here. Thank you for this time. Good week, turning points. George, good to see you sent your other half. Ms. Ballard, good to see you there. I had 2 tables, so it was a great event. So future gen items. Again, we got the Plats, but I see that's going to be talking about. George, you had mentioned surplus land, that we should do that. Here's what I would suggest. Let's get a list of the lots that are buildable, right? Let's get a list that are buildable and worry about the non-conforming lots later. And I think I brought up about 300 of them, okay? So that needs to move. Stuff that you guys get briefed on is not on the agenda. I don't know why, but it should be. The moratorium, I got to tell you, I wrote the president, I wrote DeSantis, Wells. Here's the thing on the moratorium. When those commissioners that want to do a moratorium in their district, they should be allowed to do that, and you should respect their decision. Those voters voted them in for their district, and for you to say otherwise, well, I don't think my people in my district would like a moratorium in your district. They didn't vote you in; they voted the district commissioners in. So if Commissioner Feltz and McCann want to do a moratorium in their districts, they should be allowed to do it. And by the way, I hope Tom Homan comes up, because I invited him up to all our big developers. And 67% of the drywallers and roof guys are illegals. They will tell you that from the construction board, right? So when they wipe them out and they stop their timeline, you stop those 2 trades, you stop the entire construction timeline. You won't have to worry about a moratorium. It'll be self-inflicted. For the record, Glenn Gadfly, Gibellina. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Anyone else for public comment? Come on, Mike.
Morning. Mike Meehan, Manatee County. This is the time of the year when just about every organization that deals with money and expenses reports their year-end revenues, expenses, and profitability. I just went over the Manatee County budget document, which is something like 540 pages this weekend. There's not a single page there that summarizes revenues, expenses, and what's left over. It seems like a glaring omission for an operation that's got over $1 billion in revenues on an annual basis. I then went to the clerk's reports, which are their interim financial reports. The latest report is for July 30th. There's a problem with those clerk reports too, because they're showing debt issuance on their what they call net position statement page. Debt issuance on an income statement? No, that's a cash flow item, or that's a balance sheet item that should not show up on what is purported to be revenues less expenses equals surplus or deficit. So what I've done is to eliminate that debt financing entry that's on the clerk's report to give you an accurate reading of what your revenues and expenses were for the first 10 months of your fiscal year, and it looks like this. It's really simple. It's a really simple document. Government revenue at the top. It shows you took in $602.1 million in general revenues, $150.2 million in program revenues, for a total of $752 million in your government side of your operations. Your expenses were $701.6, so your surplus for the first 10 months of fiscal '24 was $50.7 million. That's where you are at the end of July. Looking at the business side, your operating revenues were $268.5 million, your non-operating revenues are $48.2, and you had capital contributions of $35.1. Subtracting that from your expenses of $251.5, on the business side, you had a surplus over $100 million. So for the first 10 months of the year, Manatee County has operated in surplus at $150.9 million, first 10 months of fiscal '24. According to the clerk's office, the comprehensive annual report is going to be issued toward the end of February. I'll be going through that document and providing this same kind of information to you, which is a very clean revenue, expense, income left over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. It's not about, better not be about dogs.
Hi, Carol Whitmore, Holmes Beach. I actually watched your marathon meeting the other night till about 11:40. Thank you.
Thank you.
And towards the very end, you mentioned funding our daily bread, $30,000. And I did speak individually to Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Ron. Commissioner Ron's not here. Our request went to Tracy down, I think, in Community Services. You guys didn't specify where you wanted that money to come, a one-time allocation from you, and I just assumed it was going to be your government reserves. So far, we haven't heard from anybody, except we did get an application to fill out what they couldn't in the first place. So again, if you guys could talk about it, I know all this red tape, but I do know the allocation for county reserves has less strings attached to it. It's a one-time allocation to our daily bread. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Anyone else? Rodney, you can come up.
Greetings, Rodney Jones. Here to talk to the Board of County Commissioners about your duties and responsibilities under Chapter 112, specifically to Amanda Ballard, who's our District 2 representative. I'm gravely concerned about some of the behavior and what we've done over the last 5 years. We ran a community-based sting operation where we gathered the best evidence that we possibly could to prove public corruption was there. What we've done is in September, I filed a complaint with the Executive Office of the Governor, Chief Inspector General, naming Governor Ron DeSantis and Ed Brodsky in public corruption and RICO, Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization, due to mass property theft in the city of Palmetto. Since that time, through investigations and other complaints, and Amanda Ballard is aware of this, I just want to alert you that you have a duty and responsibility under Chapter 112.31732E4, which is by 838 Florida Statute 838.022, which is official misconduct. You have a duty and responsibility to report, to take action against other public officials, not when you have a finding or an investigation, but when you have information of other officials and public servants engaging in public corruption, felony committed acts. Amanda Ballard has that information. The mayor of the city of Palmetto that we have confirmed through the property appraiser's office, I've talked to Alan Tusing, and he blames it on the clerk in the courts. But Amanda Ballard has information about the mayor, Shirley Groover, covering for her children to steal first-degree property theft at Groover's Market in Palmetto. That never belonged to them, but her children, Shirley Groover's children, have bought and sold that property several times. They bought it, they sold it, they got it back for $1. They sold it again, and then they got it back for $10, and now they sold it again. Amanda has full information on that. You also have a responsibility, just all of you, once you have that information as public servants, you got to remember, you don't work for developers, or you don't work for other people or special agenda. You work for we the people, and that includes the black people too. So, Amanda, I want to meet with you, and I'm going to have some people with me. I advise you get personal counsel and not counsel that belongs to the county, because you may want to gird yourself with some safety, because we're going after you for what you've done. We've already reported you. The IRS is involved, the Social Security Administration, because it's tied to a murder related to Chief Justice Diane Moreland, who is over this probate hearing that's directly tied to Senator Bill Galvano, former president of the Senate, Kyle and Caleb Grimes, from once Grimes, Goebel, and Galvano, who put fraudulent documents, we've already confirmed it, fraudulent documents into the courts to commit first-degree property theft, any property theft in the state of Florida that's over $50,000. I need to meet with you. Try to keep you from going to jail.
Thank you, Rodney. Are there any other future agenda comments not related to animals? None? I will go to the phones. Anyone on the phone?
No hands are raised.
All right, then I will close. That was quicker than expected. All right, I will close future agenda items, and we will go on to regular items, presentations scheduled, unfortunately. Item number 32, approval of final plat for concessions Phase 5. This is listed as presentation scheduled, so who wants to give us a abbreviated presentation? I don't even care who it is. Let's just move it on.
You want me to start?
Knock yourself out.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Plats are now quasi-judicial. If you're going to speak on a plat, please stand up and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Bill Galvano, Manatee County. I'm here with my partner Caleb Grimes and our project engineer Clint Cuffle. We're here this morning on behalf of the Concession Golf Club, LLC. This is final approval of a replat for 3 residential lots within Phase 5 of that subdivision. In June of last year, the concession GDP was amended to reallocate those lots to this very specific section. And I say reallocated because it's important to note that no density increases occurred at that meeting in June. The administrative preliminary plat approval occurred on January 17th of this year. The lots are within the existing gated community on Lindrick and Ganton. All of the level of service concurrencies have been met. The subdivision is approved for 255 units. Only 223 are actually constructed out there. And the reality is a number of the homes built out there are actually on 2 lots. So you will never get those numbers. The final plat before you is in compliance with the Land Development Code, as well as Florida Statutes, Chapter 177. And if Chair permits, I'd like to have our project engineer come up and testify and confirm compliance.
Thank you. My name is Clint Cuffle with WRA Engineering and Hillsborough County residents, and I have been sworn. Thank you, Bill. I'm here to testify that the plat before you was performed by my firm, and it meets Chapter 177 of Florida statutes and your Manatee County Land Development Code. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, I don't know if we need staff presentation. Does anyone need the staff portion of this presentation? No? Okay, I'm the only one on the board. And I just want to point out, just so we understand, and I know you guys all know where I stand on these plat discussions, but at the end of the day, they are what they are. And in this particular one, I don't think I could have voted no on this thing more times. I think I was voting no, like, when there wasn't even a voting session on this request for concession at one point. But it was approved by this board. And this is part of the approval that this board made. And the plat that they're presenting is in accordance with what a plat is supposed to be. So even though I voted no and disagreed with what they were trying to do, I have to honor the will of the board and the approval rights that they were granted. So, that's how these plats work. So, this was already motioned by Commissioner Sadiq, and I'm going to second it because that's how these plats are supposed to work. I know there's more people on the board, and I'm going to open it up for you. But I just want to let you know that, these plats are administrative, even though you guys don't want to hear that. And this is an approved project, and this is part of a settlement for an approved project. So it's not even just an approved project. This is an approved project where we're supposed to give them the rights to build these things based upon a legal settlement. So we have very little flexibility on this, but I will open it up. There's 2 people on the board. Commissioner Feltz.
Mr. Chair, can we have disclosure of ex parte first?
Has there been any ex parte communication on this plat? Okay. Commissioner Feltz.
As Commissioner Cruz said, he has been on the board voicing his disapproval of the project as it's gone along, but it has. Myself, I've been obviously on the other side at the podium about this project for a couple years. But we do not need another lecture about final plats. It is understood. The points have been made. And I wish them well with the project, and I think you're going to have some good neighbors in that area that will understand that this has been a long-going project. You've made some, pardon the pun, concessions, and I think we've worked together to have the best outcome, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, you already know where I stand with this. Moving forward, for the simple fact that I'm going to continue to make a statement. I'm going to continue to sit up here and protest until our roads are built, until our infrastructure is built. You will hear, from time to time, a no vote from me. That's just where I'm at with it. I'm hearing of wrecks almost every single week. We're having fatalities on our roads here in Manatee County. And I'm not going to sit here and keep, saying one thing and doing another. I'm just going to stick to my guns. And, I'm hoping that we begin to wake up and we begin to start seeing some major movement in this county, because within the last 20 years, we've done things backwards. I just got back from Texas 3 weeks ago, and let me tell you something. One thing I did see was a road built without one house being built. I saw a brand new road that people were traveling on without a house being built. That means they're doing things right. We've done things backwards the last 20 years due to whatever reasons. It doesn't really matter, but if we don't begin to take a stand up here as a board and continue to do this, then we're just going to expect the same results. And you know what? I want different results. So you guys are going to know where I stand with this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Were you back on the board, or did I forget to take you off? Okay, Commissioner Feltz.
I can appreciate Commissioner Bearden's sentiments. When this began, it was District 5. I was heavily involved in it. I understand his stand. I respect that, and he is absolutely correct. But what we do have is a very much more aware and involved neighborhoods over there, that I hope we have the assurance that this will be done with alerting the neighborhood if there is any issues with the water being moved off the property, because as we're all aware, that was a very wet area. We're trusting that there's going to be eyes on this project to ensure that the homes and the trails across in Panther Ridge that we know had issues with this, and that we stick to the density with no further amendments. And we deal with, we've seen some good things in the area since this was first proposed. That area of 70 is rapidly becoming a larger roadway. We've improved our emergency response times out there. I'm still not wholly convinced it's the right place and the right time for this, but I do appreciate Commissioner Bearden's point. I've been in it longer than he's probably familiar with the project, and we have people out there that will be keeping an eye on it, and we trust that the builders will be cognizant of that and not repeat the same things that we've seen in Palm Grove and the other areas that we've also had issues with. Thank you.
Commissioner Bearden, is this new comments? You guys are just talking back and forth here.
You know, and you know, just to be clear, you know, I did vote for this project. But the reason why I'm changing my mind is because of House Bill 7207. After the fact, I figured out where our issues lie in this county. When that bill was established in 2011, it brought it back to the local governments to make the decision, and whether or not we wanted to be able to implement transportation concurrency. So it was on us, it was on this county government from 2011 that brought it back to the local level. And so, yeah, I mean, House Bill 7207 that people in this room know was implemented, that brought it back to the local government. And I'm going to continue to talk about this because it needs to be out there, that we do have the ability. It becomes unconstitutional when it affects my way of life. It becomes unconstitutional whenever we have lives that are at risk every single day on our roads. That's when it becomes unconstitutional to me. That's why I decided to run for office, because we had people who were doing unconstitutional things. And so I will tell you that, you know, I'm not going to die down on this. I'm going to continue to make it a point that we do have the ability to bring that back. We can look at Orange County 2013 and look at their plan on how they brought traffic concurrency back, and, you know, and how that was implemented. But we're going to figure it out. I don't know how we're going to figure it out, but we'll figure it out. We don't have two commissioners here today.
It's break even.
So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. I will point out, this is on State Road 70, and no bill gave us the right to concurrency on a state road. And it's actually being...
But it's a point.
Yeah, okay. Valid point. I will open this up to public comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this plat?
Carol Whitmore, and as a commissioner, I did vote against this 3 times.
Ma'am, can you state whether you've been sworn?
No, I had, because I didn't think I was going to talk. I'm sorry, Vicki. Apologize.
Are you new here?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Just on plats.
I know.
It's just for quasi-judicial items.
Just the 2 plats.
Clear, affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the board are truthful and accurate.
Yes. Carol Whitmore, Holmes Beach. I did vote against this 3 times also, and I concur with what Commissioner Cruz said. After the new board came in after me, it came back before us, and this was approved. Just want to make sure the facts are clear. Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Vandery, Manatee County. I have been sworn. Yeah, my observation here is not just specific to this particular project, but countywide, there has been a history that I've seen firsthand of so many projects coming through for staff to review, and there's such a huge amount of detail that needs to be paid attention to. I've got an engineering background. I've been an engineer my whole life. I'm still registered in the state of Florida. I can tell you that the amount of reviews required for even a small project such as this one, the concessions, takes a lot of time to do it right. Now, there are a lot of projects that I did pay attention to specifically, and I found that there were considerable errors and omissions with regards to drainage, road design, the delineation and surveys of where the wetlands were. And I know that county staff has been so overwhelmed that they really, in many cases, it's not their fault, you know? They just didn't have enough time to properly go through the plans and the design. There's projects out east by us near Waterline Road where the developer put in the roads that are being turned over to the county. The roads, they haven't even finished building the houses yet, and the roads are already full of potholes and falling apart. It's ridiculous. How can that be? Is that a design review problem? Is that a construction inspection problem? I would like to hear on this project from staff, I would like to hear them say that they have had a chance to review these plans adequately, the surveys, the wetland delineations, and that they're 100% satisfied that this project is accurate and ready for platting. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment relative to this plat? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I will say relative to, what's that? There's no phones on this because now these are quasi-judicial plats. I will say relative to staff, our staff is very good at what they do. Yes, they're very busy, but they're not going to present anything to us without fully going through it. I'm not going to ask them to come up and validate their work. I trust that if this is on the agenda, they've successfully completed what they deem to be an acceptable amount of work. There's no one else on the board. I have a motion by Commissioner Sadiq, seconded by myself. You can cast your votes now. It is approved 3-2 with Commissioners Feltz and Bearden in opposition. Move on to number 33, another final plat. State your name and whether you've been sworn. And I hope for your sake you have.
I have a presentation for you guys.
Appreciate it. Go ahead.
It's up now.
We're aware. Thank you. We're working on it. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Isaiah Smith, and I have been sworn. I serve as the Public Policy Coordinator for Neal Communities, and today we are presenting a final plat for Waterbury Park at Lakewood Ranch by Neal Signature Homes. Neal has over 55 years of experience developing lands and building homes in Manatee County, and we take pride in being experts of master planned communities, placemaking, and place-led development. As Southwest Florida's largest locally owned private home building company, we believe it is our responsibility to take care of our neighbors by providing award-winning homes, the highest customer satisfaction, and providing over $8 million in donations to local nonprofit organizations. Waterbury Park will have a total of 21 lots in this community, and currently there are 3 of 21 homes under construction, 1 model and 2 feature homes. The final site plan and construction plan were approved in November of 2023. This project is located at 17809 Signature Place in Bradenton, Florida. There are 21 100-foot by 150-foot lots within this plat. This project also exceeds 200% of the landscaping minimum set by county code. It is also worth noting that this site is in flood zone X, and a 32% in flow reduction rate will be provided, exceeding the 25% requirement. We respectfully await your approval. Thank you.
Commissioner, my name is Ed Vogler. I have been sworn. I'm General Counsel to Neal Communities, and I've had the pleasure of representing the Neal family for 42 years. And I can underscore a track record of success, as Isaiah has mentioned. My job as General Counsel is to tell you that this plat is at the final end of the review process, that the project has every required authorization, including the final site plan, the construction drawings, the swift mud permit, the approval of the bonds, and every other criteria required by your code to authorize approval of this plat. Platting at this stage is non-discretionary. This is a function of local government that implements state law, Chapter 177 of the Florida statutes. And so in the exercise of your responsibilities, we ask that you follow the law, that you follow the code, and that you provide the final plat approval today. Obviously, you know, without stating, but I'll state for the record, that we employ people to build these homes and to support their families in this community. This cannot occur if the final plat is not approved. Everything will stop. What I'd like to also point out, if you could give me the overhead camera, please, is in this area of the county, you're talking about halfway between State Road 70 and University Parkway in Lakewood Ranch, and every planned road that is planned or will ever be built to service this area is in place. Lakewood Ranch prides themselves on being in advance. They have a stewardship district. They've had 6 community development districts, and they have done the exact thing that I've heard suggested is an important criteria. When that occurs in a quasi-judicial proceeding, which is a case-by-case analysis, one should look at this case and say, this meets my criteria, this meets state law criteria, this meets county criteria, and this should be approved today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Commissioner Bearden.
I just have
Sir,
questions for,
I'm
I have
sorry.
questions for you, sir.
Ex parte disclosures first.
So when you talk about important criteria, what do you mean by that? Can you elaborate?
I think I've heard several commissioners say that we should have roads in place before we have new homes. We should have schools in place before we have new homes. And assuming that's an important criteria, I'm making the case that this particular project meets that criteria.
Okay, so what level road would you say that development is connected with?
Well, there's, there's level of service criteria that measure the amount of capacity and that measure the amount of trip generation and also trip distribution on the roadways. And so in Lakewood Ranch, this part of Lakewood Ranch, that's all been measured. And so they have a development of regional impact. And this has been a long project in which the entitlements have been in place. But what's important about it is they built those roads under an understanding, a local development agreement with Manatee County for the right capacity, for the right generation, for the right distribution. And, HB 7202, I think someday we should have a discussion about this, and I think we probably will. I hesitate to have it inside of our plat approval,
Yeah,
Because we
I don't
really
think
need our
it's
plat
necessary right now, sir.
All right, well, there's one sentence, though, if you don't mind. There's a lot to the understanding of that state law that needs to be discussed with local government.
And I'll have to agree with you that those roads are built there,
There.
and the infrastructure's built there. Not everything, but for the most part, I would say the majority of the infrastructure is developed there, and that's why I'm going to be in favor of this, because of that.
Thank you.
Right? And so I'm not a no vote on everything, okay? I'm just a no vote when I see roads that aren't established yet, right? I'm a no vote on when I see that we're lacking in the infrastructure in certain specific areas. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Phelps.
Once again, I do wish you well with the project, and just a few comments. It's interesting that you call it Waterbury Park, because Waterbury is actually an area farther up the road on 675 that was actually named Waterbury due to the company from Connecticut that owned the property there. So thank you for the honor of just giving us that name a little bit down the road, but Waterbury grapefruit tracts does exist farther up the road. A little bit more background with the use of Bourneside. As you might know, it's been shut down intermittently pretty much ever since that it was built for various reasons. Another thing interesting about that is that a few years before Bourneside Boulevard existed, we were told that there would be a trail system going down Bourneside Boulevard as a substitute for the Rails to Trails grant that was supposed to be working our multi-use, non-motorized, including e-bikes, trails going through the county. Things change. I could appreciate the stewardship districts, community development districts, HOAs, DRIs, every acronym that we come up with. And I could also appreciate the issue of concurrency, the points brought up, and the fact that we're all willing to dialogue about this. But there's also another issue that we do have. It would not be a quasi-judicial presentation. We would not have a vote if there wasn't the right and the ability to say no when it comes to certain issues in principle. And this is more of a matter of timing. We are facing some great issues with our stormwater, with our roadways, with our schools. Yes, we employ people when we do these things, but they also need safe roads, clean water, schools, and homes for first responders, teachers, and the people that do the work that matters. So I respectfully, honestly understand the final plat. I don't need it explained or lectured to me again, but I do have reasons that are absolutely legal and justified and a right to vote no. And that's where I'm going to have to go with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we'll agree to disagree with that last statement. Open this up to public comment. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this specific plat, which is quasi-judicial? And also, has there been any ex parte communication before Pam has a heart attack?
Glenn Jabalina, for the record, I have been sworn in, no ex parte communication.
Not you.
So,
You're allowed to talk to whoever you want, Glenn.
You know, I find it funny that, one, it's only 22 homes, and I heard the presentation, well, we provide jobs for construction workers. They may provide jobs, but they can't afford to live there. And then when I heard another comment, well, Mr. Neal gives $8 million in donations. How is that relevant to this quasi-judicial hearing? This guy said it. So how is that relevant to this conversation? Is he trying to get brownie points? I don't get it. Well, I hope they're happy and their 22 homes, because as he said, Neil has built hundreds of projects, and that's the problem. Because once you're in your home, I hope you enjoy it, because if you want to go out, it's going to take you 2 hours to get anywhere because of those 100 other developments that weren't properly thought out. So stick to your guns, and the madness has to stop. I mean, unfortunately, our hands are tied on this one, but we don't need misinformation. Also brought up to the dais for the record, Glenn Jabuena.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I cannot go to the phone, so I will close public comment. I have a motion by Commissioner Ballard. I will second that motion. Cast your votes now. You can cast your vote. Tal's not here, so if you're waiting on a vote, then that's who your vote's going to be. All right. Just give us your verbal vote. Mike, if you're not logged in. All right. Tal's not here, so do not wait for Tal's vote, and Commissioner Ron is a yes. And it is approved 4-1 with Commissioner Feltz in opposition and Commissioner Sadiq absent. Moving on to item number 34, also quasi-judicial. I'll get ahead of this. Has there been any ex parte communication on this school site plan? You're welcome. All right. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Katie Labar, an AICP certified planner with Stantec, and I have been sworn. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of Manatee County School District, and with me today is Mr. Mike Penley, the executive planner for the school district, my colleague Scott McKenna, the civil engineer of record for this project, and Steve Johnson with Harvard Jolly, the architect for the project. The request before you today is approval of a school site plan for Rye Ranch Elementary. This site is located within Rye Ranch, which is located off of County Road 675, east of North Rye Road. Rye Ranch is a large project, mixed plan development community that was approved in June of 2021. With that approval, there was approved a mix of residential, commercial, and public uses, just as the one you have before you today. This site is in the Urban Fringe 3 future land use category, and the policies associated with UF3 note that schools are among the range of potential uses that may be considered in this land use category. Zoning is planned development mixed use, and the proposed development of an elementary school is consistent with the approved general development plan for Rye Ranch. The site plan shows proposed development of a 125,000 square foot school building that includes a 2-story classroom building, food service area, central energy plant, administrative and media blocks, as well as associated amenities like playfields, covered play area, and parking. The site's designed to accommodate the needs of the students, staff, and visitors, and it also includes internal circulation systems for safe pedestrian access. The site plan shows 2 access points to internal local roads within Rye Ranch. Vehicular access for car riders will be from Cloverfield Lane to the north. Bus access will come from bus access and staff access will come from Legacy Preserve Drive to the south. The school site plan shows 152 parking spaces. The bus queue length is 500 linear feet, and the car rider drop-off queue is approximately 3,650 linear feet. The site will connect to existing water, sewer, and reclaimed water stub-outs that are on property today. The school site plan application that you have before you for consideration is consistent with Section 350 of the Land Development Code, as well as the amended and restated interlocal agreement for public schools, as well as your comprehensive plan. We ask for your approval of the school site plan today so that we may move towards construction of this new elementary school as soon as possible. Our team is here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions. How many students will this school hold?
976, if memory serves me correctly.
974.
974, yes,
Okay.
sir.
So what analysis was taken currently to know that you needed to house 974 students in this school? Based on what analysis?
I'd like to have Mr. Penley with the school district come up to answer that question directly. He's far more familiar with that process than I am.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Good morning. Mike
Good morning.
Petland, Executive Planner for the school district. I have been sworn. Your question is, the timing's excellent for that, actually.
Perfect.
We had a workshop with the school board last Friday, and we covered growth throughout the county as well as our existing capacity. We divide the county into 4 service areas for elementary and middle schools, this being elementary. So this is in school service area 1, and it shows the second most growth in the county.
Okay.
And it shows a deficit in the current number of elementary school students. I'm sorry, this is in, school service area 2, which is even better because that's the one that shows the most growth in the county. We have another school coming forward soon in Artisan Lakes, and that's in school service area 1, so sorry about the confusion. I don't recall the exact number of units that we said that we could identify that were unbuilt, but yet were reserved in our concurrency system, but it was in the magnitude of 20,000 in this school service area.
Well, that's awesome. So what you're saying to me is that we're looking at what we would call school concurrency in regards to developing the school first before the homes are developed. Are we on that path?
We meet concurrency.
Okay.
But we need the school to be able to maintain the appropriate level of service.
The appropriate levels,
Yes.
okay. So when those houses are developed, then, so in conjunction with, do you know when those houses will be developed that's around the school that have not been developed yet, right?
Well, there are, I believe, 3,500 dwellings in that Rye Ranch development, and they are developing the infrastructure right now.
They are?
It's coming fast.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Okay. That's good to know that we're building the infrastructure right now,
Yeah.
and that it's coming fast, and that we're gonna have a school, once that school's developed, we're gonna be able to have kids to be able to go to this school because of development that's being put around that school that's being developed, here pretty soon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, awesome. All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll open this up to public comment.
For the record, Glenn Giblin, I've been sworn. I've got a lot of airtime. Listen,
We
I
noticed.
love new schools. I think this is a great project. What I don't like is, every time these developers come in and say, oh, I want to put a school district in our neighborhood. So they give them 16, 17 acres, right size for the school. Mike Penley does a great job, but I think the school district can do more in the direction of providing housing for the staff that's going to work at that school. As you know, they can't afford to live out there. They're going to be driving in probably another 35, 45 minutes, maybe an hour to get to work. There should be some type of mutual agreement You know, the school district is building apartments right off of 63rd and 301. They got 5 acres. They're in collaboration with Mark Van Groff. So that's the direction the school district needs to go. And quite frankly, they have to get tougher with the developers. Oh, we need 16, but you know what? Give us 25. Because we need the other 9 acres, maybe to put up a 2-story apartment for our custodial workers, our food service, or the bus drivers. Why, I just don't get it. Why can't they live, work, and play in the same area? And these developers, you know, they treat them like lowlifes. So we don't want you in our community. You know, you don't make whatever you make. That's a bad attitude. That's the wrong way to look at people that are teaching their kids, protecting their kids, serving their kids, and driving their kids. Why can't they live in the same area? I'm just saying, and I'll talk to the school board on this, that when you move forward, get some extra land. And it doesn't have to be next to the school. It could be, you know, within proximity. I just think we're moving in the wrong direction. I think the people that are going to work out there are in for a long drive, miserable drive, and we could be doing a better job. But Mike Penley's always been a good guy, and it's a good project, but it needs housing.
Is there anyone else with public comment specific to this actual plat being discussed? Seeing none, I will close public comment. And have Commissioner Feltz on the board.
Thank you. Yes, it's very good that we're building schools. Hopefully, they will be in conjunction with the rest of the infrastructure that's planned on Rye Road and won't, well, we all know that it's going to be construction of 2 things, and again, that timing. I hope that the only issue I've heard from the constituents is that they do have concerns when the schools are right off of a main road. It seems like we've gotten separate entrances for this. The request has been made that the schools are built more within the subdivisions, but then you're going to have the reverse reaction of that, where their roads are going to become main roads with people going to those schools. So hopefully this one will have a better parking plan than Parish High School. And how many schools do we have over capacity right now? And with, I think you quoted a number of 20,000 homes. We've been trying to get that number. Exactly what do we have in the pipeline that's out there? Apparently, we don't keep any statistics like that, but you mentioned a number of 20,000 pending builds out there. Again, I don't know how many of these would be suitable for affordable homes for our teachers to actually live in the area. But I think the capacity on this one was 984 students. Was that correct? Does anyone recall the stats on that?
Wasn't relevant.
How many? 974? Okay. So hopefully we'll have this school and maybe some other ones built to take care of the, whatever it is, 1.5 children in 20,000 homes that we're fixing to build. So good luck with it. I think we're going to have some traffic issues there because of the concurrency that we are working on Upper Manatee River Road, as well as getting that school in, but we've all got to get it done sometime. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cast your votes now. I got a motion by Commissioner Bearden, second by Commissioner Ron. The motion is up on your screen. It is approved 6-0 with Commissioner McCann absent. Thank you very much. All right, and now I'm going to backtrack. Now that Commissioner Feltz is here, we had pulled item number 24 at her request. So Commissioner Feltz, go ahead. It's your pull.
I pulled this item to bring some awareness to overall issues at our Sand Branch Creek area. Can we take a public comment on this?
We will.
Okay, because I think that will cover it more. For those of you that are not familiar with this topic, This was a result of some of our heavy rains, the hurricanes. This is a request that we have, I hope we can get approval on. This basically just to allow an arrangement with the county to be able to go onto the private property to repair some of the damage that occurred at Sand Branch Creek in that area. The reason I pulled the item is because we do need to give it a little bit of attention for the overall impacts in that area from various factors. And I can read some information on it, but I'd like to defer to the public comment to brief us on that issue from the source. Thank you.
That's fine. I'll go to public comment. I'll also remind everybody that tomorrow we actually have a full work session on this exact topic. So, I mean, I think we'll end up with more information for better dialogue than trying to shoehorn dialogue in prematurely today. But I will open this up to public comments. I know Mark wanted to speak on it, so I don't have anyone on the list, but I'm assuming you're number one.
Thank you. Good morning. Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. And yeah, thank you for pulling this item. I wanted to discuss it a little more, in a little more depth than just a consent agenda approval. What the issue is, and I fully support the county having access to this property to repair damage that was done as a result, in my opinion, of the nearby development that's upstream on Sand Branch Creek, in conjunction with the 4 storm events that we had last summer and fall. Now, the creek, let me show you about what we're talking about here on an overhead. So this is the layout. The creek runs from south to north. It originates, okay, just to give you some bearings. This is Lake Manatee. Here's the dam. This is State Road 64. Up is north. This is Dam Road and then Waterline Road here. This thin red line is the Sand Branch Creek, okay? Now these are all wetlands here, spring-fed that are the headwaters for the Sand Branch Creek. And this overhead is actually about 3 years old. Let me update you now what it looks like today. As you can see, there's been development in and around the wetlands that originate Sand Branch. This red line is basically the path for Sand Branch Creek. This yellow box here is the property for this item that the county should have access to make repairs and do maintenance on that section of the creek that was damaged, severely damaged. And it wasn't just the flood waters and the storm waters that did it. I can tell you that before, during, and after the storms hit, these developments, this one here, there's 1,000 homes going in there. This one down here, I think there's a couple thousand homes going in there. Over here, east of Morningside Road and South State Road 64, there's probably 5,000 houses going in there, okay? There was a cascading effect. They were dewatering their construction sites. This construction site dumped onto this construction site that dumped into the wetlands, what was left of the wetlands, and into the Sand Branch Creek basin. And this all dumped down onto this property and all of the properties downstream, all the way down to Manatee River. When they're dewatering, they're pumping hundreds of thousands of gallons an hour into the creek, overwhelming it. When the rains finally came, there's no place for the water to go. And it came out of its banks, it caused erosion, it did structural damage, did a lot of damage. What I'm asking for is not just to fix this property, but there was severe damage, structural and otherwise, to the creek and properties downstream of this. I would not want this to be done in a vacuum. I think that all of the neighbors that live along that creek and in that area where the water is being dumped on adjacent lands, that should be done in a holistic manner. And the people downstream have a right to know what's going on with the creek upstream. What's the county's plan? Are they gonna dig it out? Are they gonna, hopefully, the county's idea is not to dredge and concrete and harden the creek and straighten it and cause more damage down the road. And
All right, Mark, and that's a great conversation to have tomorrow. We're having an entire afternoon on stormwater. This one's just specific to this, so we don't have the information to be able to properly respond to, nor am I going to bring up tons of staff and have an hour-long presentation ahead of tomorrow's hour-long presentation. But we see your point. That's why I wanted to give you extra time to make sure you were presenting it, because it was relevant information, which is going to be great for tomorrow and also helpful for today's vote to help the Thurbers get their. This is specific to basically an easement allowing us onto the Thurber site to allow them to,
Right. I would like
to
approval.
clean out their area specifically.
I would like approval with stipulation that you include the other people adjacent.
I don't, what? Is there any more public comment? Seeing none, I will go to the phones. Anybody on the phone?
No hands are raised.
I will close public comment, and now I've got 3 commissioners on the board. Commissioner Feltz.
I think what the point is that we're trying to make, we do not want to limit this work. This is a vote for giving us an agreement to have access to one property on that area. What we need to bring attention to for, as we said, there's a holistic problem out there. The other issue that is also in this area is the condition of the ditches along 64, which we've sent people out there, and I believe that the problem is that there's standing water in those ditches over there that should be flowing down 64. I have talked to staff about it. I believe the directive was that the culverts are plugged and the silt has made the water retention less than it should be, and it's standing water there. So what we're trying to say here is, and I agree, we'll have a lot more discussion on it tomorrow, but the timeliness of the matter is to approve this agreement right now with the Thurbers, which we do not want to impede. But I think that we have to have a serious motion or discussion, perhaps tomorrow is more appropriate, to address that complete area that we've had. The standing water has been there for 3 years. It's standing water. When it does flow, it doesn't flow where it's supposed to go. The ditches that are alongside the sidewalks are no longer ditches. They are sodded in. There's no way the water will flow. So we have some serious concerns and issues with Sand Creek, and we just want to make sure that we've brought that to everyone's attention. If you don't have anything better to, well, we have a meeting tomorrow, but take a drive out there. The next issue we have is all the dirt mountains that are out there, which, thank God, we should get some rain to tamp that down. But this is a very, very sensitive area next to our state park, extremely sensitive. We've asked for concerns, we've asked for responsibility, we've asked for accountability. We have some problems out there. And I think that it needs to be a major discussion tomorrow when we address our stormwater issues, because this is a perfect example of we've got a problem, Houston, and we need to do something about it now.
Thank you. And I have one more commissioner on the board. I'll remind everyone we have a motion by Commissioner Ron and seconded by Commissioner Feltz. Dialogue should pertain to the motion on the floor, which is pertaining to an entry agreement with one couple on one piece of property. Commissioner Siddiq.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Commissioner Feltz and Mark for bringing this topic up for discussion. I'll approve this. I think it's something I'm planning, just because the public's paying attention. I plan to bring this up as a broader issue tomorrow because it's not just about this issue. It's about how in this district, it's about actually districts 2, 3, and 4, really the rest of the county, and just how our county tends to defer maintenance until it becomes a capital problem. But I'll go ahead and approve this. I welcome Commissioner Feltz's conversation on this. We're going to have some fun tomorrow, I'll tell you that much. But it is a broader issue. I do want to see this board take this more seriously with respect to creek maintenance and more. This is a fairly common type of agreement that I see happen fairly often in the 3rd district. So again, we'll just pick this up tomorrow, but I do want to tell the public this is something I intend to bring forward tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Your definition of fun is different than mine. There's no one else on the board. There's a motion by Commissioner Ron, second by Commissioner Felch. You can cast your votes now. And that is approved 6-0 with Commissioner McCann absent. Nope, she voted before she stepped out. Moving on to item number 35, Manatee County Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Update.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have both Michelle Davis and Stephanie Garrison and potentially Evan Pilchowski.
Good morning, County Commissioner, County Commissioners, County Administrator, and County Attorney. For the record, Michelle Davis, Grants Administration Division Manager for the county. And we're passing it out. We're passing out the presentation in case you want to make notes for it. So as you are all well aware, we put out some links to be able to have both internal and external, all of our partners be able to put together their projects and submit them into our portal. As you know, we have $253 million, nearly, I should say, $253 million in allotted funding for the CDBG-DR project. Thus far, we have $963 million in projects that have been submitted to us. It's a lot. It's over 102 total of the different projects that we have. And just to let you know, this is just a presentation to kind of give you kind of the overall high-level statistics. And then we will be having some meetings with our different external partners as well as the public to be able to get their input before putting the final action plan together that shows all of the eligible projects. These have not been vetted yet for eligibility. This is all of the projects. The only thing that I did change is there were some duplications. So I made sure to take out the duplications to not overinflate the number of projects or how much.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that number to look too high.
Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yes. Next slide. Oh, never mind. Got it, thank you. So we, for the different types of organizations, I split those into local government, which includes not only the county, but all of our municipalities that have put in an application, nonprofits, community, and the community, the difference between the community and the local government is the community are either homeowners or VOA or HOA who have put in for something. So I wanted to distinguish that from the local governments. Business and then faith-based. And you can see, and I apologize, I said 102. There are 104 different projects between those different types of organizations. As you might remember, low to moderate income, LMI, is imperative with this project. And so I broke these out where it says the percentage on the left-hand side, that is the percentage of their projects that are LMI. So as you can see, $587 million worth of the over $963 million worth of submissions are 100% in the LMI areas. And then we have 14, 15, 16, 17, 20 additional ones that are above the 50, 60%. And then there are, as you can see, a few that are below that. And it's not that we can't do the ones that are below LMI. We have to have at least 70% of our projects be LMI.
But that's LMI or LMI related. I mean, there's
Correct.
there's a lot of broadness in terms of if we're doing stormwater remediation. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be
Absolutely.
smack in the middle of of an area that qualifies for it if it's
where it impacts.
correct.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Absolutely. And speaking of that, one clarification I am going to get from HUD is if we have a project where it is a stormwater and it 100% impacts an LMI area, but it also impacts other areas, how we figure out that determination between the two, if because it is impacting an LMI downstream all the way, that if that can be considered 100 or if we have to do some kind of calculation to figure that out. So that is one thing we're checking into. So this is submissions by location of where the project will most impact. I'll just keep that up there for a second. And you'll see that the majority are the broader Manatee County area. And, but we also have quite a few that are in some of the other areas as well. Too many to name right off the bat, but you can see them on the presentation. Affordable housing is one of the largest that we have. That is $138 million worth of projects that are in the affordable housing submissions. Some are to elevate, some are for mitigation or repairs, some are for emergency shelters or trailers. I broke mitigation out into two different ones. We have both infrastructure mitigation, and then because it is such an imperative piece of the CDBG-DR, I broke out the flood mitigation separately. So for infrastructure mitigation, we have 26 projects of over $178 million. And you can see what the different projects are as to what they're wanting to mitigate, whether it be a facility, a road, or a bridge. And then for the flood mitigation, we have 34 projects at over $473 million. And those ones include storm resiliency, stormwater protection and mitigation, which a lot of times includes flood storage areas, and drinking water protection, sewage protection, so that the sewage won't flood out during a major storm. And then we have program services. 17 projects have been submitted for over almost 75 million. And a lot of them are for either pre-disaster for communities that are LMI or post-disaster services to be able to help them with either repairs, mitigation, or just being able to get back to their normal lives. And then projects for construction and equipment. We have 9 that are for equipment. Most of those are for generators. We have 9 different projects for new facilities, emergency centers, senior center that would also become a shelter during the storms, and post-storm as well. And then for repair of buildings, there are 17 projects submitted thus far, including behavioral health centers, churches, academic buildings, and youth facilities, and then, of course, community homes. And that is it. So not that is it, final. We will be getting more projects coming in, like I said, whenever we do the meetings with our partners. Those will be, we're going to be putting those schedules together this week to be able to get that out there and to solidify any additional funding that they will be wanting to submit through this. So the next action, or the next milestone is the action plan and getting that together. We do have until March 2nd, 22nd, I'm so sorry, to put that together, meeting their current schedule. And I say current because they are currently looking at the universal notice that is the guideline for what we need to put in our action plan. They are making some changes to it, so there is a really good chance they are going, that they are going to give us an extension so that we can make the changes we need to. Currently, we have no idea what those changes will be, but we're working toward our goals right now until we get the new direction.
All right, thank you. I've got a few commissioners on the board. Commissioner Siddiq.
First, I'd just like to thank staff for putting this together, and yeah, it's a lot. But thank you very much for that. 963 million requested, 253 available. We're going to disappoint quite a few people. But Glenn, you got Doge on the case, right? Good.
Well, and one of the things I do want to do is, once we find out what projects are not going to move forward, working with our partners to be able to see if there are funding opportunities that we can help them with. So partner together to be able to look at what federal and state funds there could be to be able to fund those for them.
One of the questions I had starting with the housing projects was, how are we ensuring that when we're spending tax dollars on lifting, as I understand it, it's either for acquisition, well, not just that, but the common refrain I've heard is that as far as housing is concerned, the money can be used for acquisitions and lifts of houses. I'm not as concerned with acquisitions, but for lifting homes, how are we ensuring there isn't any abuse where someone's just going to get free money from the county, lift their house, and just sell it off? Now, I understand it's for affordable, low-income areas. I'm for that, but I just want to make sure there isn't any abuse of that.
That is a good question.
Like, are people living in these homes after, or are they just going to put them up on Zillow after they got a free check?
Commissioner. Michelle, Stephanie Garrison, Director of Government Relations. Michelle, is there specifics in HUD about those kinds of things?
There are, and I'm going to have Julia come up because they do require us to follow the CDBG regular guidelines when it comes to the acquisitions and or elevations for this project as well.
Hi, Julia Vieira with Community Development. So if we would follow the standard program guidelines that we have for the regular housing rehabilitation and replacement program, we would put a land use restriction agreement on the property for the duration of what we call an affordability period. So that means that depending on how much HUD stipulates and how much our program guidelines under the county stipulates, there will be a land use restriction agreement on that property. So we would ensure that for how many long, whatever that time frame is, that property must be used and house low and moderate income households. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. We don't have to answer this now, but I definitely want to hear a little bit more, it could be an email, about the land use restrictions, because, again, I just don't want the funding to be abused there. But I'll just leave it at that for housing.
Thank you.
Just going to go through the thing real quick. I'm okay for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, based on my understanding, when it comes to lifting of homes, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the way that I understand it is that the county governments can give up to like $30K, up to a total value to lift a home. Average price to lift a home today is probably around between $200,000 and $250,000. You're talking about hooking up sewer, electrical, everything in between. So there is going to be some out-of-pocket expenses to those residents that have to lift their homes. But based on my understanding is that FEMA will give it, I think it's 30% or up to $30,000 to be able to, approved by the county, of course. But am I right on that? Or am I in the right direction?
So currently, we do not have in our program for housing and rehabilitation, that is not an item that we include in our scope of work. We either address houses that are not in a flood zone, or we request them to have a flood insurance if they are in a flood zone. So these are part of the details that would have to be worked out. You know,
Yeah,
with the
I was just
housing
doing a little bit of
program.
research on that, and that's kind of what I found in regards to what they would be able to back. I know it's not going to be the whole value of what it costs to lift a home, but, you know, if they are on National Flood Insurance Program, which most of these homes out on the island would be, right, that there would be a certain specific portion that would be allocated to help the homeowner lift their home, but it's not going to cover the whole value of what it would cost to lift a home.
And I will check with our consultant on this because he knows the HUD CDBG DR forward and backward. But my understanding is this will cover the entire amount or at least most of it. But I want to, don't take that for,
That'd be
yeah, I want to check that first.
If I could step in, I also had done a little bit of research on the program that you're talking about, and I think that that's a separate grant program that people can apply for individually. And so that program does exist, I believe, in the way that you're describing it.
Is that
But
Elevate
these-
Florida?
Yes.
That's
But
what
these-
I thought
but
it
these
sounded like.
funds are separate,
Yeah.
and we can utilize them in a different way, potentially.
Yeah.
We could potentially cover the entire cost of elevating these homes. Now, whether we actually want to do that, and whether we think that's an appropriate use for, you know, the amount of funds it would take, I don't know.
It's per county then. It's per county based on what we decide here as a board in regards to what we want to disperse as far as helping people lift their homes. If we want to do the whole amount. Because based on my understanding, that with FEMA, it was like a certain percentage based on the research that I found. So that's good to know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I mean, I would hate to do this lift that you guys are doing right now and trying to sort through everything. And then once we have the projects in, break down those projects, what makes, what fits, what doesn't, and keep ones or throw ones out. My quick question is, we've talked extensively about buyout versus acquisition. Where in the breakdown are you putting funds for buyout or acquisition? And as those projects are continually coming in, how are you going to separate those from a buyout or an acquisition? Like Shady Brook would be if I were to make it through the process, would be a buyout. Then there's properties that we have to acquire, and then they have different rules. So how are you distinguishing between a buyout and an acquisition?
I do actually have a slide I almost put in here on that. The problem was I needed more information because everybody used the same words, and I'm not sure if they understood the difference between the buyout and the acquisition, and I wanted to get their confirmation before putting that in there. All of those amounts are shown in here because when they're doing a buyout, then they're doing something else. So it could be that they were doing, or acquisition. So if they're doing a buyout, perhaps then they're going to make it a flood mitigation. And so it is still on here.
Okay.
I just didn't show that piece of it. I can get you that. I just, like I said, until I am able to contact every single one of them, I won't know if it's truly an acquisition versus a
Yeah, 'cause
buyout.
I have several projects in my district that are going to need to be bought out, acquired, or lifted, or whatever we're going to do. And I'm just trying to figure out where those funds are. Are they infrastructure mitigation, or are they going to be in affordable housing, or kind of is it a mixture of wherever those will go, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Commissioner Ballard.
So we had discussed previously ensuring that our other partners at the local government level, the municipalities, have what they need. And a lot of our municipalities, particularly City of Palmetto, City of Bradenton, do very much fall within that LMI area. And so I think I want to ensure that that's first priority, and additionally, I want to ensure that we are not forcing them to double up when it comes to administration. Because once we give over those funds, if they're having to figure out how to administer everything, again, we're losing funds that could be going toward these important projects that they need. So that, I guess, is my biggest guidance at the moment. There are a couple specific things on here that I think are really interesting. And Michelle, I love that you mentioned that some of these projects, if we can't cover them, will help to try to connect to ensure that these important projects can be covered somehow. For example, these emergency trailer shelters, could that be covered by the state? Because I know that there's a program at the state level. So kudos to you guys. I know the amount of work is staggering. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Feltz.
I appreciate the comments from Commissioner Braun and Commissioner Ballard, and I think this is great job on these things. I guess what we're looking for is, and I'm sure this is going to be provided in the future, is a little bit more of a breakdown of these things so that Commissioner Ballard can address the concerns that she has municipalities to deal with, and we don't want to, as she said, we know this program has to be administrative, and we've got 5% allocated to that. We have to hire 4 more people to do that, which I would hope, and just when we get to that point, that we kind of try to utilize some known resources for that, that is familiar with the area, perhaps adjust some of our peripheral staff into doing something on this versus starting from square one, maybe working with people who are very familiar with the area. But I do believe that we have reason to kind of want to see this on a breakdown of our districts to ensure that places like Rabonia, places that I don't have to deal with municipalities within my district, but other commissioners do. And we don't want to double up on that cost of administration. And I would have appreciated that these are wonderful documents with the agenda. They should have kind of been attached to the agenda item for the public to see what good work you've been doing for them and us. And if we can maybe get that out there, I think that be some good PR for the fact that we're working on this.
Completely agree, Commissioner. And just so you know, Michelle was working on this report at 2 a.m. this morning, so this is literally hot off the press, and we got it to you as soon as the report was
Well, I'd
compiled.
love to be able to share it with our
So,
constituents.
Absolutely, and the submission deadline also just closed at midnight on Friday. We've left it open should there be any last.
It is, I was reading up on Sarasota also is having to address those
That's right.
deadlines too, so very understandable. But it's a great job, and I'm looking forward to a little bit more breakdown on that, again, by our districts, so that we know
You got it.
what's coming. But thank you very much.
You got it.
And 2 things. One thing we can do is, this is actually a Power BI report that I put together. It is, you're able to go in and, if you have the Power BI, go in and kind of click on something and you can see where the LMI are in those over there by clicking on the graph over here and things like that. I will put that on the website so that everybody can see that. Power BI is free, so you can download that to check it out. And then second of all, one of the things that the grant does allow for is for us to hire project managers. It doesn't come out of the admin costs. It actually comes out of the action plan piece. If we wanted to hire project managers to be able to help internally and externally the different partners we have to make sure that that does get administered correctly.
Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, we have areas here in Manatee County that have repetitive flooding, where folks are losing their flood insurance. The National Flood Insurance Program is not reinsuring them because of the repetitive flooding, like in Center Lake, in my district, and Shady Brook. Will these funds allow for us to set up a fund, much like a citizen's insurance, to assist these people, to assist the citizens that are losing their flood insurance, where they can come in and have some type of flood insurance program set up to protect them because they've lost their flood insurance, because we know if a person has a mortgage on their home, they lose their flood insurance doesn't get forced placed, the lender will say, get flood insurance, or we're gonna come after your house. So is there any funds or anything allowable to do that under these funds, or no? Yes or no?
When HUD was here, they did talk about the fact that we could do a combination of things. We can help them pay for their insurance. We can also help pay their deductible whenever they are using their insurance because
My problem
of
is they're
flood.
losing their insurance.
Yes.
Their insurance is their flood insurance because of repetitive flooding.
Okay,
They're losing they're losing their flood because they're now, the National Flood Insurance Program is saying, you're repetitive flooding, you're flooding all the time, we're not gonna insure you anymore.
oh, I see. So
So
it's,
in the state of Florida, we have Citizens Insurance is the last stop on the chain
okay.
for homeowners insurance. Will HUD allow anything like that to be established with these funds, or they're saying that
So let
we
me-
can't do that with these type of funds? All we can do is help them somehow lift their house, make better stormwater, because I got an area, Center Lake in my district, we can do whatever we want, it's still gonna flood. I mean, unless we significantly lift these people's houses up, or it's still gonna flood no matter what. So they're losing their flood insurance, and a lot of people have mortgages. So that was my question, is that allowable under this program?
Just for clarification to make sure I understand, you're wondering if we can set up basically kind of like a flood insurance
Yeah,
for our
something quasi,
citizens?
something like that.
I will check with
Okay.
both our consultant and
Okay.
HUD on that.
Yes, sir, please.
Sure.
I'd like to see those that are, because I don't necessarily think people are losing from NFI, National Flood Program, their insurance is coming directly from FEMA, because I know those that have had repetitive over and over and over again, and they keep coming in to insure them, right? Because that's the only way for them to get insured. If they get a mortgage, that's
Yeah.
the only way. They have to have flood insurance in a flood zone.
Yeah.
There's no way for them to get a mortgage unless they go through that program, so.
Yeah, what's happening is like in Shady Brook, people have lost their flood insurance because of repetitive, because they already own a unit there, and it's repetitive flooding. So every time it floods, they'll file, and then their homeowner's insurance will go, when they go for the renewal, we'll say, the homeowner insurance agents will go to the National Flood Insurance Program and say, well, repetitive flooding, you're gonna lose your flood insurance. So that's kind of the problem. Not when they buy the home, it's more happening after the fact. Yeah.
We'll find
So,
out.
thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ladies.
Remembered my point from earlier. One of the things, and Commissioner Feltz had brought it up earlier, and the only other piece of or just my input would be, I'd like to see a few more creeks, canal systems, at least from, I'll just throw West Manatee County into that. I don't really care about the district numbers, but we have a pretty intricate system of canals, well, not canals really, it's just creeks, drainage creeks and more that straddle both public and private easements, which is, it's been a fun learning experience, I'll say that. But I would like to see some more of those, because we, at least on the west side, we rely on a lot of those. Again, public-private canals is the same issue you see up in Lakewood Ranch or in Districts 1 as well, where we have a we have a stormwater system, that relies on drainage creeks, and I'll just leave it at that. But they straddle public and private ownership, and one of the challenges there is the public side. Well, first of all, stormwater doesn't care if it's public or private. It's just water; it goes where there's space, and according to physics. But residents care, and I think for us as taxpayers, we care because if there are portions of creeks that are not well maintained by private owners, it's a massive liability for the public. For example, Palmasola Basin, I don't know how many millions we spent dredging, well, not dredging, but maybe that is the right word, dredging, just lifting a lot of the sediment that's been accumulating because some of the private owners were just not putting water retaining walls into their side of the canal, their creeks. But I think it's a broader conversation that I'd like to see us have leveraging these funds, and I'm not going to get into it tomorrow. But one of the things I would like to see with these funds is how can we look into those creek systems, areas where there are gaps, where we are seeing significant erosion, significant, as a result of that deposition of materials, causing blockages further downstream, which then contribute to flooding and higher elevations of water. I'm just not seeing a lot of that here. I mean, I'm seeing a few like Glen Creek, Bowley's Creek, Gamble Creek, but again, I'm not really seeing things like, I'm like Wares Creek or a few, just the set of unnamed creeks that really drain into the intercoastal, north side of Manatee River, and then down to Sarasota Bay. So I don't know if they're named or not, but I like to see some more attention directed to those because there are potentially thousands of property owners that are affected. I'm not talking, millionaire types. I'm talking just everyday people that just have a home located along those systems, which really the public relies on significantly to prevent flooding. So anyways, I just wanted to foot stomp that I do want us to, with these funds, look into areas where potentially residents haven't done some outreach, but just looking at a map, we know these are problem areas for us with respect to flooding. The other thing I'll say is again, I appreciate your time on the review process. The only thing that really concerns me on this list, I already discussed the affordable housing piece, but I appreciate the conversation around land use restrictions. Some of the mitigation projects for infrastructure mitigation projects, I don't know what slide it's on. I think there's a general understanding that this funding should, especially after the storm, should go towards resiliency and stormwater management. Now, this is more for the public, but I did inquire about a stormwater fund. Obviously, we can't use these funds for that because these are time certain within 6 years. You can't just have an infinite fund well, not infinite, but a long-lasting fund created with these funds. So some of the things that just concern me, I mean, like not that these are terrible things that we should not be supporting, but whether these funds are the right source, there's just a few things that concern me, like the behavioral health facility, the shelters. I mean, again, these are great things. I think there are other sources of funds for them. And I get it. Some people submitted projects like a $8 million pier that probably doesn't make, I know what that is, but yeah, I just think we should be very careful about the optics of us having things like that when the reality is people want us to address, and this is more for this board too, people want us to address stormwater and flooding. If they see us putting money into shelters, I mean, that's fine. It's a good, I'm sure no one disagrees that is not a need, but I think this money should be going towards resiliency, stormwater management, in as many ways as we can. And I'll critique any project in my district, I don't care, because that's really where the taxpayers want us to focus on those areas. But yeah, I'll just call that out. We're gonna hear a lot of concerns around that. We're gonna have more of the Doge people coming in, and I agree with them on that, not to have fun with that. But it will be a concern area, and that's certainly a concern for me as well. Thank you.
All right, I'm holding off going to the board. I'm going to go to public comment because we're just going around with lots of people having multiple. I don't think this is my opinion. I do not think this is the appropriate time for this agenda item. This should have been briefed because there's a lot of briefing level conversations that are just droning on at this point in time. Coupled with the fact that tomorrow we have an entire afternoon on stormwater, which could have answered a lot of these questions. If I just left this open, we're going to spend the next 3 hours asking you questions that could have been resolved in a 30-minute briefing. So I'm going to go to public comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this?
For the record, Glenn Gibolina. I looked at this project and I said, well, presentation upon request along with briefings. So I clicked it on, nothing. I emailed Evan, I'm going, if you've got a presentation ready to go, why can't I look at it? Because I certainly can't read this small print from sitting there. So I agree, George. I think it was done way too soon. You look at what the county wants: 64 projects, $743 million out of the 253. You guys want a big chunk. Here's my thought, and you know what? I'm going to look at it. So I'm going to bring my man on board, and we are going to look at it. So here's the point. I think the county, you'd have to fix that anyways. So you guys should be last on the list. We should look at the other projects first and say, you know what? Let's look at that affordable housing. Let's see what we can do on that. Commissioner Ron is right. People are suffering out there. We need some type of gap for the insurance. You guys have to fix the county flooding problems anyway. That's been going on for decades. You never did the right maintenance, you know. Thank God we got a $250,000 walking excavator now, right? We can put that thing to use, I'm sure. But I have to tell you, the 12 million for help, do we really need grant writers for county projects? And I brought this up last time. You thought I was crazy. I don't think I'm crazy. But I think he doesn't need a grant writer to write $50 million worth of flooding problems. So really, did we need 4 or 6 of those grant writers? And if the money runs out prior to this, are we going to let them stay at home and collect a check? I don't get it. The money runs out, the job is done. That's how capitalism works. But you guys want to dole on for 6-year contracts, even if the money's gone. I don't get it. I would be very cautious, and we are going to look at this, about county projects jumping ahead of a lot of legitimate stuff. And perhaps there are different funds and different pools that could be figured out. But again, you guys got handouts. You didn't have time to review it. There were no handouts out in the lobby for us to look at. We get this sprung on us at the last minute that I can't even read or inspect. And by the way, I'm up at 2 a.m. I'd have took that. For the record, Glenn Gadfly, Gibellina.
Any other public comments? Anyone on the phone?
Yes, we have one caller, caller number 639.
Go ahead.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Sandy Tudor. I live in Manatee County. I'd like to correct a misconception. I'm a certified floodplain manager and worked in floodplain management for 23 years. NFIP does not cancel your policy because you are a repetitive loss. In Manatee County, I can tell you there's one house that's over in the Bell's Warehouse area that has had 9 claims. He's never been kicked off. Homeowners can kick you off. Car insurance can kick you off. NFIP will not kick you off. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Any other callers?
No other callers.
All right, I'll close public comment. Commissioner Feltz, is this a new comment? All right. With that, then, there's no motion to be made, correct? This is just an update?
Correct.
All right, then we're done with this motion. It is way past break time, so it's 10:48. We'll take a break until 11 o'clock to make it easy. All right, we are back, and I just want to let people know. All right, guys, we're back. Yeah, just want to let everyone know who's here for item number, what's my item number, 39, which is the pet ban. I'm doubtful we're going to get to that before lunch, just because we still have a handful of things, and that's towards the tail end, and there's a lot of public comment already requested for it, and I don't want to open it and close it, so just want to give you all a heads up if you wanted to catch an early lunch or do something that will most likely be after lunch, or at the very least, there's still going to be comments going on after lunch. My guess is the entirety of it will be after lunch, just so you don't sit here for another hour if you can go someplace else. But we are going to move on to item number 3, and there were 3 items that were consent items, and they got pulled, which we shouldn't be pulling, just this is more for the board. You shouldn't be pulling consent items unilaterally pre-meeting, because then it gets put in the regular one, and I don't even know who's pulling them, to who to direct it to. I know who all these were, but, so I'm going to treat all 3 of these, number 3, number 23, and number 28, as presentation upon request, because they weren't originally part of the original regular agenda. So does anyone want a presentation on item number 3? Is there something you have to say, Pam? There's nobody asking for a presentation. Are you good? Okay, no one's on the board. I will open this up to public comment. Is there any public comment? Any constructive public comment?
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, this one's going to make my head explode, so you better do the, So let me get this straight, right? We have KVO, according to documents, failed to timely provide responsive records, failed to produce the records, and withheld production of certain records off his personal device. The county's attorney named the defendant in lawsuit a conflict of representing him. So we got outside counsel, right, from Orlando for $45,000 from the previous attorney, Mr. Clegg, who, by the way, brought you that wonderful $500,000 non-refundable contract, who brought seven attorneys against Joe McClash on a pro se litigant, and now we got more attorneys against a pro se litigant. Here's the thing: when you commit a crime and you sanction it and you want it paid for by taxpayers' dollars, I have a serious problem with that. What he did was criminal. What the attorney wants you to believe is that, oh, it's the cost of doing business with taxpayers' money. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This should have had a sequence of, the attorney should have said, hey, KVO, you know, I got records department, they're really hounding me on these, and by law, you have to do that, so please work with me. Was never heard. The second thing should have been, you got your warning shot, KVO, you haven't produced the records yet. I think I'm going to go talk to Mr. Broski, because this is criminal. Violations of the sunshine laws are criminal. That never happened. So what? We have to have a pro se litigant just trying to get some information that he's legally obligated to get, and he didn't provide it. This should have never gone to a case file, which, by the way, I have here. Now we have $45,000 from an outside attorney that Mr. Clegg got. So, and again, they wrote and they said, oh, we normally get $705 an hour, but we're going to give you guys a deal at $345. Don't take the job. If you're taking a beating and only working for $350 an hour, don't take the job. I am opposing citizens, taxpayers' money for fraudulent information, and I might want to remind the current county attorney that KVO wanted to terminate your services on his last day was here. And you want to reward them with taxpayers' money.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely not.
Any more public comment? Relative to this item?
Carol Whitmore, and respectfully, I do not agree with Jubilina. As a county commissioner for many years, I have no love lost for the person that we're having to pay the attorney's fees for, but he was here as a county commissioner. We had more than one person in the county that had legal matters regarding the same issue, and our legal counsel cannot represent more than one person at the same time. So as much as I wish that this person would have been held accountable, I don't think you should. This is your auspice under as a county commissioner, and I know I get a lot of hate mail. I already did because I said that before. I totally don't agree. I think the county should have to pay this. He was under the auspice here, even though I don't agree with what he did one bit. Carol Whitmore, home speech.
Thank you.
Joyce Jordan, Manatee County. I agree with Glenn. We should not pay any of his attorney expenses. Everything he did was below the sunshine law. He did everything illegal, and we should not be paying our tax dollars to pay for his attorney. He committed the crimes. He should have to pay himself. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Anyone on the phone?
Yes, we have 2 hands raised. The first one is 605.
Go ahead.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I'm kind of a black and white person when it comes to our legal expenses here, and I was reading over this, and it appears that this was a civil suit brought about that was voluntarily dismissed. And because of the voluntary dismissal, if true, I do believe that these should be covered from us. Unfortunately, any of you guys could be called into court and have a case voluntarily dismissed and could incur legal expenses. So this is a double-edged sword here, unfortunately. And that's just my statement. If this was truly voluntarily dismissed by the plaintiff, I think it's our responsibility. He was a county commissioner at the time. Those are my statements. God bless.
Thank you, Andrew. Next caller?
Next caller is 454.
Charlene Gell, Manatee County. You know, I hear the argument about a voluntary dismissal, but you have to think about why was this thing voluntarily dismissed. It wasn't because he did it for the goodness out of his heart. He had to force the production of these records. And if they settle it because they finally produce the stuff, then, you know, and the case gets dismissed this way, then that's fine. But we should, as taxpayers, not have to be responsible for this bill. You know, it should never have gotten to the point where we had litigation to force the production. And when that happens, you know, you guys need to eat it. You know, it's just, no, he needs to eat it. He should eat it. You know, what he did was criminal. And I don't know why there wasn't a referral to Mr. Brodsky. But anyway, I don't agree with paying for this stuff. We should not be paying for your bad behavior when you're in office. It should not be an expectation that, oh, the county will pony up my legal fees when I refuse to produce the documents in accordance with the law. And that's all I have to say about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other callers?
No other callers.
All right, I'll close public comment. I'm the only one on the board. No, you already spoke, Joyce. You can talk about animals in an hour or so.
I know, but
All right.
I want to say something about that.
No. Yeah, I'm the only one on the board, just real quick. Look, this is just how this system works. We get accusations all the time. I've had 2 people up here basically saying everything he did was criminal. The only people who said that didn't say that was the court. I mean, and you know, he was not actually convicted of anything criminal in spite of your opinion. Look, I just spent a long time having a fairly contentious time with this person. But nonetheless, This is how this board works, and we get accused of things all the time. And if the goal of the public is just to bleed people dry to get them off the board by endlessly suing them because they feel that the county's not going to backstop accusations, then you're just gonna turn this into a warfare of people putting in cases against us all day long. That's why this board and every other board in the state of Florida handles it this way. If he was actually convicted, then we would not be refunding these dollars. That's how this works. This case had 3 people involved. 2 other people have come forward that were employees of this county. Both have already been refunded unanimously by this board. This is actually the lowest dollar amount request to finalize this, which is odd, but it was. I was surprised that it was the lowest amount. He was not charged. He was not convicted of anything. He's putting it in accordance with the way this board has always conducted itself. I have absolutely no problem with this request, so I am voting in favor of refunding these dollars and moving on with all of our lives. And no one else is on this board. We've already done public comment. I have a motion by Commissioner Sadiq. I have a second by Commissioner Ballard. You can cast your votes now. And Commissioner Bearden is not here, if that's who you're waiting on. And it is approved 5-0 with Commissioners McCann and Bearden absent. Moving on to item number 36, adoption of resolution R25-031, appropriating grant funds to align revenues and expenditures for activities within the 2020-21 annual action plan. That's CVS. Good.
We don't have a presentation for this item, though.
Perfect, even better. Okay, but there is a motion to approve. There's nobody on the board. I am going to have to take public comment, but I do have a motion by Commissioner Ron and a second by Commissioner Ballard. Is there any public comment on this great presentation? Seeing none, I will go to the phones.
No hands are raised.
All right, I will close public comment, and I still have a motion by Commissioner Ron and a second by Commissioner Ballard. If there's no comment, you can cast your votes now. And that's approved 5-0 with Commissioners McCann and Bearden absent. Thank you very much. Well done. Item number 37, execution of guaranteed maximum price addendum to agreement number 24 for Braden River Field 6 and adoption of budget amendment resolution B 25-040. It's financial management.
How are you guys? My name is David Arbelas, and I'm with Property Management. I'm just here to answer any questions you guys may have about this project. The GMP came out at 4.1. It is in Braden River, which was a closed landfill. Therefore, there's a lot of settlements, and that's why we're using turf.
And Chair, I'd like to remind the board, this has been a project in the process for numerous years. We, at one time, were actually going to take ball field 6 out of the inventory, but there's such a need for ball fields that we are putting the money into this project to put synthetic turf in.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions on this for the soccer field up at Braden River, or down at Braden River? All right, I will open this up to public comment. Are there any comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Just so you guys know as well, this is about 181 days, working days, which will take us to early September to be completed.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, just to remind the board, when we get a GMP, a guaranteed maximum price, that's really the contract with the construction manager. So at that time, we get their schedule, and that's what they're contracted to do, so.
Sure.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, guaranteed price, you know, those things go out the window every day. You said 4 million, now it's $1.1 million. So here's my problem. I mean, it's just the little things, and if we can't trust you on the little things, how can we move forward? So we have to pay for the maintenance for vehicles at $4,500. Does the county get a write-off on that? Or does the construction company take the depreciation on the vehicles? Why are we paying this?
I'll do our taxes.
The second thing is, you know, it's water. They can't bring their own water to work. I work construction sites. We bring water, lunches. Let's just throw in lunch. And then one phone. You got one phone in here for $270, a month. $1,670 for 6 months. I did a records request on the contract for that phone because I've had Metro for 15 years at $30 a month. I don't know who they're using at $270 a month for one phone for 6 months. Do we own the phone? Are we going to give it back? I don't get some of these expenses that just, whatever happened to cost of doing business? Oh, it's part of the overhead. You got to have a phone. You got to have your truck. Got to pay the insurance. Don't worry about it. We have that built into the bid. I don't see any of that here. The phone pushed me over the edge. There's no line item veto with your property management. Say, I can go along with most of this, but the phone's got to go. And I don't know about this truck maintenance, but you're going to have to show me some receipts, unless we're washing those trucks 3 times a day for them. I don't know. There's a lot of other stuff in there too, but this is the stuff that just hit the top of my head. Not happy about the phone. Not happy about the $4,500, and it goes on and on and on and on. So I don't know where the initial bid, where they absorb any of the overhead, because obviously they're not paying for the gas, they're not paying for their phone, they're not even paying for their damn water. I don't get it. When I'm in business, I cover those costs. I build that into my price, but not here. Let's add it on to the taxpayers, for the record.
Any other public comments? Anyone on the phone?
No one on the phones.
I'll close public comments. There's nobody on the board. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ballard, second by Commissioner Ron. You can pass your vote. I guess we haven't already voted. 5-0. Commissioner McCann and Bearden absent. Item number 38. This is also a guaranteed maximum price amendment to an agreement for Washington Park Phase 1B.
Good morning, everybody. It's me again, David Arbeláez with Property Management. Here to present Washington Park Phase 1B. Essentially, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be doing some trails, some community development. This is actually a 3-phase project, but this beginning one will include the 2 pavilions, parking lot area, some sidewalks, bike racks, landscaping. This is a community that's been looking for this to be done for many years. Just to let you guys know, the GMP came out of $2.9 million. This will take 182 working days. So we're looking into beginning of September, late September, for this to be completed, weather permitting.
Thank you. Commissioner Ballard.
Really excited to see this come forward today. As David said, that this is a kind of 3-part project. This community has been begging for a park for about 25 years. And so it is finally happening. So this is for the portion that includes the pavilions, the playgrounds, the landscaping, all that kind of fun stuff. And then we'll have a separate GMP for a community center, and then a third for kind of the more wild part of the park, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much. I'm excited.
Brian Parnell, Deputy County Administrator. I'll also add, as I mentioned to you the other day, ma'am, that we are syncing up with FDOT, who is holding a work session actually tomorrow from 5 to 7 over at the fairgrounds to talk about their planning effort for Palmetto Trails program. And so we'll be there as well as a partner with them to answer questions about the Washington Park Community Center as well as our other trails efforts.
I will say one of the very first things I did as a commissioner within the first 6 months of being on this board 4 years ago was go to a groundbreaking for this park. So now, really looking forward to it. I'll open this up to public comment. Any public comment? Anyone on the phones?
Nobody on the phones.
I will close public comment. No one's on the board. I have a motion by Commissioner Sadiq, second by Commissioner Feltz. You can cast your votes now. And that is approved 5-0 with Commissioners McCann and Bearden absent.
Mr. Chair, it has Commissioner Bearden abstaining.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay.
He's not here. Because he's not here, he's still marked in, that's why it's shown that way, but I can't change it right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll allow it. Duly noted, though. Yeah. Item number 23, this was also one of the ones pulled from consent, so I will treat it as presentation upon request. This is a execution of a license agreement between Manatee County and Lakewood Ranch for property at Riviera Cove. It's basically the land being used as part of the previously approved signal for traffic. Anyone need a presentation on this? We do not need a presentation on this. There's nobody on the board. I will open this up to public comment. Anyone on the phones?
No hands are raised.
I'll close public comment. We have a motion by Commissioner Ron, second by Commissioner Ballard. If no one wants to speak, you can cast your votes now. That is approved 5-0 with Commissioners McCann and Bearden absent/abstaining. Item number 28, this is the last of the pulled from consent items, so also presentation upon request. This is approval for emergency funding for Boys and Girls Club of Manatee County. Would anyone like a presentation on this item? Seeing none, no one's on the board. I will open this up to public comment, which is optional.
Glenn Gibellina for the record. Give him the money. Tallahassee didn't do him right. Give him the money.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the phone?
No hands are raised.
All right, if there's no more public comment, I will close public comments. No one's on the board. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron, second by Commissioner Sadiq. You can cast your votes now. That is approved 5-0 with Commissioners McCann and Bearden absent. Okay, well, it's 11:20. There's no way we're getting through all of the pet thing prior to lunch. And some people left because I told them they could leave. So we're going to move on. Number 40 was deferred to March 4th. So we're going to move on to item number 41, which is motion for final plats to appear on land use meetings only. This is an agenda item by Commissioner Feltz. And just so you all know, you're seeing the agenda looking a little bit different. I had them take off these commissioner agenda items being grouped by commissioner because I felt it was unfair for Commissioners Ron and Sadiq to always be last and Commissioners Ballard and Bearden to always be first because they were being put on alphabetically. So now they are going to be put on chronologically based upon the order in which you submit them. So if you wait till the last minute, you were last. Ironically, Tal is still last because he put it on the last minute. So Commissioner Feltz, item number 41.
There we go. Basically, the purpose of this is to clarify, codify, whatever it is that we need to do. As I have said during our discussions with final plats belong on land use meetings, and actually up until 2 years ago they were. So basically all we're doing is setting the policy for our staff to execute. So we have made the change and notified applicants and such. This is just a motion in order to make it a board policy so that our staff is protected in their operational. I will say that, again, kind of been doing this for a little bit before I got up here. Land use meetings always held all concepts of that. Quasi-judicial items were not on the consent agenda. So this is just to make the policy of final plats to be on land use meetings only, as staff has requested that we do. Being that they've already changed it, we've just got to set it as policy. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only issue with this is, and the reason it was changed a couple of years ago, was that how the final plats come in. We know that we have subdivisions that are getting their final plats. I might have homes to sell, specs, or whatever that the builders have lined up, or they could go under contract. So I think it was more of a matter of urgency, not you know, it should be on land use or it should be during a regular BOCC meeting. It was just the urgency of getting the final plats out there with regards to the developer or builder being able to potentially sell a home that was already under contract, and all they're waiting for was for the final plat. So we can do whatever we want, but I think that was the reason why it was moved, from what I understand, a couple of years ago to be on the BOCC meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Sadiq.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. I think to Chairman Cruz's point earlier this year, we're trying to cut down on meetings, not create more, and I think we're down to, what, 1, maybe 2 land use meetings a month. I'm for efficient meetings, and while I've certainly enjoyed the discussion that we've had on final plats, I think continuing to filibuster them is just not the right approach. We can adjust and address rezones, we can address other development-related issues in other venues, but I don't think the one-way approach of us telling applicants that they need to come in and do final plats on one day when we can just run a more efficient meeting is just not the right approach. I think we need to ensure we're having dialogue with our applicants and not just directing them, just unnecessarily delay plats. I mean, again, this isn't for rezone requests. I mean, you can do what you like for those. Those are fine on land use meetings, but a land use meeting is just a construct we created just to be able to organize staff and get more of the quasi items onto quasi-judicial land use type items on a land use day. But final plats, these are, you can't administratively approve them. They have to be on consent, but at least for us in Manatee County. But I'm not for this. I think it just creates more inefficient meetings, pushes a lot more content into land use meetings than we need. So if I'm the only one voting no on this, that's fine, but I'm not supporting it. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, now it's me. You're not going to be the only one voting no on this.
Okay, I'm on the floor.
That's fine, but you already spoke, and everyone gets a
And
chance
I got
to speak.
something else to say.
Okay, and then I will call you when I'm ready to.
Good.
announce you. Before I even get to my comments, right now, Commissioner Feltz did make a motion, and it currently doesn't have a second before we keep discussing this ad nauseum. Is there any second on this motion? There is no second on this motion, so this motion fails anyway.
Okay.
All right.
On you.
All right. Item number 42, I'm not going to expend more time speaking on it. Appreciation of property management staff, also Commissioner Feltz.
Let's do this after lunch because I don't think they're planning on, are they here? They're here. Good deal then, we will. Thank you. Be something nice after that. I just wanted to give a shout out to these brave gentlemen here, and I think I'm short one here. This is how I now refer to as the Rat Patrol or the Rat Pack, and they were very beneficial to me, saving a damsel in distress. Well, I wasn't in distress. It was just, there was a rat in my car. But I appreciate it, and if you happen to see, we've named him Splinter. He's probably running
Splinter after Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Yes, after Teenage Ninja. See, I knew you had an action figure in your closet.
Are you saying you're the damsel?
Not really.
John Howard, you want to introduce everybody?
I was going to bring you a little stuffed mouse for a memoriam, but I didn't do that. But, sorry. But thank you guys very much, and I'll be calling on you again because there's still 50 pounds of horse feed in my back of the car, which probably came.
We'll wait for the call.
Okay.
Brandon Bennett, building operations. This is John Howard. He's our building manager for the administrative downtown campus. And we have John Wingate and Rick Ostrich. They're our building painters. And so they were all very helpful and supporting. Rodent's tails are like fish tails, that it gets bigger each time you tell it. And it was quite large, yes. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Feld, for recognizing them.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
You guys have a wonderful day. You guys do a great job. Thank you.
All right, so we've got one more item before we're going to have to break for lunch, and that is discussion on urgent repairs to the Florida Maritime Museum, and this was put on by Commissioner Sadiq.
I can defer this to after lunch, might be a longer conversation.
We've got nothing but time right now. It's only 11:30. Is it going to be more than a half hour?
Probably not.
then why don't we just,
All right.
that way we just come back and then all we've got is the retail pet ban and then we can all go about our lives.
Sounds good. All right, so the last things first, I'm not asking for any money or any appropriation today for this particular project, but I've kind of exhausted my options with staff in a good way. I like to thank staff for being helpful with this particular item. But the Florida Maritime Museum has had a pretty long history with deferred maintenance and repairs, with the original cost going back to just a little bit around 2020 being just under $3 million, and now currently standing at about anywhere roughly from 6 to 9 million. So with the account keys that I've been reviewing, which are linked in the item, I think this one is going to need a lot more funding to be able to ensure this building can survive, continue to host classes, continue to be a place where we can recognize the maritime heritage of Cortez and really the state of Florida as well. So I think all of us deserve a more in-depth briefing on this particular item, but I've included as much information as I can. I personally was touring this property as well and just inspecting some of the damage to it. I also attached 2 air quality reports or assessments from 2020 to 2024, kind of indicating, I would just skip to the end. The pictures probably tell a better, they say a lot more than I think the report. Well, it's a good visual aid, but you can see the mold, some of the damage to the HVAC, and I even went up into the attic and took some pictures of some of the damage to the HVAC plus the insulation. It's a lot more extensive than some of the most recent reports are outlining. So my concern is we have a building on the National Historic Register. We have a place where we just finished a Cortez Fishing Village. It commemorates that heritage and culture. Obviously, it's very important for me because it's in my district, but this isn't the District 3 Maritime Museum, it's the Florida Maritime Museum. So my ask is just to provide staff with direction to identify alternative funding sources. And it can be through TDC funds, it can be through reserves, it can be through some of the DR funds if needed. I don't really care, but I think this is an issue that the clerk is concerned about. I'm concerned about it. A lot of Cortesians and residents are. And the risk is with how many hurricanes we've been through since 2020, that this building will not be here if we continue to not fund the repairs. Now, staff have been doing, remediation. We're funded for that, but we're not funded for a full roof replacement. We're not funded for looking at the HVAC, looking at insulation. We're not funded for the drywall. We're not funded for really a lot of, first of all, I didn't even know the full extent of it because the 6 to 9 million is a general estimate, I've been told. So I think we're going to have to go back and just hear from staff on what that is. I do know we have a contractor on board that staff have worked to bring on that have experience with historic restoration preservation projects, so thank you for that. I think they're pretty much ready to go is what I'm told. They just need, obviously, the funding, but I think as a board, we need to understand the full extent of the repairs. There's a few things that haven't been discussed as well, but when I was on the tour, in about 1975, when it was a home, one of the property owners added a fountain to one of the walls, and obviously hasn't been functional for some time, but I learned from the clerk's office and staff there that some of the water has actually been intruding into the building, causing damage to the brick on the other side. So I don't know what the cost of removal for that will be, but my point being, there's what started off as $1.5 to $3 million repair project in 2020, which on a building the county has an obligation to maintain. The clerk helps us program it, but the county actually is responsible for maintenance. We just haven't done it. And I think beyond the roof membrane replacement, we're going to need to provide some additional sources of funding for this. The actual building I'm referring to is what's called the 1912 Cortez Schoolhouse. It was a schoolhouse in 1912. It's had a number of renovations since, the last one from 2006. But that's the main, what you would consider the museum building. The one next door is a much older building. It's called the Burton Bratton Store. It's currently housing some exhibits on the second floor and some staff on the first floor. It's a fun facility. Actually, Mayor Brown's family taught at the schoolhouse back in the day, he was telling me. But that's another building of concern that's not a part of these discussions. As I understand it, there is some water intrusion on that building as well, and that's something we'll have to look into in the future. It's not as bad as the 1812 schoolhouse, but I'm told if we don't get ahead of that building, it'll be as bad as the 1912 schoolhouse building. So anyways, my motion here is really just to direct staff to identify funding sources and bring them back to the board for the repairs. But I'll just leave it at that.
So can you clarify, because that's different than the motion that was on the cover page, so can you clarify what you're asking people to approve? Are you just asking them to look at some funding sources as, for the sake of a conversation, and then brief us, and then bring it back to the board for actual discussion and voting? Or are you asking them to find funding sources and go fix something, which is more along the lines of what your motion on the cover page was referring to?
I think there's a slight mistake on the action. I asked for just an update, but I think so the motion is to direct staff to identify additional funding sources for the repairs. That's not what's stated there, obviously, but.
The motion says to fund additional repairs.
No, I know.
Okay.
I meant to issue a correction, but it's just a motion to direct staff to identify funding sources for the repairs. I'm, again, not asking to fund those today, so apologies for the mistake
Okay,
there.
no, I mean, this motion's much more reasonable than the one on that, so I was asking. Okay. Commissioner Feltz.
I'm very familiar with this. That's kind of part of my family's heritage in Manatee County too, so I'd definitely like to see it preserved. It is a historic district over there, and I know this is an old building which takes a long time to rehab and get back into using conditions. We have the same situation out in Mayaca with our schoolhouse, that a building that was built 100 years ago with hand tools has not been completed with its rehabilitation and use right now, even though we've been putting money into it every year. So I definitely would be all for this, for searching for those funds. Maybe we have some nonprofit groups that will also assist with that, because it is part of our historic district in that area. We might want to be looking at the now county-owned property at the Seafood Shack and the boat ramps over there to incorporate that historical legacy, and while these repairs are being done, that it could still keep going with us on this. But we do need to start having some serious discussions on maintaining some of our historical architecture. We don't have that many historic districts preserved in Manatee County. I believe that most of the others are, like Manatee, Fogartyville is within a city district, so we have to work with the city too. So anything we could do on our part to set a good example of saving those things. And I was going to ask you, is the bow tie today, Tal, to match your motion?
You
Very
got
nice.
it. That was a little Easter egg there.
See, I got it, yeah.
Commissioner Ballard.
So I'm in agreement. Commissioner Siddiq, I was aware of some of the issues with the building, not quite to the extent of the problems, but I would like to identify funding sources and see it fixed. And Commissioner Feltz, I completely agree that we need to do a better job and have a more robust response when it comes to preserving our heritage, preserving our historic architecture, and making sure that as the county grows and changes, we don't forget who we are, where we've been, and how we got here. So I'm absolutely in favor of trying to find those funding sources and a larger discussion about historic preservation. I was actually just talking to a constituent about it over the weekend, and it was a really great discussion. So I'd love a further maybe workshop or just further discussion about it later. Thank you.
Did you have something else?
A couple of quick things I forgot to mention. First, I really appreciate the comments of support. It means a lot to the community and the district. But again, it's not a district-specific issue. It's really for the community. Two things I did forget to mention. One, the clerk's office has been working to, either has procured or is working, actually no, it has procured funding, state grants, which would be at risk if we're not able to, would not be, which, let me backtrack. The clerk's office has procured state funding for programming and some maintenance or restoration-related activities, not maintenance, restoration-related activities, which would be at risk they'd be at risk of losing if we don't move forward with repairs. So that's one other reason for the sense of urgency. The other thing is, I think, more of a broader question. The way the building is situated is underneath, because the flood damage actually occurred to the building, certainly through some of the roof intrusion, but because of obviously Helene and the storm surge, the water actually came out from underneath the floorboards. It's old wood, still looks pretty good, but there's a rough crawl space from which the water just came up and into the building. Now, the clerk's office does have some sump pumps. Actually, you're in, okay. Hey, if I get anything wrong, let me know. You can come up and say something. But there are some sump pumps which are intended to pump out some of that water, which unfortunately they failed. So it was something else we'd have to look into. But I think one thing I did want to bring up as more of a idea to discuss in the future around some of our historic sites, which we cannot lift because we just can't lift this building, is considering how can we leverage tiger dams or other similar solutions to protect some of these sites. Because, again, I'm not saying go all out with the aqua fence. If we need to, we have to. But I think you can't move this building. You can't lift it up. Perhaps one day it's just going to be gone if the wrong storm comes. But I think whether it's this building or other historic buildings, I think that is something I would like us to consider, because, I mean, that's our heritage and culture here. Where else is it going to go? But that's the other thing I just wanted to bring up, just the risk to some of the state grants if we don't move forward with repairs in a timely manner, and then just consideration of how we can leverage tiger dams or other technologies to preserve some of these buildings, not just Maritime Museum, but others as well, which would be at risk. Thank you.
All right, no one's on the board. I'll open this up to public comment. Anyone on the phones?
No hands are raised.
I'll close public comment. There's still nobody on the board. I have a motion by Commissioner Siddiq, seconded by Commissioner Ballard, to direct staff to identify funding sources for potential future repairs. You can cast your votes now. And it is approved 5-0 with Commissioners McCann and Bearden absent. That is the last of the items, with the exception of item number 39, I think it was, which will come back after lunch. It's 11:42. We'll come back early so we can get that done. So we'll come back at 1 p.m. for that item, as well as commissioner comments. See you there. Direction and indication. All right. All right, we are back for essentially one item at this point in time. It's item number 39. It's a commissioner agenda item that I put on. It's just discussing the reinstating the retail pet ban. This is something that I've advocated for since I was campaigning in 2020. And we got it through in 2021 with the help of Commissioner Whitmore leading the charge on that one. And then it was rescinded in 2023, unfortunately. I disagree with that reinstatement, the rescission. That's why it was a 6-1 vote. We have a new board now. This board is taking a look at past things that previous boards have done. That's why wetland buffers and impact fees and other items are all coming back to a head. And so a number of people in the public have all reached out. They've all been advocating for a reconsideration of this with a new, more thoughtful board that's listening to the public. I don't think anybody who was counting heads would not assume that the public was heavily in favor of this when it happened in the first place. And so, honestly, I put this on as discussion. I know Commissioner Sadiq, who's not here at the moment, but he should be here shortly, mentioned in one of his town halls there that he wasn't sure why I didn't just put this on as a vote. The reason I didn't put this on as a vote and put it on simply for discussion today is, one, I want to make sure we're following proper procedure. This is a big item. There's a lot of issues and complications with it, in part as a result of the state trying to preempt everybody every step of the way with some new bills that they've passed since the last time we moved this thing forward. And so I wanted to have an open discussion to see the will of the board, just to get a general sense of, is there going to be support for moving this forward, or at least attempting to move this forward? If there is, then we have an animal welfare task force that has Humane Society and NATES and other people on there that can give some guidance and thoughts to us, and we can have the county attorney write up a new ordinance. But I didn't want to subject the public and this board and our county attorney to something if there wasn't going to be the votes in favor of it. There are some other things we can do, but I'm hopeful that there's some board support on this. I know we passed an ordinance last fall that certainly gave some teeth to stuff that we've done in the past, and it's a good ordinance, it's a strong ordinance, and I don't think this is an either or. I think it's a both, because that ordinance was not about 3 pet stores. That ordinance was about breeders and about people who just take care of animals. It was a much broader thing. So that ordinance does not replace the retail pet ban that was previously in place. It's in addition to it. It gives further support to the animal welfare of Manatee County. So you all know where I stand, so it doesn't do me or you any good just continuing to talk about it. I believe this should be in place. I think it should be statewide. I think it should be nationwide. But you know, I am working at the state level as well. But I said last time, and I'm going to say this time, every municipality, every county, every city, every group that passes this gives a little bit more push to the state to start doing the will of the people. And there's a lot of counties and cities and municipalities that have passed this in the past. They've all withstood court case tests on this. They've all been sued. They've all won. Sarasota's passed it. Hillsborough's passed it. Pinellas effectively just shut down on any, well, not just, but 2 years ago, shut down any future stores going into their county. So other places are realizing the benefits of this for the sake of their animals and the sake of their community. So I fully support this. I'd like this to move forward, but again, I am opening this up for dialogue for this board and for the public to gauge interest. And if I believe the interest is here and we're going to have at least 4 votes, then we will certainly start that process for Manatee County once again. And I have 2 commissioners on the board. I have Commissioner Ron and Commissioner Bearden, so I'll start with you, Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. Yes, we did put in effect a ordinance which did add a great deal of teeth to our ability to go out and inspect, fine, close, seize pets that are being breeded improperly. We also now require in our ordinance a registration for all pet breeders in Manatee County that allows us to inspect. Basically, at any time, we can go into an operation that's breeding pets for sale, be it a retail operation or be it a mom and pop in their garage. We know that we had a very difficult case back when we were being sued. I believe Representative Beltran was representing at that time. Representative Beltran was representing Petland, and it was in a position to where we could stand to lose that case from what he explained to me. You know, we have this ordinance that I think does the job that we need to do. It's a very specific ordinance. It's one of the toughest in the state from what I understand. We have other counties that are coming to us now asking to basically plagiarize our ordinance, which is ordinance 24-92. Plus, if we ban the retail sale of pets, it's not going to stop the fighting dog breeder. It's not going to stop the backyard, the bathroom, the base or the garage, the bedroom breeders here in Manatee County. It's going to make them flourish. You're gonna see driving out, get your golden doodle from this lady or this operation or whatever, and those aren't currently being inspected. We had recently, and Director Brown can speak to this, we seized 25 dogs from a breeder, backyard breeder. They were in a shed. They were in such bad shape that we had to treat them. Some of them were almost ready to be put down, but our veterinarians at our shelter got them back in shape. It was so bad that we had to shave them all down. One of them had fish bones in their fur, and this was a backyard breeder. This doesn't stop. You retail, all they're going after is Petland and the folks from Pinellas at Puppies to shut them down. You're not going to stop a backyard breeder. And to shut down a viable business that's allowed to operate in Manatee County, what's the next one we shut down or the one we go after next? You will see that, for example, Petland of Bradenton has been in market here for 25 plus years. Operating, have had no issues from what I've understood. I walk in there regularly just to see what Director Brown's talking about. I go to Petlands. I've been to Puppies with her to make sure that the pets that are being sold there are getting the best. And our ordinance also covers cats. It covers every type of breeder in Manatee County that would allow us to make sure that we have humane treatment of our pets that are being breeded for sale. Doesn't matter if it's horses, pigs, cats, dogs, whatever. We broaden the scope of retail sales to protect all animals in Manatee County. And I believe that, doing a retail ban doesn't stop anybody from selling a pet, and they're going to sell them on the black market, sell them illegally, and we're putting retail businesses out of business that pay taxes, that do the right thing, that employ people in Manatee County. And, going through this process again, I believe is just a waste of time. We have good operations here in Manatee County. Are there bad characters throughout the state? I'm sure there are. But I believe the ones here in Manatee County, that the dog stores here are doing a good job. Like I said, I've been in all of them. They've stepped up all of them have stepped up their care for the dogs, humane care for the animals that they're selling. And I think our ordinance is a solid ordinance. It allows us to fine, it allows us to enforce, it allows us to seize, it allows us to shut them down, it requires registration. So what else do we want? What else do we want? I think this, where we're at today, I think our ordinance speaks for itself. And I stand by our ordinance, which is a solidly written ordinance, taken from other parts of the state, other ordinances. Actually, part of this was taken from Pinellas County, part of their ordinance. I think Director Brown and her staff does a great job in animal services, and they'll continue to do a great job. And this allows them to go out and do what they need to do to protect our pets, protect the ones that are being sold here in Manatee County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bearden.
No, I had some questions for Ms. Brown. If she could come up, I'm sure she might be able to help me here. And I want to talk more in regards to our ordinance that we have in place today. Now, our ordinance that we have currently, do we know, based on our ordinance, do we know where stores like Petland and other retail pet stores in the area, where they're specifically getting their puppies today?
Sarah Brown, Deputy Director, Community and Veteran Services. It is required that they have their sourcing information, that the pet stores do.
That's with anybody doing any type of breeding in this county?
Correct.
Okay. So here's my problem with this, because I think we're making a lot of decisions without properly vetting these specific locations that these particular animals are coming from, right? We're really just basing this off of he say, she say, and trying to make our decisions on this board, because this is a pretty, we're talking about shutting down a small business, period. A significant portion of their revenues come from selling these animals, all right? And they're doing everything legally. This is why I have an issue, and that's why I don't believe this is a local issue. This is more of a state or federal issue. And I think Commissioner Cruz would agree with me on that. But I think that what we need to do, if this is the case, if this is the direction that we want to go as a board, I think it's up to us to do personal vetting instead of just depending on a he say, she say, because who's to say that these particular, where they're getting their pets from, right, are doing the things that are maybe what we would consider inhumane? What if they are doing the proper things? What if they are doing everything right? None of us have not been to the locations personally to see whether or not they are doing things the right way or the wrong way. And so basing this decision on just what people are telling us, what research, we have no idea until we are physically there to see the actual conditions. Because what I don't want to do is punish a small business who is depending on their livelihood, who is trying to pay their bills, feed their family, do the proper things, right, as they believe or they're doing within the law, and shut them down. It would just be very difficult for me to do that without having to physically be there. And this is what I'm going to recommend. I'm going to recommend a couple of us commissioners, and I would probably say, you know, Commissioner Cruz and myself, go vet these places. Go vet these breeders and see for ourselves with our own eyes, right? Be at the actual locations to see if they are doing things legally or if they're doing things illegally, and make our own, you know, decision based on the facts, not based on what somebody is telling me, but based on what I actually see there with my own two eyes. And that's just the recommendation that I would make on this board today. Because if it is, well, then of course, I would agree. But if it's not, then I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt any small business in this town.
Fair enough. Commissioner Ballard.
So I know that Commissioner Cruz, you brought this up just to kind of get an idea for what all the board members were thinking as to whether it would be feasible to bring back a retail pet sale ban in Manatee County. I'm actually in agreement with Commissioner Ron. I believe that our ordinance 2492 really gets at the problems that we are trying to solve. I think it's an excellent ordinance. I think that it provides for exactly what we need to make sure that breeding is done responsibly in the county. I think that shutting down these legitimately running businesses that are highly regulated is not the way to go. I think it pushes things potentially further underground, and that we're not actually solving the problem that we're trying to solve. So I would not be in favor of reinstating a retail pet sales ban.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Phelps.
I totally, absolutely understand the business standpoint of this. The capitalism involved, that's what makes America great. But remember that these pet shops are marketing other things besides live animals. And I believe that the major question is the source of those animals. There's many breed associations, rescue breed associations, that if you want a Great Pyrenees or you want a Husky, there's breed rescues where you can go to purchase these. It's not always what you see in the store at that time. It's the long-term effects that a lot of these animals have. There's a lot of issues. I will never put myself off as a animal expert, but and I've mostly dealt with rescue horses, which are a whole different animal, of course. But I don't think that we have an opportunity, if these pet shops want to showcase animals that are from our shelters, animals that are from our local breeders, I don't think that you would have a problem with that. It's just that it has been, and this is why other counties have successfully had this ban, because they have found that there is a reason for it, and it's not just what you see at that store that day. A lot of these animals have later issues that if we had some way that we could, but you're returning, you can't return a sick animal. You have to still, somebody has to take care of it. We also get into the situation where we've addressed, I'm not really that crazy about Ordinance 2492. I think that it was written up hastily to placate, and our ability to actually execute some of the provisions of that order are a little poor at this point. Even if you go to the county's website and you go to the, I believe it's the breeder's website, it has questions in it like, what is the deadline to obtain the permit? While the deadline to obtain the permit has not yet been determined, Manatee County Animal Welfare staff is working patiently and diligently with both breeders and pet stores to help them meet compliance requirements voluntarily. So we've got like kind of a half-baked idea, all with the best of intentions. However, there's things about animal rescues that, and the selling, and it's all encompassing. Breeding, selling animals retail, rescuing animals. If any of you have been around, and I know some people on this board probably haven't, when we went through the Napier incident, there's fosters that are not really fosters as much as they become hoarding situations. A lot of people start off with the best of intentions, and then they get over their head. And there's a lot of levels of animal care that we may have different measurements of what good animal care is. I know with horses, there's people that get shut down because their animals don't have a stall. Okay, the Mustangs out west don't have stalls either, they live. If you've got a large breed dog, it's not going to really be happy in a concrete kennel. So there's a lot of facets of this that I so respect the American way and doing business, but we can't legislate morality. If somebody's going to do bad, they're going to do bad. But there has to be consequences to that. Otherwise, you make it easy for people to do the wrong thing and hard for them to do the right thing. So we have had other counties that have successfully argued this. We would love for our retail stores to showcase some of our animals from the shelter, to work with some of our breeders that rescue these breeds. And we're giving them an opportunity to do that. I think what we're really drilling down to is we'd like our pet stores with their retail efforts to, if there are truly animal lovers and dog lovers, and they're selling other things besides animals there. They've got, collars and leashes and toys and all of these kind of things, that there are pet stores that are being successful without selling live animals. And I think that there's just a way we could, I hate to see us have to take measures like a ban, but that is what has worked in other counties. And I think that it would give us an opportunity to come together with the breeders, rescues and rehabs. That's another thing, if you want to get into that. Rescues and rehabs, you could qualify as a rescue and never, ever take in or place an animal, but continue to hoard them. And that's the situation that we had at Napier's. They were fostering animals from 3 different counties and getting paid for it. And you're telling me that the guy that went and delivered 20 Chihuahuas from Hillsborough County didn't see that there were already 40 Chihuahuas there. So I think we have to have some balance here, but I think that we also have to listen to what our citizens that have really been into this for a while are saying. They're really, really willing to work things out. The breeders are not happy about Ordinance 2492. And I'll tell you one thing, you don't even know who is out there breeding. It's just like with the B&Bs when we talked about regulating them. People advertise all over the place, on Facebook Marketplace, on Nextdoor, on all kinds of things. You don't know how many breeders are actually out there. You don't know if they're quality ones or not quality ones. They're not going to voluntarily get a permit, which we haven't decided when we're going to do that because this is a little bit half-baked. But I think we need to respect the effort that our citizens have made to address this issue and the fervency of which they've pursued it. And we know that this has worked in other counties. We know that they could still make a profit, make a living by helping us out too. And they have a market plan that's worked for them in other areas where the ban has been instated. So for that reason, I am with Commissioner Cruz that I would like to see this changed, but I think we have a lot of work to do with our Ordinance 2492, and I'm hoping that our newly formed task force and perhaps our former Animal Service Citizens Advisory Group would come up with a way to self-regulate, because usually that's the people who know the ins and outs better than somebody sitting on the 9th floor, and what it takes to rescue and rehab an animal and keep it for life and pay for the medical bills. And it's not something you buy in the store like a bicycle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go back to, well, last things first. I support taking this to the Animal Welfare Task Force. I think, why have the board if we're not going to have their input? I think the only question I had was who's on the board. I don't recall us discussing that. I don't know if you know Sarah Brown. In terms of who, I mean, I don't want to single people out, but what are their backgrounds, industries, the makeup?
Sure.
Make sure it's
So,
fair.
Carol Whitmore is one of our members on the task force, but also the executive director for the Humane Society of Manatee. I am on the task force. One of the veterinarians from Nate's, also their executive director, is on the task force, along with Kate McFall from Humane Society of the United States, who is the Florida legislative director, and Cameron Moore from the University of Florida Shelter Medicine Program.
Okay. Now, not to be cheeky about it, but I don't see Petland on there or anyone representing the private industry. Now, I say that not because, and obviously I made public comment in my town hall saying I'd support the ban. I think, I'll admit I was a little bit too hasty on that. I think if you make a mistake, you should recognize it. Obviously, I think from any business, whether it's Petland or a backyard breeder, which I would not support, there's going to be pushback on the fairness and validity or of any findings that come out of it. So that's a challenge there, but still, let's just go through that. But I do think there's a bit of a disconnect between what I would imagine are the stated goals and objectives of that board and who's on it. I mean, whether it's LMAC and, I don't know, not having anyone representing the building industry on it or someone else. I think we should make sure there's some fairness in the boards. But that's neither here nor there. I'd still like to see that board be used in some capacity. But I just wanted to highlight there is some inequity on that board as well that might cause some consternation for us down the road. That's, anyways, all that to say, Senate Bill 170 only requires us, as I understand it, to ensure there's a business impact estimate is the wording. I want to make sure I get it right. Business impact estimate that would allow Manatee County to make the determination if it is defensible for us to have this ordinance. Have we done one? Do we have one? Or would that happen after we move forward with this, I suppose, is my question.
After.
Okay. I really wish we do before, but kind of seems a little backwards. Anyways.
To be fair, not to cut you off, but
no, it's fine.
There's lots of things we consider. If we were around doing economic impact studies on every conceivable thing that pops in our head, we'd spend all day long and every penny we have running economic impact analyses on literally every potential ordinance we ever could conceive of.
I mean,
Senate Bill 170, which was just a government overreach by the state, like everything else they do. basically said that they literally labeled it the preemption to end all preemptions is what they themselves called it. They admitted what it was when they said it. They were overruling everyone. I mean, there's things about coral dying in Key West that got preempted by these. But nonetheless, what it was if you pass an ordinance, then you run the economic test if you're challenged. So it's not by default you have to run it. It's just, it's a defensible thing for the sake of court, but you got to do the ordinance first. I mean, maybe you could do a coterminous, but that seems like that would be cost effective and time consuming just to run a quick analysis. I also don't know if we'd have the information at hand unless we were compelled to put something like that together.
Yeah, I think that's more of my critique of our process, I think. And I'll use my own as an example, right? I came up here and I said we need to have an ordinance on short-term vacation rentals, but I also admitted in the same vein, it's going to take a whole year. And we got 6-1 votes on it, and Commissioner Beard and we disagreed, but I think in principle, I wanted to make sure we brought, the Airbnb and brought VRBO and brought the realtors in and just had that conversation. And I think that's what we should be doing with this ordinance. I don't want this to be hasty like the last time because voters showed us what happens when we're hasty with ordinances. So I'm just a little bit concerned with the task force not having the right makeup. But again, I think before we have this ordinance, I do think we need to have some kind of a workshop on this that we can invite Petland, the business, and private businesses and more to really have their fair day, not in court really, but in front of the board. I would agree we should definitely tour those facilities. I think, why not? I mean, when the Palmetto shelter issue came up, and our animal welfare community is very passionate about their issues. Sarah, I literally toured it the day before the meeting, and that kind of messed up our whole day. But I said, well, let's go to Palmetto shelter and let's just figure out what the heck's going on here. And I appreciate the opportunity, and so I'd like to just do the same thing here because I've got quite a few in my district that border districts 3 and 4. So I haven't done that, and I don't want to make a decision on an ordinance before I do that. So anyways, that's just a task. This is a discussion, not an ordinance or a motion to do it. But I'll do that. Have we done any kind of, the other question I have here is, since we passed the ordinance, has there been any, do we have any data? Do we have any information about how that went? Like, do we have, obviously I see in the statement here, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, perhaps you can answer, but you obviously mentioned that certainly the shelters reached and at times exceeded capacity. So I understand one of the problems there is certainly capacity, which I know we're working to address with the Welfare Center. We're looking to stand up. But what, if any, impact analysis, anything have we done to figure out whether that ordinance worked, the new one that the last board implemented?
So that was just passed in October, so that's why the time is still trying to roll it out and give breeders and everybody the opportunity to comply, to get their registrations in. Officers have been going out, meeting with breeders, getting them registered, been doing inspections, giving people some time, giving them advice on how to get them up to compliance if they are not. So it's so new to be able to give data is not appropriate at this time. I'd love to give just a little bit of clarification, though, on the task force. So when we developed the task force, it was not specifically to talk about the retail pet ban or anything of that sort. It's to look at Manatee County as a whole and holistically, and why we brought Kate in, because she has that Florida big picture look, and Cameron Moore has a national look of animal welfare and sheltering. So it's really to look at our Manatee County and the homeless pet population and what are our biggest issues. So that's really what is driving that task force. So seeing, are we having big outbreaks of parvo? Okay, what can we do as a task force together to address those issues of parvo? Is it doing vaccine clinics in a certain area? We did chart last year, there was a pretty decent amount in one secluded area. So now we're really focusing on doing these free vaccine clinics to get people, get their pets healthy. So it's really looking at that as a big picture. We certainly can expand it if that is the direction of the board and that what is something you would like to see. We can look at different items such as this, but just so you kind of got a feel for that. Also, when this retail ban came forward before, it was through the county attorney's office and was going to be enforced through code enforcement. I just get linked to everything that has the word pet next to it, so that's kind of where I'm coming into play with this.
Yeah, we like giving code enforcement a lot to do. We get that vacation rental thing, and they're going to hate me. So, yeah, they will, as will everyone in Manatee County. But it is what it is. I don't do this job because people have to like me or not. So, if there's a willingness because now we're considering pet bans as something that the task force should address. I want to make sure we're not having, we limit government overreach. We make sure that the private sector has that input, and I don't want to say private sector, but Petland, anyone else that's interested, you have the opportunity. We're opening the door. If you choose not to go in, that's on you. But I want to make sure we have that opportunity, and I think because we will get pushback on why the task force doesn't have someone, from those areas represented, just as an FYI. But if there's no board support for that, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily a strong yes on this one in terms of implementing the ordinance until we have more of that input, the workshop process, and more. I don't want to be hasty on this, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple other items to state. To Commissioner Feltz's comment, I can tell you that Director Brown and I worked on this ordinance well over a year before you were elected and came on the board. So this ordinance was, worked on, vetted, vetted by some of our citizens before we brought it forward, that are we're on the side of the retail pet sale. Also, currently, no backyard breeder is inspected by the USDA, state of Florida, or Manatee County, unlike Petland and Puppies are. They have inspections going on all the time. And they do have to state where their animals are coming from. They do have to state where the breeders are at when you go to buy a dog there. And if somebody wants to spend $5,000 for a golden doodle at Petland or Puppies, that's well within their right. I'm sure those folks do a lot of due diligence on making sure they're getting the best animal available to them. So the current local breeders that are in their garage or bathroom or bedroom or shed or whatever aren't following the same inspection requirements that are currently having to be followed by our retail pet sale individuals. With regards to your comment on the sale of other items, a Petland or a Puppies can't compete with the big retail super shops, because that's what they do nationally. These guys are local businesses that deal locally. They'd never be able to compete with some type of retail giant pet superstore that sells everything from crickets for snakes to pet food to everything. So, but I think that our ordinance, to Director Brown's credit, does what it needs to do. It does address it. We only enacted it in October. She is out there. Her guys are out there guys and gals are out there on the streets, following up on the sign that says, "Buy your golden doodle from me." They're picking up that. They're finding out who that individual is. They're going out there and saying, "You are going to register, or you will not be doing this in Manatee County anymore." So the enforcement is there. The teeth is there. We can take these people to court. We can shut them down. We can fine them. So that aren't playing by the rules. I can tell you that the shops here in town that are licensed breeder, licensed retail pet sale, are playing by the rules. Director Brown can speak to that if she'd like to. That's up to her. But I think our ordinance has a lot of teeth. It's a great ordinance, and we should stand by it, let it work, let it do its thing. And if for some reason it doesn't, then we always can come back at another time and revisit. But I think this ordinance is a great ordinance. And to Director Brown's credit, I thank her very much for putting it together. And I think the citizens that reviewed it and critiqued it and gave it back to her, and then when she brought it forward last year, that's why it passed. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And just a fact check, the mom and pop Petland currently has 131 stores and operates in 64 countries.
They're all franchised.
And I'm assuming all the other big stores are also franchised too. I don't think PetSmart owns every single one of their stores. That's neither here nor there. I do want to make sure the public has an opportunity. I have a few people on the board that have all spoken. I would like to get some public input, because I think we're just going to start regurgitating the same information over and over again in response to that. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Beard and Feltz, is there something you want to say prior to the public?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, then go ahead.
There's some things I want to say.
Go ahead.
I mean, I'm mainly concerned about Manatee County and what's happening in Manatee County, not what's happening across the world, right? I don't get paid enough, nor do I want to be involved in what's going on in this world right now, as far as the decisions that are being made here in Manatee County. That being said, we have to ask ourselves the question. Every board member on this board has to ask himself this question. is this government overreach? You know, is this protecting liberty? Because here's the thing. What is liberty? Liberty is simply freedom with morality. So, if they are doing something inhumane, then I would say, okay, we need to step in, right? Because then we wouldn't be protecting liberty. But if they are doing everything correct, which every one of us on this board has a duty, and you guys have heard me say this, and it is in the Florida statute, 112, that we have to protect the Constitution. Okay? And that includes protecting liberty. Liberty is freedom with morality. So if they are doing something and they're doing everything right, okay, if they're doing everything right, we have an obligation as board members to do that. Now, if there's something that they're doing wrong that's inhumane, okay, then it's our duty to step in place and make sure that we hold people accountable. Okay? I don't want to be a government that dictates what type of animal a person gets. I don't want to start that up here, right? I think everybody should have the freedom. If they want a fish, buy a fish. If they want a potbelly pig, they should be able to buy a potbelly pig. If they want a labradoodle, they should have the opportunity to purchase a labradoodle or a shih tzu or whatever it might be, or one of our adopted dogs. I don't want to be a government up here to dictate what type of animal a person should have. And I don't think you would want us to dictate, those that may oppose this, what type of animal you should have. So we need to be a level playing field. We don't need to act hastily, as I agree with Commissioner Sadiq on this. We need to approach this in a way that is fair to all parties across the board. That's all I ask for this board, because, like I said, I do not want to start doing something that could potentially be government overreach moving forward. And I just don't want to start that train as we begin this. So I want us to look at all parties and ensure we do our own vetting process. I mean, Commissioner Cruz, I would open that up for you, you know, and myself and maybe another commissioner to say, hey, that way we can vet it all and it can be fair across the board. And that's all I ask. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Feltz?
First off, regarding the question Commissioner Sadiq asked about the task force, we had a Citizens Advisory Committee on Animal Services. When we had that committee, there were different seats for different, you were concerned about having our retail pet sailors at the table. When we had a Citizens Advisory Committee on our animal services, there were various seats. A person that ran a rescue, I think we had a veterinarian on it. Now, a task force is a little bit different. That usually they are formed to attain an objective, okay? So we assembled a task force, and this is a little bit about what we're trying to go into with a lot of our where we want to get our citizens involved in helping us to find a solution to some dilemmas. Our task force was put together. I'm sure you have a criteria for who you put on this group and why you brought them into this group. And usually with a task force, one of the differences why we were moving to task force versus our citizens advisory committees was because the citizens advisory committees were under sunshine laws. So it was very hard to get together and formulate an objective and achieve an objective when you can't talk to each other. So our task force was kind of a cool idea. Again, we didn't really was kind of a, we're sprouting these as we go along. And maybe there wasn't enough input to indeed include one of our retail pet stores on our task force. The difference is that an objective. So this task force objective, you could form a task force, have them form to reach an objective, and then start a new task force, because you might need a different makeup of people on that task force. Whereas the Animal Services Citizens Advisory Group was specific seats for ongoing involvement in that area. I think what we're concerned about is not what we're selling, but where the source is of those animals. And maybe that's a compromise. And like I said, there's a lot of animals out there that if you want to sell Yorkies, we have local breeders of Yorkies. We have local rescue breeds of Yorkies. So I think what we're talking about is where these animals come from. And there's a lot of things in, I don't know if, you know, we talk about disease and things like that. I think we've dealt with parvo a lot, both in our kennels and with our breeders and with our pet stores. Now we're dealing with pythosis. Have you ever heard of that? That affects, that's from bad water. So, and you have to realize when you transport over state lines with horses, you have to stop at the inspection station and have an inspection before you cross state lines. We don't have that with this. They're just brought in and there's no inspection at the state line. So what we're really talking about is the source of these animals. Another thing that is kind of it's a way that we've tried to attack an issue, but it's got its flaws too. I don't think that liberty is a kind of iffy issue when we have an ordinance that allows entry and confiscation without a warrant on our ordinance 2492. Got a little problem with liberty there because, you know, that could be done with, we haven't established anything in here to justify that with having a warrant. It also states that residents must follow all applicable federal breeding laws. There are no applicable federal breeding laws. There's a lot of work to do. And I think what we might want to really focus on, it's not that they're selling dogs. It's, and Petland, Petco, Puppies R Us, whatever it is, they're franchises. They all have a certain standards that they have, and there's some that are successful. Remember again that other counties have banned that. Maybe that's not what we want to do here. Maybe we could come up with something even better. It's not that you're selling puppies, it's where your puppies come from. And a lot of times we come up with some silly laws that kind of serve a purpose and kind of don't. We have laws to require your horses to have a Coggins test, and a Coggins is also used as a proof of ownership. But you know how good it is? The minute that blood is drawn, a mosquito could land on your horse and infect him. Are we doing our best? Yes, we are. And that's to ward against the equine infectious anemia. So maybe we do need to think a little bit longer about exactly what we're trying to accomplish. And it's not, I think we're really having to deal with the source. And if you want to sell a dog that's born and bred in Florida or around the corner or something like that, maybe that's a great compromise for us. I think what our big issue is that we kind of want the animals to have, we shouldn't be shipping dogs from point A to point B. There's a lot of to be said when we've done rescues during Hurricane Andrew, and going down to Miami, and a lot of people didn't get their animals back because there's situations where there are no facilities for the animals. So the animals had to be taken to other states and other places that had shelter for them. But we specifically ran those animals through a placement where they could find their original owners. And that's a lot of things that happened during those things. But most of our best work is all done when we self-regulate. So maybe we could center the conversation more about the source of the animals. Because our ordinance that we have here does a pretty good job of I don't know where we're going to get the people that are going to go out and inspect. And even on our website right now, it says, what is the deadline? I mean, this is just kind of empty right now. What's the deadline to obtain the permit? We don't know. So how are we even, how have we even inspected a single pet store or breeder under this ordinance when our ordinance doesn't have any data for us to get those permits out there? So I'd like to just suggest that we take our task force, and we also need to regroup on that Citizens Advisory Committee as well, because they're two different things. And I think what we're addressing really is the source. And I think that it would be a good compromise to say, you could sell puppies, you could sell kittens, but they need to be locally sourced. Just like a lot of things, it's better to locally source it.
Pam, is there something you needed to say before I go to public comment?
It's not a need, Commissioner, but I was just going to clarify some information regarding the discussion of the Senate Bill 170.
Go ahead.
So Senate Bill 170 was codified as Florida Statute 125.66. And based on the revisions to that, give me 1 second, I just had it open. The business impact estimate does need to be prepared before the enactment of the proposed ordinance and brought before
Before the enactment, but you
Correct.
still vote on writing the ordinance and moving it forward, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
but I just want to make sure everyone understood that, because I was confused based on the discussion of the board. I thought maybe you thought that the business impact came after the implementation and the effective date of the ordinance, but it does need to come beforehand. Thank you.
Okay. I am now going to open this up to public comment. I have 10 people on the board, so I'm going to call you first, and then I'll open up to anyone who's not on the board, and then we will open it up to phone comments. So Krista Martin is first.
Kristen Martin, Manatee County. I stand before you to advocate for the reinstatement of the retail pet sale ban in our community, a measure that is crucial for the well-being of the millions of innocent animals born into this situation and the integrity of our community. I've lived in Manatee County for 11 years. I've spent the last 10 years hands-on in dog rescue, so real experiences. I spoke before the board in April of 2019 advocating for the ban, and that ban was ultimately passed. Yet, despite overwhelming evidence of the harm caused by retail pet sales, it was repealed by the incoming board. And to your point, Commissioner Feltz, yes, it is primarily, mostly for me, about the source. Let's be clear, this isn't about stopping legitimate businesses. This is about shutting down a pipeline of cruelty. Puppy mills and backyard breeders exist because there is a market, only because there is a market. And in general, retail pet stores create that market by selling sick, inbred, and neglected animals at outrageous prices. I have personally cared for several dogs rescued from large-scale operations such as these, and I have seen what this industry does. Recently, there was an incident with over 200 doodle-type dogs that were found living in filth, suffering, and neglected, and my simple math tells me that they likely produced thousands of puppies. At an average price, and again, this is just average from Google, of $2,000 per dog, if they only produced 1,000 puppies, that's $2 million in profit, built on suffering. And this is not an isolated case. These mills are everywhere, mass-producing animals with zero regard for their well-being. This is not okay. We can't allow it to be okay. We have a responsibility to stop it. And the only way you shut down these operations is to cut off the demand. If pet stores can't sell these dogs, these puppy mill type dogs, the cycle slows and the mills shut down. The solution is clear, and the power to enforce it lies with you in putting forth a ban for that. Having personally taken care of hundreds of rescue dogs over the years and seeing the worst of what humanity has done to these animals in the sake of money is just heartbreaking. And supporting the rescue world that have all taken one too many heartaches in the name of saving these animals and picking up after humans that have let them down. It's a passion of mine, and I will pursue it to my last breath. In conclusion, reinstating the pet sale ban is not just a matter of policy, but it's a reflection of who we are as a community. It promotes humane treatment, protects consumers, and upholds our ethical standards. I urge every one of you to consider the positive impact this ban will have on these animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Brittany Crawford.
Brittany Crawford, Manatee County. Hi, I'm Brittany Crawford. I'm the general manager of Petland, Sarasota. For nearly 15 years, Petland has been more than just a job to me, it's been my passion. I care deeply for these animals, where they come from, and to the loving homes that they find. For over a decade, I've personally visited kennels, ensuring that our puppies are coming from responsible, ethical breeders. But it's more than just an oversight, it's about continuous improvement. We bring our staff and veterinarians along so they can see firsthand how breeders operate and help them elevate their standards. Transparency and accountability are at the heart of what we do. We only work with USDA licensed breeders who meet strict requirements. If a breeder has had any violations in the last 2 years, we don't work with them. And we don't just say that, we prove it. Every customer receives their puppy's breeder inspection report, ensuring full transparency. Beyond that, we believe so strongly in Purdue University's Canine Care Certified program that we don't just encourage our breeders to get certified, we actively help them. This is the only national program that sets rigorous standards for both the physical and behavioral well-being of breeding dogs and their puppies, and every year we push more breeders to join. Our goal is to source exclusively from CCC certified breeders in the future. But our commitment doesn't stop with puppies. We also support the responsible retirement and rehoming of breeding dogs. We've taken in retired adults from breeders, bringing them into our store and finding them loving homes. We believe in this so much that we cover the costs of their spay, neuter, and veterinary care to ensure that they get the best possible start in their new lives. We also invest in Orthopedic Foundation of Animals, our OFA clinics, where licensed veterinarians screen breeding dogs for genetic conditions before they ever produce a litter. In just 2 years, we've helped certify around 600 dogs, covering part of the cost to encourage participation. This ensures healthier puppies and peace of mind for families who choose to bring a puppy home. As we discuss the future of pet stores in Manatee County, I ask you to consider the bigger picture. Closing responsible pet stores doesn't stop people from wanting a puppy. It just forces them into the hands of unregulated breeders and online scammers, where there are no consumer protections and no oversight. When a customer buys a puppy from a licensed pet store, 2 things happen. 1, the breeder is required to be inspected by the USDA and often the state. 2, the customer gets legal protections, giving them recourse if something does go wrong. Without pet stores, those safeguards disappear, the oversight we provide vanishes, and the real puppy mills, unregulated and unchecked, will thrive. I urge you to think about what's truly best for these animals and the families who love them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dan, you're up.
Hey guys, how you doing today? I know that when I'm done speaking, the commissioners have the right to ask questions. I know when I'm done speaking, the commissioners have the right to ask questions, and I'm praying that they do. This all started a year ago with a landslide of false accusations fed to both the board as well as the media. From the beginning, we found ourselves on opposing sides, and that was truly a shame and still is. On several occasions, I have pleaded with the board to offer us the opportunity to be heard, to disprove the claims being made. As mentioned before, we're probably the only pet shop in the state of Florida that has actually had one of the most respected people in the animal welfare industry in the state come out and visit with some of our breeders. But it wasn't just her. It was board members, it was her veterinarian staff, it was volunteers and paid staff from that shelter. And they all went and came back and reported to the media that they're not puppy mills. And now I'm gonna ad-lib a little bit because some of the things that you guys have said, and I'm sorry that I'm speaking so fast, but I'm under a time clock. So there isn't even one documented pet shop that was stopped from selling puppies that didn't go out of business. They all go out of business. It's the only thing that we do sell is puppies because all our focus is on puppies. In reference to the prices being high, they are actually high. The reason that they're high is the level of care they get. Our veterinarian, our babies represent 100% of that veterinarian's practice. Our babies are the only client my vet has. So the level of care they get is second to none. The socialization program that we have at our shop far exceeds anything that you'll find in any shelter, probably within 100 miles of where we're standing here right now. In reference to seeing our breeders, you're all invited. Let me know when. I have no problems with it at all. You can do it through Zoom, you can do it in person, although I prefer it in person so you can see it and feel it and touch it and play with it and see what's actually going on. I'm only asking that the board comes together and hears us, that we work together as a community to find out what really is going on. We also have been promoting the canine care certification from Purdue University since its inception, and it's headed towards another certification by Purdue University towards the pet shops. It'll be very, very similar. It's a game changer. You know, the people that are behind me, their passions are real. They're not bad people. What they're saying is true. But here's the thing, we already have proof. They've banned states. They banned California, and when they did, it flourished with the puppy mills. The puppy mills are actually flourishing in California. You don't need to believe me, just Google puppies for sale in California, and you're gonna get 30 or 40 pages of puppies for sale on the internet. Those are puppy mills without regulation, without oversight of any kind. I'm asking you guys to hear us. I'm asking you guys to hear them. I'm asking us to come together and talk. In reference to the task force you mentioned, it is 100% one-sided. And then I'm gonna finish with Sarah Brown. Sarah Brown and I have bumped heads several times, but ask her if I've been transparent with her. Ask her if I've always gone to her and said, Sarah, talk to me, what can we do? She's actually brilliant. She knows where I come from. She knows the people that have gone and seen my breeders. She knows what she's doing. And in reference to the regulation that just came out, it needs work. It's a baby that just got born, and it's in the right direction. It won't go in the right direction if it's on a one-sided task force. But as a community, it could change the industry. That's what's happening in Pinellas County. You should look around. Sorry I went over time, and thank you so much for all your hard work and efforts, guys.
Thank you, Dan. Dana Dieter.
Good afternoon, guys. Dana Dieter, Pasco County. I have been in the pet industry for over a decade. I have spent the last 5 years with Sunshine Puppies. The level and care and determination that Dan has towards his babies is absolutely amazing. He's constantly coming up with new ideas and protocols to make his babies' lives better. I have seen him work with animal welfare groups and welcome them into his locations for tours. He has worked closely with so many groups, including animal control. He has participated in the roundtables at the City of Largo. Dan has established an enrichment program with an animal behavioralist that has far exceeded the programs found in most shelters. That's including Manatee County shelters. Dan is proud to say that he has one of the most respected animal welfare advocates in the state of Florida. Their board members, their veterinarian teams, volunteers, paid staff visit all his breeders to discover that they are not puppy mills. I would never work for an organization that didn't care about their babies. I would never work for an organization that came close to Dan's passion. ABC 7 News falsely reported several claims. Non-compliance with Manatee floor regulations, false. Sick dogs that were unresponsive, false. Dogs laying in their own urine, false. No beds in the baby's housing, false. 300 to 400 protesters, false. All these claims are easily verifiable with a little bit of effort. The protesters and their actions come from the exact same group of individuals that have approached and harassed county by county, and we know that the board is well aware of these tactics and that they don't even represent 1% of our citizens. If they did represent Manatee County, then they would clearly go out of business. We're not asking you to ignore all the false claims. We're only asking you to give us a chance to work with you and show actual evidence that the claims are false. We are asking this respected board to really know the facts before closing down a family-owned and operated business in Manatee County. a place I call home, we call home. I'm here as a citizen, as an animal lover, as an employee with a wonderful job, and I love what I do. Asking the board to do the right thing to understand that the news media reports based on ratings. I'm sure you'll never see a report on the enrichment program Dan hasn't launched. I'm sure no one will ever cover the stories on the care that we take for the babies, the playtime and more enrichment program than any other shelter. Dogs only get walks for 5 minutes, maybe once a day. That kind of reporting doesn't raise millions of dollars for animal shelters. That kind of reporting doesn't get the best ratings. But the Board of Commissioners and the City of Manatee County are held at a much higher standard. If you do your research, sorry guys.
Tom De Silva?
Tom De Silva, Sarasota County. I asked the commissioners to put a ban on the retail sales of puppies, kittens, and other animals in this county. It is a responsible, smart, and more evolved thing to do because not a single living being deserves to be turned into a product to be sold at a store. Well, the counties and states have already understood this and stopped stores from using little lives as a commodity, as a product. All these pet stores won't have to be shut down and be stopped from existing. These stores just need to stop selling little lives on their shelves. It is beyond hurtful and senseless to have healthy domestic animals being put to death in alarming numbers at the animal shelters of this county, while pet stores like Petland just keep bringing more and more to be sold like a product. A product, many people buy it, use it, and discard it when it doesn't work good for them anymore. Responsible and caring, and truly caring people that love a specific breed of dogs or cats will never buy from a store, online sale, or puppy mill. They will seek a breeder that loves the breed and breeds them out of love, not for a careless profit. Many others, even more caring people, will open their hearts to adopt a domestic animal that was sent to an animal shelter or rescue place. Please understand that a ban on the retail sales of domestic animals is a necessity, wise, and a must. And you are not shutting down a business. Please follow the example of other counties and states and let us evolve and stop, or at least minimize the sufferings we create on the lives of animals without a right of a choice. Again, it's not about closing a business, it's about the animals' lives. I mean, we're treating them like a product. They don't have a choice. Petland can be selling animals right and left, and a lot of people have a distance to want to buy, but they don't take a good care sometimes. And what we see is like an explosion. You talk about caring for Manatee, but why can't the animals be bred for here? Why they can have animals from other places? You know what I mean? There's got to be other options. And stopping, putting the ban, it helps. I mean, they can survive. They don't need to be selling none of the animals, Like I said, animals are not a product. We should have recognized that in this day and age. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Austin?
I'm a retired Army military veteran who has served my country proudly. Here today to ask the Board of Commissioners to genuinely hear our plea. I say this with the utmost belief in our country's system of government and the justice that surrounds it. To date, the board has heard 3-minute windows from our side while a landslide of false statements and impactful propaganda that has overwhelmed the board. I respect your reactions because they are exactly what the activists are triggering from you. What I ask for you to recognize is that this comes from a very well-oiled machine that is a fundraising platform for the animal rights groups. We are here to ask you to blindly disbelieve their statements. We're asking you to hear us when we say that we want to transparently work with the Board of Commissioners to develop the best platform that represents all of our babies' needs. The level of care and attention that our babies receive is genuinely second to none, and we recognize that in our industry, there will always be slanderous statements coming from very passionate people.
but they are not the majority. The majority of constituents in our community support what we do and our desire to always improve. What we're asking from the board is their guidance and leadership and the opportunity to move forward as a community for the betterment of all, and not the satisfaction of a very small group that continuously beats their drum. If any of the board members were to inquire with animal control on our company's position of transparency and willingness to work together, we already know that the response would be one of an open door. Many of the animal control officers know the validity of things that we've accomplished, both in this community as well as the surrounding communities. We understand that support from them would put animal control officers in a difficult position, trying to defend our ability and willingness to do the right thing. I can't stress it enough how badly we want to openly cooperate and work with the board. We realize that the path forward is a difficult one for the board due to the pressure of supporting animal rights groups. The alternative is to shut down a family-owned and operated business in our community that has not only proven that they do not source from puppy mills, but has publicly demonstrated a desire to work with its community leaders. It would bring us one step closer to California, where the largest puppy black market was created by their ban. There is so much we can accomplish together, including the work with Manatee County Animal Control to improve the conditions for their babies. As these board meetings, we have heard much from the public regarding the conditions of the dogs in the shelter and would love to offer our help. Please consider the formation of a roundtable that will conclude all the commissioners as well as animal control, where we can learn from them and each other and find a path forward. We're humbly asking that all of us put down our swords and come together for the better of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Stacy.
Good afternoon. Stacy Mazza-Gilkison, resident Manatee County and business owner. I just want to thank you for bringing this up, Commissioner Cruz, again. Just a couple points. The ordinance that you were, Commissioner Ron brought up, I believe it was 2042 that you passed, which is a great start, needs work, but it talks about regulating locally. And Commissioner Feltz, you brought up the perfect point. It's not about locally, it's about where the puppy stores are getting their puppies. It's not locally. You, Commissioner Bearden, you said you would like to see them. I would love for you to see them. Please fly to Missouri, Iowa, North Carolina. There's a paper trail exactly where they're buying their puppies. So yes, that would be great if you could go visit those places. And I can almost guarantee they're puppy mills. Why? Because reputable breeders do not sell to pet stores. Reputable breeders always, they know who their puppies are going to. They almost interview the person purchasing their puppies because they care for their puppies. They also have breed-specific health tests that they can prove. And I lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. They do not overbreed, and a lot of these fad colors that you see at the pet stores, that's from overbreeding. Reputable breeders do not overbreed. You will not find these fad colors. So these pet stores are purchasing their puppies from commercial dog breeding facilities that are not regulated properly. Someone else brought up that they're regulated by the USDA. Well, the USDA only inspects licensed breeders every couple of years. You can look it up on the website. They do not even do follow-up inspections, even with issues. And the majority of the time, so they don't have to go back, supposedly, it's written up as a teachable moment. So if these dogs do not even have any water, they're like, okay, you need to have water for the dog. That's a teachable moment. We don't have to write it down. We don't have to come back. That's the USDA. They are so understaffed, and it's only going to get worse, as we know. That's happening. This is who's regulating these puppies, these puppy mills. And that's where these stores are buying their puppies. And so Commissioner Bearden, as a business owner, totally understand. We don't want to regulate our businesses. And we're not trying to shut the pet stores down. We are not trying to get anyone fired. We're just trying to change their business model. And they could, changing their business model, they can do some really neat programs to become an asset to our community instead of contributing to the overpopulation of the homeless pets that we have. And we all know it's a huge problem. I am opposed to spending my tax dollars in Manatee County to house and then kill these animals at the shelters while these pet stores continue to support the mass production of puppies. We should not be supporting this cruelty. We need to join the over 70 municipalities in rejecting this, 70 Florida municipalities in rejecting this cruelty. If Manatee County wants to reduce the cost to the public of sheltering animals and encouraging best practices in the breeding and purchasing of dogs, then an ordinance should be passed to prohibit the sale of puppies and small animals in pet stores. So thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for bringing this up, and I hope that you really do follow the paper trail. Kate at Humane Society of the United States has almost a book of exactly where these puppies are coming from, and I hope that you follow that.
Thank you. Laura Weiss.
Laura Weiss, Manatee County resident. I'm not a good public speaker, and I'm not really comfortable usually, but I'm very passionate about puppy sales because I do know about puppy mills. I've checked out different sources. I go to all these pet stores, and I always check out how the pets are being treated. As far as paper trail, Mr. Bearden, I have a whole 150 pages of paper trail of where these puppies came from. Yes, they did come from puppy mills. It's all here. We've given it to the board before, so that's why I didn't submit it, but I have it if you wanted it. Mostly, a lot of my points here have been said already by my colleagues here, that we don't want to shut Petland down. We don't want to shut down anybody. We don't want to take jobs away. We just want them to change their business model. And other places have been doing fine selling their supplies and food and all that. They're doing good. As a matter of fact, we had a protest this weekend. We just wanted to raise awareness, and the Petland employees came driving by in their car and threw water at us. That was really mature of them. And so, I mean, basically, I really enjoyed what Carol Ann had to say about, she really hit so many points that I was very impressed. But basically, why don't we just have the puppies that are in the shelters go to the pet stores and whatever, and showcase their dogs there? That would work perfectly. And we went, actually, one of my friends here, she started a change.org, and we have over 500 Manatee County constituents that are also on board with not supporting puppy mills, because that's what Manatee County is doing. We're supporting these puppy mills from all over the place. We're allowing all these places to come bust their dogs in here so we can buy them. When we've got enough dogs of our own, there are plenty of organizations that sell designer dogs. You can get your designer dogs there, and there's just no reason for us to be supporting these other places. Again, I have it right here, paper trail of where those puppies came from. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Laura.
Oh, sure.
Anyone else in the audience who wanted to speak? You said you wanted to go last. You're on my list. Does somebody call you? What? Who? Yeah, but she asked to speak last. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever. Who's ever fastest.
I thought
thought I had signed up, but, okay.
It's all right. You're still here. We'll let you go.
Okay. My name is Veronica DiMaggio. 6 months ago, I went into a store on Cortez that had a big puppy sign out front, known as Sunshine Puppies. What I experienced inside confirmed my fears that the puppies were not in a healthy environment. Wire crates on top of each other with tiny holes that small puppy paws could poke through. I saw listless puppies, I saw matted puppies, I saw large puppies in kennels with not enough room to stand. The strong smell of urine was overpowering. Signs on kennels with prices in the thousands, some marked down on sale. Financing signs all over the walls and the windows confirmed to me that this was all about money and not one thing to do with these puppies finding a good home or their well-being. I filed a complaint with Manatee County Animal Services, and they told me that they had already been fined for the cages and that they were supposed to be changed. They let me know they would investigate again. I had taken photos inside to confirm to others what was indeed going on inside this pet store. I posted these photos in the Bradenton Facebook page and was overwhelmed by the response of our Manatee community. The posting was recognized by thousands, and many residents were angry and confused. How was this allowed? Some had thought a ban had been put in place a while ago that banned pet stores selling dogs. I decided at that point something needed to be done to get the word out. Protests were arranged, and the community showed amazing support as well as media coverage. We have protested at every pet store in Manatee County that are selling dogs. After speaking with some of the buyers of these puppies who were unhappy, I noticed that the breeders were all out of state and in areas that are well known for puppy mills, Kansas and Missouri. The puppies are sent here by a pet transport service, and one buyer told me her puppy had been at 5 different locations prior to her getting this pup at a young age. This is a well-known practice from pups coming from the mills, with some pups not surviving the transport. These puppies are not from respectable breeders in Florida who cared for the parents of the pups. No respectable breeder allows their puppies to be sold in a pet store. That is a fairy tale the pet stores will tell you. Another buyer said that their pup was not even the breed that was advertised after doing DNA testing, and they ended up paying an additional $1,000 in financing fees. The deceptive predatory financing practices are another huge part of the story of selling puppies from mills. The puppies are purchased for hundreds of dollars, but are sold for up to $7,000 at these stores. Some buyers will then bring these pups when they're older, and this adds to the huge overpopulation of the dogs in our community. Some will end up at our shelters. The Manatee County shelter should be where we are supporting to get dogs adopted. Some have been there their whole lives. Many are there for years. Instead of bowing down to greed and deception with the threat of a lawsuit, let's stand up to what is right and reinstate the ban. We will then join the 70 other counties in Florida that have done so, along with 8 states that have completely banned pet retail sales as well. Thank you for giving this consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
I'm not sworn in.
You don't have to be sworn
Okay.
in here.
My name is Margarita Fazioli, Manatee County for 35 years. As of this morning, Humane Society website says that there are no open appointments for spay neutering in February. As of this morning, the next appointment available at the Animal Rescue Coalition for spay and neutering are 3 spots for dogs in February. I am not here to urge the closing of businesses. I am here to support the ban on retail sales. There are very profitable businesses that do not sell dogs. There are some chain stores and some great mom and pop stores. Years ago, I purchased a dog before I was educated. It included a free vet visit. I took the dog to the vet, and the vet examined the dog and handed me a bottle of antibiotics. She told me that the dog did not bark due to severe case of kennel cough. The pup nearly died. I urge Manatee County to do what we can. Reinstate the ban on retail pet sales. I urge Manatee County to stay on course for a much-needed new shelter. I urge Manatee County and to consider licensing or purchasing a spay-neuter mobile unit like ARC did, Animal Rescue Coalition. I've seen one dog adopted at the Palmetto shelter location and many more brought in by the county. Thank you goes to the courageous and hardworking animal welfare employees at the Palmetto and Bishop that is our already overcrowded shelter that is in crisis. If we don't slow down the number of pets coming into Manatee County, we are just chasing our tails. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce, are you coming up? Yes. All right. Then you're next, Carol. There's nobody left in the room.
Joyce Jordan, Manatee County. As you all know, I'm an advocate for the shelter. I have been in front of you for the last 3 years talking about how bad it is there. Well, I am here today just to ask you to ban the sale of puppies. We get a lot of puppies at the shelter. We don't need anybody to be selling them. It would be great if we had somebody to take them and sell them for us, but it doesn't work that way. Instead, we get a rescue that's going to take them and going to charge more money for them because they can get more money for them. It's a vicious circle, and it needs to end. We cannot stand to have any more puppies in this county. And we are not from some national group. You all know me, and I know them, and we're all local. We live here. We care. So we are not being paid or funded or whatever they think we're doing. We just care about the dogs. It's very simple. We just want them to be taken care of, and our shelter is so overcrowded. And every day they come in more and more and more. We can't do this. As Margarita said, we're just chasing our tail. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to wait till after phones and have the grand finale, or do you just want to be the last?
No.
All right.
Before the clock starts, can I just say that two commissioners can't go on a trip together. It's against the sunshine, and I know you all know that, and our attorney was probably having a stroke. So I just wanted to bring that up. First of all, thank you for bringing this can of worms. Nobody had any idea you were doing this. Task force, when I was asked to be on it, I didn't. Puppy mills or Petland was never mentioned. Nobody even thought about that, so thanks, George. Shutting down businesses, what do you think a moratorium is going to do that some of you are considering, really? So think about what you're doing. As you all know, I'm not an animal zealot. I work with the homeless. I work at Turning Points. I'm on all these foundations to raise some money for State College of Florida and other things like that. But my citizens, as a District 6 commissioner, came up to me and asked me to. I helped them spearhead the no-kill. It took over 2.5 years with over 200 people in this audience to do it because our county did not want to fund a position. But as a District 6 commissioner, I represented them. The retail ban on puppies, Kate McFall from the Humane Society knows I'm here today. They were going to try to come because they do support this initiative. But as you know, when we commissioners were up there before the last election where I lost, we had lobbyists that represented Petland up there, and we're meeting with commissioners and telling them, if you would support this, not support this ban, we'll make sure you get reelected. So it was pretty dirty, and I didn't know that till after the election, I was told. So, you know, you guys represent the citizens. I think George is only asking that you bring this to a work session and you have to go through the pain and stuff like I did, where it took a long time. You need to hear from your citizens. I'm glad George brought it up. The ordinance that Mike has is for breeders. It's not for breeders that have the business model like Petland. Petland gets their animals from USDA approved I'm going to call them puppy mills. I don't know what else to call them. Congressman Buchanan actually tried to get some funding to get more USDA staff, but it's not enough. He was very supportive of this too. Guys, just bring this to a work session. Don't just dismiss it now. That's all I'm asking, and I did not know you were bringing this up. I don't know, I'm not a part of some well-oiled group, but when I heard about this, I am with these ladies and everybody else that do support the way that animals are raised. I'm not against free enterprise, you know that. More power to everybody else, but I do feel that everybody up here at least owes our citizens of Manatee County a work session. And I think that's what your intent, I'm not really sure. But anyway, thank you. And again, I'm glad to be on the task force, but I agree with Tal, if it's Petland's going to be mentioned, of course you have to have somebody from the private sector. That was never the intent for this task force. And so please at least give us a chance. Don't just squash it today. Thank you. Please, 4 commissioners, that's all we need. Thanks.
All right. Is there by chance anybody on the phone?
Yes, we have 7 people on the phone. The first one is 605.
Hi, Andrew Griffin, Manatee County, and many probably know how I'm going to be speaking on this. I'm a very black and white person. When is it government overreach? This is something that I've been fighting ever since most of you guys have met me, is government overreach and freedom. It is our right to go somewhere. I won't go there, but it's my right if I choose to go to a pet store for my pet. That's my freedom. That's my choice. And it always comes back because, George, I know you're kind of the crusader of this, or excuse me, Commissioner Cruz, I know you're kind of the crusader of this, but at the end of the day, you're from the financial sector. If we were to stop all financial sectors, IRAs, 401ks, and other things, stock market, because of Bernie Madoff, you would not have a job. And I don't think it's fair to penalize stores that we can't even, like this ordinance has been in place, and it's my understanding no stores have even been reprimanded or closed down under the ordinance. So I don't understand how a pet ban is going to help. And it feels to me like there's a conflict of interest here because we're putting millions into our own pet store, basically, and we're snuffing out the competition. And as Carol Whitmore says, what do you think a moratorium does? Well, a moratorium is for a short period of time. It's not indefinite. And so I really hope you guys realize the slippery slope that you're going to be subjecting yourself as well as the county for this pet ban. So I hope that we can find a middle of the road, and which it sounds like the ordinance is that middle of the road. And I think we just need to let this be. That's just my comment. Thank you.
Next caller is 073.
Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. This is Mike Beltran. I'm National Ordinance Counsel to Petland. I've litigated these cases throughout the country. I have a case in Lexington, Kentucky. A judge entered a TRO and allowed our store to operate there. My practice actually started doing this in Manatee County, so we've kind of come full circle in a way. There are 2 Petland franchises in Manatee. They were both impacted, obviously, by that ordinance. And with all respect, Mr. Chairman, you and I agree on almost everything except pet bans. I got great respect for you and your approach to public service. We just kind of disagree on this one issue. There was a settlement in early 2023, and these local businesses were allowed to continue operating, and rightly so. And their employees, customers, franchisor, landlord, the businessmen themselves have relied upon that settlement and that resolution and that repeal ever since. These 2 franchisees, again, have their entire livelihood at stake for the second time in as many years. I appreciate Commissioner Felt's suggestion that Petland could sell accessories, and that's obviously well-intentioned, but respectfully, it's not feasible for our investment-backed business model. The vast majority of Petland's revenue comes from the sale of live pets and not accessories. The sale of accessories is inadequate to cover our fixed overhead, let alone payroll. Nor can we compete in the sale of food because we lack the volume enjoyed by the big box retailers. We're a premium boutique. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in every store to create kennels and display enclosures, and we operate in a completely different business model. And Commissioner Cruz, we actually don't have as many franchises as you said, respectfully, but almost all of our stores are franchisees, including the ones here in Manatee County. I'll have the commission know these are immigrant businessmen who started these stores. They've obtained their citizenship. One was from apartheid South Africa, seeking political stability. Another was a family who immigrated from India. So these really are the mom and pops, and they really did pursue the American dream, and they've succeeded. And hopefully the county will allow them to continue to flourish. I'll represent to the commission that the last time I checked, one of them had a 7-figure balance on an SBA loan. And so SBA loans are guaranteed by the U.S. taxpayer, and they're guaranteed by the borrower. So either the mom and pop or the taxpayers, which is everyone on this call, is going to absorb that loan balance if these stores close and they go bankrupt. There's been talk about going on a tour. I know several of the commissioners, and I know some of the other folks listening on the call. I'll take everyone one by one if I have to. I love visiting pet stores. I love seeing the puppies myself. If we have to go one by one to please counsel and make sure we're in compliance, that's what we'll do. Once you all see these stores, I think you'll have a different approach or a different understanding. We have a puppy for a lifetime program where we replace the pets at the end of their natural life. If people have been coming in and purchasing the right medicine and food, we're all about selling, as one of the callers said, premium puppies. But there is some history here in Manatee County. There was significant litigation and expense on both sides a few years ago. And since then, the legislature actually passed a statute that provides for $50,000 of attorney fees. I'm sitting here today trying to talk myself out of a retainer. I'm saying, please don't make this a ban. Don't give me more business. Don't let me make more money. I don't want to sue the county. I don't want to do it again. We did it once, and we resolved it to
We
our
prefer that as well,
satisfaction.
Mike. I'm going to need to ask you to wrap it up. Do appreciate the call, though. Oh, you could have wrapped up. You didn't have to hang up. All right. I was just being
Okay,
rapid.
I didn't. And are you asking me to wrap up?
Yeah, because you're past your 3 minutes. I was just letting you come to a conclusion at the end of your statement and your thought.
Just skip to the end with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. When we were in the litigation, I just share one sentence with what Judge Nicholas said. He's your elected judge there in Manatee County. He said that this ordinance, the same one that we're proposing, quote, appears to have largely been driven by emotion rather than an actual review of the selling practices of the stores in the county. And I just submit to the commission, we just got hit by a hurricane. Everyone agrees we need to address that. I think we should table some of these other issues that are going to be more thorny and focus on things that the people elected us to do that everyone agrees upon. So with that, thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you. Next
Thank you,
caller.
Chairman.
Next caller is 963.
Yes, hello. My name is Kendra. I am a Manatee County resident, and I am also a very proud member of the Manatee Kennel Club. We are an AKC-affiliated purebred club that is very active within our community. A couple of things I take issue with on this bill is that not one member of the Manatee Kennel Club board, nor the members of the club as a whole, have ever once been invited to any task team to discuss anything that could be done. Another thing is that the commission really needs to understand the difference of a purebred dog, a well-bred dog, a puppy mill, a backyard breeder, and a reputable breeder. Should I choose to breed my dog, it's not like a puppy mill. It's not backyard breeding. My dog is an AKC champion with multiple titles, fully health tested. I would not make a dime off the litter because of what I spent putting into her. This is for breed preservation. But you guys have to reach out to more than just the rescue groups. Most of us in the Manatee Kennel Club all work with our breed-specific rescues and attempt to place as many as we can into new homes. This hasn't been brought up. Yes, we have a shelter overflow problem. Why are our county rescues bringing dogs in from other states instead of pulling these dogs out of our local shelters? Just way more thought needs to go into this, because another thing is also the entire entering a premises without a warrant and confiscating an animal without a warrant. That is both state and U.S. constitutional violations that you guys need to look at. But Manatee Kennel Club really wants to get involved. We are very active. We have purchased a total of 8 police canines, 3 for the Bradenton Police Department, 5 for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, including their newest one that they just received last year. You guys need to reach out to us so we can all work together to do what is right to stop the shelter overfilling without targeting those that are already doing what's right. And I hope you guys have a good day and take that into consideration.
Thank you. Next caller.
Next caller is 057.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We hear you.
Okay, my name is Tracy Lipton, Manatee County resident. Several things I would like to touch on some points. For one, there's no well-oiled machine here. Every one of us is an independent, normal, everyday resident, not collecting any money whatsoever, not one time, for any rescue animals. I have 3 rescue animals. One came from Manatee County Animal Welfare. I fostered her initially 2.5 years ago when she was a week old. I also have a very sought-after Beagle Basset Hound that I got from a local rescue in Bradenton, and I'm his 3rd and final mama. He cost $200 to adopt. And again, that's a very sought-after breed. I recently just got off of the emergency rehome page a cat that's the breed is a snow Bengal, and they cost about $4,000. I got him for free because all of the I'm sorry, not all, but a good amount of the animals that are sold at puppy mill pipeline stores, such as Sunshine Puppies, Petland, end up in your shelter, end up on Facebook with people not able to take care of them, don't want them, they're having a baby, all the excuses. And not one person that I know that has spoken today, and I know most of them, has ever made any money off of fundraising for rescuing animals. That's just ridiculous. Also, one of the commissioners kept using the word hasty. We've been fighting this for 10 years. There's nothing hasty about any of this. There's more than 80 cities now in Florida that have their retail ban, and over 400 across the country. Do you think we're just mean? Do you think we all just hate puppies, hate people? Like, there's a reason why this is happening. There's a reason why it's passing. And the Petland guy that just spoke could speak all he wants with threats of lawsuits, because guess what? Petland has never won a suit that it has brought. Never. All they do is stretch it out for about a year, make their millions that they can for that year, and get an extra, few dollars in their bank account before they close. There is an issue with parvo, giardia, distemper, flowing in these stores, and the Humane Society had an undercover investigator in the Petland Sarasota store that saw animals with respiratory distress that were still being brought out and pushed to be sold because of the pressure on them. When we were at the protest, very peaceful protest, just calling for awareness of the issue last weekend. Yes, like Laura had mentioned, 4 of your employees drove by in a car screaming at us that everybody's ugly, threw a glass of water that would have hit my face if my big sign hadn't been in front of it. So there's your wonderful dog-loving Petland employees. Nobody's asking to shut down Petland. It's not about Petland. It's about the puppy mill pipeline and the puppy mill mothers, the sick puppy mill puppies, and the families that spend all this money and end up with a sick, dying animal. And it happens often, and there's evidence of this. Laura printed out the 160 pages. I've brought it to y'all several times, but Jason Bearden can keep saying, I don't see any evidence all he wants, and the only reason he could say that is because he won't look at it. Why won't y'all look at the evidence? One of the receipts.
All right,
shows
Tracy, I'm gonna have to
Pet
have you start
buying
wrapping it up.
From a broker, from a puppy mill, where the guy was charged with 500 counts of animal cruelty.
All right.
There's evidence.
All right,
Stop
Tracy,
saying there's no
Tracy,
evidence.
Tracy,
You
Tracy,
just
Tracy.
won't look at it. Okay?
Tracy.
So we're going to continue to fight because we actually
All right.
care about these animals.
Thank you.
That's why we're here.
All right. Thanks a lot, Tracy. Are there any more callers?
Thank you.
Yes, there's 3 more.
Okay.
The next caller is 697.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Oh, hi. Dina Sabo, Manatee County resident. I had a lot of things to say, but I've sat back and heard what you're all listening to, and it's kind of changed what I want to say, so I'm going to try to do this quick. Regarding comparing the sale of puppies to IRAs, I don't even know how we get to that sort of a comparison of a living soul versus, money or buildings. So I did appreciate the man that spoke earlier talking about, animals, living babies are not a commodity. I also appreciate the conversation that's going on about how we can be inclusive and somehow work this out. But the truth is, I have real breeders in my family, and the kennel lady was also speaking on that. A real breeder isn't going to send their puppies to a puppy store. A real breeder has already vetted, interviewed, met with, taken deposits, and they have a plan for where those dogs are going before they even get here. Allowing this puppy store to sell puppies makes it easier for people that aren't following the rules to just be irresponsible, have puppies, and pawn them off and let the puppy stores do the work. They have no financial responsibility, and there's very little risk for them, and I think that's why it's such a growing business. I don't agree that shutting those stores down is going to create the next black market puppy. We already have that going on. And also, lastly, to correct, Commissioner Cruz, you had said, I read one of your posts regarding putting this on the agenda, that the shelter is often at capacity. The truth is, in the last 3 years, I think it's been at capacity for the bulk of 3 years, short of when there's major transports that go out for storms. Do I think that shutting down a puppy store is the fix for that? No. I think it's a part of a process, along with mandatory spay and neuter and, other things that the county can get behind, as you're saying, with this more teethy ordinance. So anyway, I'm all for you considering reinstating the ban that was already voted on by your constituents, to have that put back in place. So thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Second to last caller?
Next caller is 105.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Karen Hodge. I'm a Manatee County resident. Not going to reiterate what a lot of people have said. I'm for the ban. I will say that. I applaud Commissioner Bearden's desire to go and visit I think you had said not only the puppy stores, but the source of the puppies. And for Commissioner Carroll, you're exactly right. We're not saying that we want these businesses to go out of businesses and to put people out of work. That's the furthest thing from that. We are asking you to look at the source of the animals and where they're coming from. The puppies at the stores, when you drive by on Cortez and you see them in those little cage that they put out there and they're playing and they look great and healthy. Well, they're not always healthy in the store, but I can tell you that the animals that they come from, you're not going to see those in the store. And that's the problem. And as far as inspections, good luck in seeing the actual puppy mills. Puppy mills can avoid inspections by operating under the radar. They exploit loopholes in the law, and they take advantage of weak enforcement by the USDA. As Carol Whitmore stated, they don't have the resources, the money, or the personnel to do these inspections if they're doing them at every 2 years. Often, they also do not sell directly to the public, limiting their sales to pet stores and sometimes even manipulating inspection schedules or claiming courtesy visits to prevent thorough checks, which can allow them to continue breeding dogs in inhumane conditions without facing consequences. Additionally, some may deliberately misrepresent their breeding practices to avoid scrutiny from potential buyers and animal welfare organizations. Some breeders can schedule the courtesy visits where violators may not be documented. Only large-scale commercial breeders selling to pet stores are required to be inspected by the USDA, allowing smaller breeders to operate without the scrutiny. Puppy mill operators can avoid inspections by not allowing visitors to see the breeding areas and only by showing their dogs in a carefully staged setting. And this is all documented. And I do agree that the information that the other speaker had offered to show Commissioner Bearden for proof should be looked at. And I hope you'll do that. You know, the greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way it treats its animals. And that is a quote by Gandhi. And as far as the business model, Petco, according to Google, had a net revenue of $6.3 billion last year. Petco, Pet Supermarket, $8 million. And Petland, I had a little trouble finding their information, but they have $750 million. So I think they can, you know, Petco's making $6.3 billion. So, and they don't sell animals. So they can change their model. People aren't going to lose their jobs. They can sell the same kind of things that the other stores are selling and still make a profit and still employ people.
All right. Thank you,
Purebred
Karen.
dogs, there's literally a rescue for every single dog. So thank
Perfect.
you for allowing us to speak, and I hope that the workshop happens and that you'll consider reinstating the ban.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, maybe last caller?
There are two more. The next caller is 445.
Seriously. It's because Amanda asked for calling comments.
Glenn Gibolina for the record. I cannot believe what I'm hearing today. Unbelievable. So I'm going to probably burn a few bridges, but, you know, it won't be my first one. Protest a glass of water. Listen, I was in the 70s, Vietnam protests. Those were protests. Worried about a glass of water. Let's move on to the important things. First of all, Mr. Beltran brought up some very good things. You already have a judge that made a decision, a local judge in the 12th Circuit. He's going to find it again the same way. Plus, he's got 50 grand. I don't think there is, the attorney staff wants to go up against that guy. I really don't. Unless you're going to outsource it like you did your records request fiasco. Anyways, you know what? If I understand these people are passionate, you know, but let's get the plank out of your eye. Let's, you know, you got the Palmetto Animal Shelter that is an absolute disaster. And I would beg to see if Sarah Brown has ever owned a private business and made ends meet and ran a store. If you people are so passionate about this, let me give you a free market advice. Go rent a store next to Petmark and say, we only have local breeded dogs, and run them out of business. If you're that passionate about it, do something about it. Instead of here, coming here and complaining. I don't get it. As far as local, you know, if I want an Argentina beef steak, and I go to my restaurant and they go, hey, Glenn, we used to have that, but we got to get our beef locally, so you got to get it from the taco truck across the street that's got a 2-day-old beef burrito waiting for you. How ridiculous. We should have choices. Good, bad, or indifferent, we should have our choice. If we want to bring our kid into PetSmart and buy him a puppy, that's what I want to do. You think the average person The ag family is going to go through all the hoops you want these people to do and do their research. No, they just want to make their kid happy. What's wrong with that? I don't get it. You know, I don't see, we have so many other problems going on. I don't see anybody jumping up and down, hey, we should close the bars because, you know, DUIs and alcoholism, and cirrhosis of the liver, and the burden on our health care and lost families from DUI manslaughter. I don't hear you closing any bars down, right? But worry about some dogs, right? Give me a break. I don't get it. You have to let free enterprise. You heard the testimony from the owners and the people. And again, it's free enterprise. You don't like how they do it. And then you want to jam your business model down their successful throat. Go run them out of business. That's the American way. You don't like what they're doing, undercut them.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you.
Dog, run them out of
That's
business.
productive. Thank you.
Think there's a lot of you in that room could do that.
I think we figured it out now. All right.
Got it.
Thanks, Glenn.
George. Bye-bye. Glenn, Mad Dog, Jabalina.
Is there anyone else on the phone?
Yes, the next caller is 546.
What do you mean the next caller? How many callers are left?
That's the last one.
Okay.
for now.
I'm going to hold you to that. Go ahead.
Hello. Okay. I'm Heidi. I'm a Manatee County resident. I am an AKC member. I'm a Manatee County kennel member. I breed and show AKC labs and American Staffordshire Terriers. And I saw this law pop up last year, and we kind of let it settle. Nobody really talked about it, but I'm going to talk about it. So I've been in the pet industry for 39 years. I am a professional groomer. I work primarily in Sarasota, Manatee County. So I see both sides of the issue. So me being a AKC person, I breed and show my labs. I genetically test my labs. I'm breeding to make a better Labrador. My dogs are not sold to puppy stores. Manatee Kennel Club, our members do not sell to puppy mills. We vet our people who are looking for a healthy, well-bred dog. Okay? So with that said, this law is against us. It hurts us as dog fanciers and dog breeders who love their breeds and are making a better dog. Now, fast forward, I'm a professional groomer of 39 years. Let me tell you about the puppy mill disasters I have seen. I see it all the time. I have a client, lots of clients, their dogs are old and they pass away and they go down to the pet stores and they buy another dog. Because people like little mixed breed dogs. I don't know what to tell you. I love my purebred dogs, but my clients like mixed breed dogs, and there's nothing wrong with that. They get these dogs and they're sick. They have genetic issues. Their conformation is just a disaster. They have bad backs, bad feet, bad bites, like their bite is off. And then these people end up with issues. Maybe the dog genetically, it had seizures, or the patellas, especially in the small dogs, the knees, the patellas are bad. These puppy mill breeders, and they're not breeders in Florida. These dogs are coming out of Pennsylvania, Ohio. I know this. I've been in the business for 39 years professionally. I know where these dogs come from. And if you really want to see where the dogs are, you're not going to find them in Florida. You're going to have to travel to out of the state, see where these dogs come from. And these USDA licensed breeders are only looked at once a year. And they only get warnings. It's just a warning. Oh, well, the dog's pen is messy. Clean it up. They don't go back and inspect them again. Us, with AKC, when we are an AKC licensed breeder, AKC will come to our place and inspect. So there's a big difference between us, I say local breeders, and there's a lot of us people that show AKC dogs in Manatee County. I don't think the commissioners really understand how many of us there are in Manatee County, and this law hurts us.
All right. Thanks, Heidi. Are there any more calls?
No more hands are raised.
Public comment is closed. I have Commissioner Bearden on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate everybody coming up and making their comments today. It's hard up here for these commissioners to have to make decisions, hard decisions, because they're going to affect somebody. But I just want to go back to the Florida statute 112.311, which states that the public officials, employees must uphold the United States and Florida constitutions. They must also perform their duties in accordance with the laws of the federal, state, and local governments. And when we go into 350.05, commissioners must swear to support, protect, and defend the United States and Florida constitutions. Now, that being said, if in fact there are things that go against the Constitution, I would be all for it, right? If it's inhumane, immoral, things of that nature, that these pet stores are purchasing from, okay? But changing a business model could also be unconstitutional, right? If they're doing everything right. If they're doing everything within the law and in accordance with the law. That could be unconstitutional. And one thing I don't want is for any of these commissioners up here to ever be put in a position where they're voting on something that is unconstitutional. And I think you guys would agree with that as well, right? So we don't know for sure that our retail stores, I'm not discounting the fact that there's things happening in puppy mills across the nation, okay? I'm not discounting that, all right? However, what I'm saying is that our Manatee County pet stores doing things that are purchasing from places that could be inhumane. That's my question, okay? Especially if they were approved by the USDA, which then becomes a federal and a state issue, not a local one, okay? So from a legality standpoint, if they are doing everything that they are supposed to be doing, right, we could be making a decision that is unconstitutional if we happen to shut them down or have them quit selling from a specific source. And that's what I don't want any commissioner up here doing. I don't ever want to put them in this position, and that's why, I made the recommendation of vetting these places ourselves and seeing it for ourselves, right? Because I'm not saying that, this doesn't happen. What I'm saying is that in Manatee County, are the stores in Manatee County, are they purchasing from those that are doing inhumane things? That's where I want to leave it at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm not going to put myself on too long here. I'm just going to point out, one of the big key things people keep talking about is free market, Constitution. Declaring something government overreach or declaring something unconstitutional isn't subjective in so much that just because you disagree with it, it becomes unconstitutional. If you agree with it, then it's just good governance. I would argue life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, the Constitution as a whole, private property rights would get us to a position where conversations about moratoriums or fighting Plats, where literally people up here on this board has flat out used the words, I don't care if it's illegal, I'm still going to vote no on it. But now all of a sudden, if it's not illegal, there's no way I can subject anybody to this to voting on this. Because in that case, people have made a decision that there's something in the best interest of the community that warrants a subjectivity of this board in an otherwise gray area, and that's a decision making. And that's a decision I don't personally agree with, but I respect other people's decisions on it. I don't see how this is any different. When I said earlier about Senate Bill 170 and called that overreach, and someone, oh, you call that overreach? Yes, I do, because that is a situation where it is broad. They refuse to look somebody in the eye. I will look Dan right in the eye, and I have absolutely no problem with Dan as a person, but he knows where I stand on this, and I'm willing to sit here in front of him and have this conversation. Senate Bill 170 was not that. It was a scattershot encompassing everything. If you determine that our water quality is getting worse, and you want to pass a tighter fertilizer ban ordinance against spraying nitrates near our waterways that harm our citizens, you're not allowed to do that in the state of Florida anymore because of an overreach of the Florida legislature that said, now you have to put together a business model, and any company that sprays pesticides next to our water can sue you for it and prevent you from doing what's in the best interest of your community. Are they doing something illegal? No, they're not doing something illegal. By the law, they are allowed to spray that Roundup all along our riverway and get into your water. That is perfectly illegal. And I would argue you, as a representative of your citizens, have a perfectly legal right to prevent them from doing that because it's in the best interest of the community. But the state Senate refuses to let you do that. That's the difference between government overreach and looking out for your community. I am here looking out for our community. I'm looking out here for a group of citizens that if this was ever put on a ballot would pass this as easily as they passed the LMAC funds because they know it's the right thing to do. Does it affect government overreach? Yes. Technically, everything the government does is government overreach. By the sheer definition, any decision we make, we're 7 people deciding things for 450,000 people. So that's why I support this. This is why I'm going to always support this. This is why, if this doesn't sound like it's going anyplace, we still need to come up with something better than what we have and continue moving this down the road. And after the next set of elections, when there's maybe a couple of more people, I'm going to have this exact same conversation. This will be my commissioner agenda item in the early part of 2027 with different people, and I'm going to try again. And that's why every time I go up to Tallahassee, I meet with Kate. And I already have a meeting with her when we go up there in March. And I talk to her a couple of times a year to discuss what Manatee County is doing, because if I can pass at the state level, I will. And you said maybe this is more of a state issue. I hope it is a state issue. And there's a couple of good animal bills up in the state level right now, which is odd, but there is. Actually, I don't know if you guys follow the bills. There's some good bills about animal cruelty and things like that coming through with Tom Leak on the Senate side and Meg on the House side. And I'm happy to see that. I'm hoping that is a trend, just like a few years ago, more than a few years ago, when the Republican side of the legislature pushed to ban the greyhound racing. Also legal at the time. Funny enough, legal. Were there a couple of dogs that were being well taken care of? Yeah. Were they pushed out too? Yeah. Did anyone cry about it? No. Why? Because it was the right thing to do. So I will keep pushing this. Yeah. I hear what you're saying about these stores. I disagree. I will happily, no offense to any of you, I will happily shut them down from this business and hope that they start up a new, better business that makes even more money the way other stores do. But at a minimum, when we walk out of here, what I'd like, and this isn't where I'm hoping for some sort of concession, I'd like us to move forward with what I got, but at a minimum, there's 3 stores here. Last time there was only 2 stores here. Now there's 3. And a few months from now, after we walk off this dais, there may be 4 stores here. I do not want a 4th store here. At a bare minimum, while we feel this out and try to figure this out, I'd like our county attorney to at least look at what Pinellas did, that put a flat-out ban on future stores, because I'm not shutting down future stores. They don't exist today. At the very least, I'd like to cap where Manatee County is at the current 3 while we keep assessing this and hopefully get down to 0, but I do not want to go the other direction to 4. So I'm hoping there's not too much pushback from the board about at least doing what Pinellas County did when they had the same conversation in 2022 about banning it, and their concession was, let's at least put a cap on what we have now and reassess it. And just last year, they reassessed it, and they're going to keep doing it just like other groups do. So at a minimum, that's what I want to see. I want to see our county attorney provide us with something that stops it at the 3 while we assess it and hopefully eventually get to 0. But I'd like that to be the bare minimum that this board can do, because that is not shutting anybody down. That's the extent of my comments on this.
And I'll just dialogue with you.
You're next, so you don't have to dialogue. So
no, I mean, I get what you're saying. I have to disagree with you. I mean, I think when it comes to definitely development and when people are sitting in traffic and it's affecting their way of life and fatalities are happening on the road because of the amount of permits that we have approved and the development that's happening in Manatee County, then yes, I would have to say that that is unconstitutional because it affects my way of life. It affects me when I go from point A to point B. It affects me when I see head-on collisions on the road and then I have to sit in traffic because there's a death on that road. It affects me, which means it becomes unconstitutional to me. That being said, let me finish.
Oh, but
okay,
but
that being said, let me finish.
I just want to point out one quick thing.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
You asked the dialogue.
Okay. So that affects me. So yes, when it does come to development, I do look at each development, and I, just like this morning, I approved a final plat. Why? Because the roads were built around that area. Okay. But when it comes to a small business, when it comes to somebody wanting to buy that Labradoodle because their child wants that Labradoodle, or when it comes to that child wanting a pug, okay? How is that affecting me? How is that affecting the livelihoods of the citizens in Manatee County? It doesn't. Therefore, when I make a decision to overrule a business who is doing things legally, mind you, and everything right and by the book, okay, then yes, that issue does arise to become unconstitutional if I happen to have government overreach over that business. So, does it affect me personally if Susie Joe wants to buy a puppy from Petland? No, it doesn't. But being on the road where they're congested, where wrecks are happening, where people's lives are at risk, yes, then that does affect me. And therefore, I will always vote against anything that affects the livelihood of the citizens of this county. And therefore, I am being open-minded into the fact that if these pet stores in this county happen to be buying from inhumane places, I have an open mind in a sense to say that yes, maybe I would consider to look at different ways that we approach how we do business with retail pet stores in this county. I'm not being closed-minded by that by any means, okay? Because if it is, and in fact, affecting people and the purchases that they make based on the acquisitions, then yes, then it would be unconstitutional. And that's what I have to say about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Siddiq.
I'd like to thank everyone for their public comments for and against on this particular issue. I would like to see this go before the task force. I'd like to see data. I don't want to make any decisions before I see that, but I do think someone brought some paperwork. You did? Okay, I'll check that out. It's admittedly not something I've been spending too much time looking into beyond my conversations with a few, but I'll look at it. We all signed our oaths. Like I got the letter from Governor DeSantis. We all have constitutional oaths to uphold to the state and obviously our country. But I agree with Commissioner Cruz. We have to be consistent. You know, this is a board that, if it weren't for me or Commissioner Ron, we'd be sued on final plats. Or if it weren't for Commissioner Ballard or Commissioner Cruz, you know, there have literally been illegal things that have happened on this board that are not legally defensible, at the very least, on plats. So I think us violating our constitutional oaths, making that argument when it comes to banning retail, there we go, let's see on the board, retail sales of pets, I think there's always a balancing act when it comes to protecting, what's the old saying, your rights end when someone else's begin. I think this is just one of those cases where I want more data. I'm not necessarily convinced yet, but again, I just want to see more of that. The last thing I'll say on that particular topic is, you know, we do have a responsibility within the gray areas to identify opportunities to ensure whether you are sourcing it from the right locations, but that you still have a business you can operate, because obviously there's a market need for it. But again, the core problem here is that we have a shelter that's beyond capacity, and I think there are a couple of different ways to tackle that issue that don't necessarily involve the ban, but again, I'd like to see the direct linkage there. I do want to see us solve that problem, which we are with 2 kennel projects and an animal welfare center coming online in the near future. But let's just be whatever we do, let's just be consistent in how we're approaching the law, because I don't feel that we are consistent on that. Let's not, again, unnecessarily cost taxpayers in worthless lawsuits. I think let's just be productive and obviously be respectful of everyone's views on this. It can be certainly a heated debate on this topic. But I didn't join this board just to cost taxpayers money for no reason. So if we're going to go forward with this in either way, I want to make sure I hear from our county attorney from what's going on in Pinellas County, what other municipalities have done, have an actual legal analysis, but I'm not going to demand this come up in the next meeting. I think you deserve to have some time to come back to the board on that as well. And of course, the economic impact statement, I mean, I get it, but the law is the law, the Senate bill that passed, it's in statutes now, it's recorded in the statutes, so again, I just want to see some data and facts on that as well. Did our ordinance work, is what I want to know. And if it didn't, let's figure out something else. If it doesn't target the right things that need to be targeted, let's learn that too. But we passed an ordinance, it's a heck of a process to get it going, and if this is going to be an issue that's continuously going to be 4-3, then is the juice worth the squeeze, and constantly seeing boards change, fighting over it, not having consistency? I don't think so. All that to say, let's see some data come forward. I'd like to see more voices on this task force. I'd like to see the workshop and take it from there. Thank you.
I think when it comes to consistency, I've been probably the most consistent. I vote against medallion projects due to the fact that there was road issues. I have voted against NIL projects due to the fact that there was road issues. I have voted against SMR projects because I didn't want to move the FDAB line because of traffic issues. I have voted against all the projects that were on Buckeye Road that were just voted in because of thousands of developments on a 2-lane road. So when it comes to consistency, I think I've been pretty consistent in regards to our Constitution, and those weren't just final plats. So I'm going to make that perfectly clear right there. So when we're going to talk about consistency, let's talk about being consistent across the board and not cherry pick what you want to be consistent with and what you don't want to be consistent with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have no one else left on the board, and we've had public comment. I did not ask for a motion relative to this. As Commissioner Sadiq had said, he wanted to get more information, and that's, I figured people would. But while I didn't put a motion on the board, and I know I need a supermajority to put it on the board, I seriously would like to direct the county attorney to look into Pinellas's ordinance or whatever they use to ban future sales. I don't think, based on conversations we had up here, that anybody would be against that. The concern has been putting current businesses out of business. A fourth store is not a current business. There's no livelihood associated with that. I don't even think you'll get the current businesses complaining about that because we're restricting their competition, honestly. I think this is a simple step. That's a good faith step to the people that came here today and to the public as a whole, that we are serious about this. We, at the minimum, we do not want to see this becoming a bigger problem. So while I need a supermajority to entertain that motion, which I wasn't intending to make, I would request that we direct the county attorney to bring us back some sort of an ordinance or whatever it is that Pinellas used to ban future pet stores here in Manatee County that sell retail pets. Does anyone object to me asking the county attorney to bring that back? We're not voting on banning them. I'm just asking on getting the county attorney to bring it back for us.
Yeah, I'll support it. So you want a moratorium on future?
Yep, moratorium. Moratorium is a hot word. I want a more, in fact, put the word moratorium in there.
It's the most clearly defined moratorium I've heard.
That way you get Bob's food. So is everyone okay with that? Can I make that motion? Here, take this. Tal is now the chair. God help us all. Yeah, I want to make a motion to direct the county attorney to look into Pinellas. Did you break my? This isn't going well. Here, look. You get the planning commission gavel. I want to make a motion to direct the county attorney to look into Pinellas County and bring back whatever documentation they use to allow this board to ban future pet stores who sell retail pets. You're the chair.
Oh, wait, never mind.
No, I'm saying you have to tell. All right. No, I know, but you have to. All right.
Okay.
There's a motion by.
We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz, seconded by myself, on the motion to direct the county attorney to look into what Pinellas County has in place to ban future pet stores who will sell pets. Cast your votes now.
But those that are in place, just so we're clear.
Correct. This is for future. This is for future.
Actually, no, we did have public comment on this.
Oh, I was going to keep my mouth.
Hey, I got it. See, I got it.
Look, you'll learn, never look that direction when you're trying to do something efficiently.
I will not forget the Collins. Is there anyone who would like to give public comment on this issue?
If there is, then we're going to need to take a break because Vicky's going to kill me in about 3 seconds.
Seeing no one here, anyone on the phones would like to give public comment?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Public comment closed. There you go. Cast your votes now. And that passes 6-0 with Commissioner McCann absent. I'll return the gavel.
Commissioner Cruz.
Myself, Commissioner
I
Siddiq.
made the motion because he took the gavel and
Commissioner
Commissioner
Siddiq.
Siddiq seconded it. All right, so that ends that discussion, and we look forward to the county attorney bringing that back and hopefully at least putting a cap on what we've got as we go through the process with task forces and work sessions. Okay, well, I'm going to get to, yeah, I'm doing them right now. Charlie, do you have any comments?
Yes, sir. I need Madam CFO to brief the board just real quick on a GMP that we voted on earlier. Sheila? She needs,
I got the gavel back. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I apologize at the last minute, but this came as a last-minute request from the clerk's office. On item number 37 for the Braden River GMP, they just wanted to add for the record that this is coming as part of the second draw of the line of credit that was approved last year to be drawn down after board approval. And since the board the item was already approved, I just need to replace the document with the sentence added on that establishes that. They just asked that if we could do that.
Okay. Is there anything we have to vote on, or are you just letting us know that you're slipping a page in somewhere?
It's the revision of a form on item number 47, which is adopts that resolution for the budget amendment to bring $1.9 million for the Braden River GMP.
So is it an amendment to the resolution?
Yes, it's the addition of one sentence, yes.
Okay, then the board,
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Apologize. So it's the addition of the sentence that says that this project is part of the second draw of the line of credit to be drawn down upon approval of the board for the GMP of the Braden River.
Madam CFO, I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
The line of credit was established for us to be able to fund future CIP projects and things like that.
That is correct.
This was brought forward by financial management to do this. I don't understand why the clerk needs an amendment for us to be able to do the job we need to do under the line of credit that we established that you're bringing forward that the board has voted on. So, I mean, you could take those funds from anywhere, realistically. So I don't understand why that has to be an amendment to a motion that was already approved.
It's just a matter of transparency. They would prefer that the board be known and let known that we will be drawing down for the second time out of those funds that the board already approved back in November of 2024.
Okay, whatever.
Just a matter of
So
clarity.
is there an actionable item being requested? Is there a motion to be made, or is this just an
Just to
update
replace.
for us?
Just to replace the document in the agenda for the
Pam,
board to authorize.
do we have to vote on this, or can we just
you
let it?
you do, because if what she's asking for is a different version of the resolution, then the board should approve
All right, will
this
you just
amended
read off, will you read
resolution.
off some sort of motion for this?
Well, do you have a form motion prepared? Let me pull up
No.
the item. It's 37?
It's item 37, the resolution B 25040.
Let me see what the original motion said.
the GMP.
I'm struggling with this. Madam CFO, I'm still struggling with this. And we have funding from all different sources. We have our CIP funding, and this has been something that's been funded, and we're just asking for a maximum price, guaranteed maximum price. Is this going to happen all the time now, that we're going to have to, I mean, we rely on you, we rely on staff, we rely on our county administrator to go through the functions, bring in motions to us, we're the board, we vote on them. I don't understand why, is this going to happen all the time now, that we're going to
The loan
do something
agreement
to show
is
the
that
clerk where the money's coming from, where you already know where the money's coming from?
we normally say where the money is coming from whether it's reserves or so forth, but the actual sentence saying that it's bringing draw 1, 3, and, or 4th, or how many number it is. It's just more for transparency, and they prefer to see it. It is not required in the loan agreement. It's already established that the authorization for the draws. I was given the authority as the chief financial officer to draw those dollars. Just for, they prefer to see transparency and just clarity.
A little overreach for me, but I trust you to do your job.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, more government overreach. First
No, I mean,
animals and now this.
So every time we do something now, we're going to pull up our skirt and have the clerk look at it. So I mean, realistically, come on.
All right, do we have a motion? So we can
Well,
get at
the
it?
action that was previously approved was to authorize the GMP, and then a secondary motion was the adoption of the budget amendment resolution amending the budget. So that's the amended document that you have in front of you now?
The amendment to the resolution B 2540.
Okay.
Yes.
So the appropriate motion would be, we should probably set aside the prior approval of the budget amendment and then vote to accept the amended budget amendment resolution as presented by your CFO.
Well, we got someone say so moved. I can't do it.
Well,
We got a motion by Commissioner Ballard. Second by Commissioner Siddiq. Open this up to public comment. Anyone on the phone?
No hands are raised.
Close public comment. No one's on the board. We can vote by voice. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passed unanimously.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. Now, we're going to go to commissioner comments, but I'm being told one of them may take a little bit longer, and I need to give the clerks a break and honestly ourselves a break for a minute. So can we just take a break for 6 minutes till 3:30? Just so we can sit up, stretch our legs? All right.
Test.
All right, I think we're back. Everyone slow roll your comments until Commissioner Bearden gets here. County Administrator, do you have any comments? Do you want to make some up?
Good news story.
All right, let's hear it.
Our own director, Jody Fisk, Public Safety Director. Sadly, Kentucky is experiencing floodwaters right now. They reached out to her for expertise to go up to Kentucky with the team. This weekend, she was going to head up, but I believe today they've asked her to stand down for a while they reassess. But I was very proud of Jody getting that call. Yeah, she's well respected in the state.
And apparently across the country.
All right, thank you. County Attorney, any comments? All right. The man of the hour. We've been tap dancing up here trying to kill time waiting for you.
So,
Commissioner Bearden.
you know, I'm sure you guys are aware of the red tide that's happening, and you saw the big fish kill that happened that was on the beaches. Now, I'm not saying this is the direct relation into what's happening when it comes to red tide. However, I'd like to make a motion, okay, to have further discussion on phosphate mining in Manatee County. What are we gonna do, you know, in the future regarding that? And so I was hoping that Caroline Felts, Commissioner Felts, would second my motion so that we might have that discussion. Okay?
But what exactly is the motion?
Well, the motion is just to begin to have discussion on this, as well as workshops in regards to what we want to do here in Manatee County. Do we want to join our sister counties, there's just like Charlotte and DeSoto, who have in the future banned phosphate mining from happening in their counties? So I know this is a heavy lift, and that's why I just want to have an open discussion on that, on what do we want to do here in Manatee County regarding this particular issue. And I think it's a discussion that we need to have. I mean,
Sure, I would think tomorrow we're talking about the comprehensive plan, and part of the comprehensive plan is zoning, and one of the zoning classifications we have is excavation, so.
Correct.
This could be, I'm just saying, this could be, I'm not saying the entirety of a conversation, but that could open up dialogue to the point of determining whether or not a work session is warranted. It's a pretty straightforward, single item kind of thing. I don't know if we need a motion to vote on
we're
discussing
not
it.
voting.
We could-
I guess the motion just would be to just have further discussion on this particular matter. Maybe it's not tomorrow. Maybe it's a specific day on just phosphate mining and the future of phosphate mining. And what do we want to look at? What do we want to be as a county regarding phosphate mining in the future?
I mean, that could just as easily be, I just spent 2 hours on a single commissioner item I put on there.
Yeah.
That could be a March whatever commissioner agenda item for yourself to
Yeah.
discuss the future of
planting
phosphate mining.
seeds.
I'm just saying, that'll get the people here just like the animal people
Correct,
came today.
correct.
So I don't know if we need a motion for that. You have every right to put that on there. I will point out Charlotte County
It just
doesn't
kind of
have
came out
mining
yesterday.
anymore.
That's why, I mean, it just kind of came upon me yesterday, seeing what's going on here lately, and that's the reason why I brought it up today.
Sure. But I still don't understand what the motion is.
Well, you said that you wanted to have a motion to have further discussion in regards to phosphate, or any type of item that we needed a motion to do that if it wasn't on the agenda.
No.
That's the reason why-
Okay, let me just clarify. I hear where you're coming from.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah.
The motion, if it's not on the agenda, is basically a motion to amend the agenda to include it on that day's agenda. Like, if you wanted to vote on banning Mosaic today, then you would need a supermajority vote motion to add
Correct.
that to the agenda to have the if you just want to add it to a future agenda, you have every right to do that unilaterally without anybody's approval whatsoever. You can put Jason Bearden commissioner agenda item for March 5th or whatever that Tuesday is. This, board discussion on
Well, it
future
doesn't have to
phosphate
be-
mining in
It
Manatee
doesn't have to be on the next meeting, but I'll
Or
look
whenever
at
it
the,
is, I'm just
I'll look at the meeting schedule. I think Commissioner Felts would agree with me. We'll look at the meeting schedule to have that discussion. I would honestly like to have a workshop before, I don't know, I think a workshop here in the next couple months, just on this issue, would be in the best interest, not only of this board, but also for the public, so that we could work together and see what do we want to look like as a county in the future regarding phosphate mining.
Yeah,
And I know that there's some stuff that's coming down the pipeline, so that's the reason why I'm having this discussion with the board, just so that, you know, we can address these issues.
Sure, I know the March work session is already too full as it is,
Yeah.
so I don't know what the April or May work sessions are, but I mean, it's probably something that could be added to one of them.
Could I ask something of Commissioner Bearden?
Yeah.
I would support that if you'd remove possible ban.
Well, I mean, it's just a discussion anyway.
I mean,
We're gonna have
I
a
would support your
workshop.
discussion on phosphate mining
Yeah.
if it didn't say possible ban.
Well, I mean.
That's
I'm
your
looking at
motion,
other-
so I
I'm
mean.
looking at other counties
you know,
and seeing
well,
what they're doing.
There's a difference.
And so that's why I want us to have this discussion.
Well, no, I'm happy to have the discussion. I think it's a great idea to have the discussion.
But again, I will preface, when you said Charlotte County, they literally have zero phosphate
Yeah.
in their soil. They didn't ban anything because they can't mine. They made a resolution basically admonishing other counties from allowing mining because it
I wanna
affects
talk
their
about-
water.
Yeah, I want to talk about a possible ban. I mean, I want to look at it and see how is phosphate mining affecting Manatee County?
I will just,
Right.
I will just point out ironically that phosphate mining is legal and they do employ people and
No,
I
I
hate to shut down
understand
a
that. No,
legal
I get
business
that.
doing
I
things.
understand that, but how is it, I want to look at everything. How is it affecting our waterways? How's it affecting our constituents here in this county? That's what I want to look at. I want to have our staff, not just our staff, but maybe an outside source, see how this is affecting us as a county as a whole.
Okay.
Right? And if it is affecting us, I would like to know if it is or not, wouldn't you? If it's affecting our waterways, I would like to know. I would like to know. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, first off, my district is more affected by phosphate mining than anybody else's district. In the redistricting, that also gave my district the responsibility of monitoring phosphate mining from the pit to the port. And just as we're talking about banning other things, let's be more pragmatic about it. Phosphate mining has been included in agriculture as one of Manatee County's economic legs. It is a problem when you have unfettered growth or unfettered environmental damages. We haven't really talked about phosphate mining in about 4 years now. And now that it's all in my district, there's a lot of factors to it. It's a major economic factor keeping our port solvent. It is a commodity that has limitations. We just happen to be in the vein, as we've said, one of the reasons that Charlotte County, that Sarasota County has had limitations on it is because that vein of phosphate does not travel as heavily through those areas. So it wasn't just an altruistic type of motion. They just didn't have the economic factor as Manatee County does. However, this is something that what we have to look at is that our growth is getting closer and closer to our phosphate mining. We have a great deal of people in District 1 that think that Mosaic is a farmer. They support farmers in a way. Most of the phosphate is exported out of the United States, which gives us a economic base for it, but we've got some environmental issues with it. It's just like coal mining. We find out things that are good, things that are bad. We do have a dependency on it in some way, but one reason we really need to take a look at it is because eventually we are going to have the clash of the titans in this county, where our development encroaches upon our phosphate mining areas. And there are some things I think we could plan ahead for. One of those things is to have a rural buffer around our phosphate mining. If you have any issues, you do not want to have to evacuate a city of 10,000 people. We saw that with Piney Point. So I think we do have some factors that, boy, we could jump in right now and make some things happen where we can work with our, it's an industry that is legal, that is profitable for our county. But we have to take some of the bad effects of that and make it as good as possible. They're using an incredible amount of our water, which is becoming in shorter and shorter supply. There is an effect on our waterways. There is an effect on our beaches. There is an effect on our tourism. So I think it is something that, for my district, I think that it's important that we maybe get ahead of things and do have a very frank discussion about how we can maintain an industry that has an economic factor for our county, but make those arrangements. Having a rural buffer around the phosphate mines. What are we going to do with reclaimed lands? Are they safe? So these are very important things. I appreciate Commissioner Bearden bringing it up. It is my district that is most affected by that. So I have to say it's something we need to talk about. It's something that we need to possibly incorporate it with our comp plan and our land development code. Maybe it is something that we would look at phasing out as it reaches its point of saturation where we don't really want to see it expand. We'd like to see them promote a few more fail-safes so we don't have another Piney Point. And what we have out there in my district is either people who are extremely knowledgeable of this. We have people who are dependent on it for their livelihoods, but we also have an extreme number of people who don't really even know that they are that close to the mines. And we don't want development. We don't want development and phosphate mining to clash and us not being reactive enough to it to make sure that we've made some prepared plans for when that comes so it's not an issue. So I would be definitely in favor of Commissioner Bearden, if he would like to put this on the agenda. I would suggest that we look into it geographically. Again, can we look into our comp plan for making bona fide rural buffers around these things? I think there's a lot of good things that we could do by discussing it now rather than waiting for a catastrophic event.
Commissioner Ballard.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Phelps. I think you have a really nuanced take on the issue, and being that it impacts you the most, I think we all should be listening to your very nuanced take because it does provide a huge economic driver for a lot of people in Manatee County. We do have to balance that with potentially significant environmental issues. I think that Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Phelps brought up a really good point about incorporating this as part of the changes that we're making with the comprehensive plan. So I agree with you, Commissioner Bearden, that we do need to have further discussions about the issue and the future of phosphate mining in the county. I don't know that a ban is the way to go, but a future discussion is absolutely warranted, and I'm happy to be a part of that.
But everyone gets to speak first before I loop back.
Okay, well, I was going to try to connect with Commissioner Phelps on that discussion, so that's why I was.
Sure, and I'll go to you one second. Are you on for this, or, sorry, Commissioner Siddiq, or are you waiting for your commissioner comment?
Yeah, why not?
Well, you don't have to. No one's
No.
Please, for the love of God, no one's forcing you to.
No, I was on the board for that. So a couple of things. I'll speak to Red Tide more in my own commissioner comments, but there was a news thing that went out from the county on that and some of the recent ones, and I'd just like to thank our staff for addressing that. There is a master mining plan permitting process. I do believe it's coming up in the next year or two. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Yeah, I mean, this can be an agenda item. I don't care. I think the discussion's worth having, so let's certainly have that. Possible ban, I'm not going to support a motion that just says that. I think you'd need a supermajority to bring that in. But I do think you need a nuanced conversation, to Commissioner Phelps's point. I haven't felt prepared to come to the board on this one just because it's just not baked in the oven. But there is a broader conversation to be had around air and water quality that we're not having. So if the idea is to backdoor a Mosaic ban on the basis of water quality, we need to think more holistically on that, about that approach. I don't think it's the right one. But other than maybe one or two nonprofits actually monitoring water quality, there really isn't anything comprehensive from Manatee County's perspective. I mean, look, we found out fluoride isn't being put in the water because our machines are broken. Literally, that's a sad state of affairs for us. But there are other things that we're just not doing, and air quality is a key part of it. So I'm having a number of conversations with, actually a briefing on it in the near future with Natural Resources to figure out what are the things that we can monitor. What does good and bad quality mean? It's a very basic question to ask, but obviously we know when you have certain algae blooms that nutrients coming into the water, algae feed off of that, that's obviously not a good thing. But we need to be able to quantify and qualify what exactly does quality mean. I mean, you can't improve something if you don't know what the baseline is. The same goes for air quality. I rarely see notifications go out from Manatee County when on air quality notices. Living up north, I would see that fairly regularly. I mean, smog alerts and more. Yeah, dust storms. That's another thing we got to address, dust, because I've got a lot of that in my district too, and I know you do as well, Commissioner Phelps. So, I mean, let's certainly continue this conversation. I plan to bring forward a more comprehensive discussion on air and water quality that I think is just lacking in Manatee County, to include dust control, to include actually defining what water quality and air mean, and then figuring out the data points and then improving on it with good policy. But I do think this is a conversation worth having. I think we're all welcome to do tours of the Mosaic facility. I know with Leadership Manatee, they gave us a bit of a tour of that as well. So definitely check that out. It's a good opportunity to learn more there. I'd also put a plug in for working with our neighboring counties like Hardee County. At FAC, I met with one of our commissioners' colleagues that used to work for him, and I think mining is a lot bigger east of us. We have Four Corners and another mine, but it's a lot bigger in Hardee County than it is for us. So if we're going to have that conversation more seriously, I'd like to know if anyone's even reached out to those counties. That doesn't sound like it, but we need to, because that's obviously, it's one of those regional impacts that's going to happen if we start banning this. So we absolutely need to have Hardee County looped in, DeSoto County looped in, as far as maybe even Hillsborough, Pinellas might be worth a conversation or two. But having that conversation is important, and it's just something that, from my observation, we just don't do a good job with. There's just regional coordination with other counties. Because again, either way, in whatever way the conversation goes, if Manatee County closes its door to mining, what is that going to mean for Hardee? And obviously, there's going to be pushback from the state on it. So let's just make sure we're inclusive of our other municipalities and certainly our delegation on the future there. And again, I do want to see a more comprehensive conversation on air and water quality. Thank you.
Commissioner Beard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I will say that DeSoto and Charlotte County both have banned phosphate mining in their respective counties. That being said, when I talk about possible ban, I want to make sure that we understand that we should all be in favor of ban if it's affecting our water, right? If it's affecting the Manatee County constituents in some way or form, we shouldn't ignore that just because of profits, okay? So I want people to understand that if it is affecting us, that's what I want to dive deeper in, and to see if, in fact, that phosphate mining is affecting our constituents in this county. If it's affecting our water, if it's affecting obviously our air quality, I want to do all this research and find out what is affecting the constituents, okay? And if it is, if it's not, so be it. But I will tell you that when you go to Google phosphate mining, environmental concerns, phosphate mining has caused environmental disasters in Florida, including the spill at former Piney Point plant. It's right on the front page. And we're Manatee County, and we have Piney Point, right? So I want to make sure that whatever we do and whatever decision we make, we put people over profits. Because if it does have long-term effects because of environmental issues, right, and the phosphate mining is affecting constituents, I would like to know, and I hope this board would like to know as well, to help them make their decision. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one else on the board. Is this an actual motion? Or again, we were kind of going back. Okay. Well, I have a motion.
What we're going to do in the future, so. Yeah, you could just withdraw. I withdraw my motion.
Okay, the motion's been withdrawn. I'll try to be fair. I'll open it up to public comment to anyone in this room. Anyone on the phone?
Yes, we have 2 hands raised.
All right.
1 hand raised. The first one is 144.
I was just running down this way
that
because he
works.
started.
Caller 144, please unmute your mic.
All right,
Caller 144, please unmute your mic.
last shot. That's in here all day.
Next caller is 441.
Okay, great. Hi, this is Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. I appreciate your time today. I was kind of confused there with the 1441 because I'm 7441. So if I'm on the board, I really don't have a comment about this in particular, but I can make it that. I've been trying to get on for various reasons. Did you guys skip the second public comment opportunity for citizen comment, excuse me, item P?
It's
purposely, or you were only going to carry that over if
no. I was gonna open it up, but we had a commissioner who wanted to do something for commissioner agenda, so he kind of got off track. We went over to commissioner comment, but you can speak about whatever you want. I need to open that.
Okay, great. And I'm only doing that because I was trying to unmute earlier at the agenda items, and I just, for some reason, it wasn't going through. So I appreciate that. Again, Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. Geez, I got to say, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's workshop, especially about the stormwater. So I appreciate you guys putting that on the agenda. I sure hope we get as much participation about stormwater and the potential for residents and human beings to actually be treated badly or get injured or killed as much as we talked about the dogs there. I'm a dog lover, but I'm also wondering why we can't get, I guess we just haven't had that many residents impacted by floods this year, pun intended, or facetiously I'm saying that. I also appreciate and look forward to Commissioner Sadiq's thoughts on stormwater prevention projects prior to capital investment. 100% agree with you, Commissioner, on that. I will tell you here on Jim Davis Road, we consistently ask for work to be done. That's regular prevention work to be done. But at this point, we're at a standstill. Our response from utilities just remains to say, stop putting in the work orders for culverts and so forth, because we have one work order for your whole road. So we'll get to it when we get to it. They don't say that in a mean or nasty way. They just say, hey, you're putting in work orders that we already have one for. I'd just like to know, kind of hopefully tomorrow, what's the plan for working on some of these areas or knocking some of these work orders off? Because somebody's got to put a shovel in the ground at some point. So I really do appreciate that. I hope the board and the staff don't move this particular issue to the too hard pile, this stormwater issue. It can be done. I think everybody knows it, and I hope we don't kind of move it in that direction. I know it's going to be in the too hard pile, but I hope we at least work on it. Here you are again today, trapped in a vote, right, or trapped in a situation where a yes vote, for more water into our overflowing bucket, right? These plats. Totally understand, right? If this is a procedural motion for the plats, I get it, but you're trapped. You're totally trapped in there. I'd like you to just consider our efforts at the planning committee meeting earlier this week, or excuse me, last week, and I'll hopefully continue to do that. But I hope that's better timing, and by timing, I do mean 2.2.1 or 2.1.2.7 in terms of appropriate timing of projects. This community really is just seeing firsthand what happens if we we don't do the prevention or if we grow before we know what's going to happen. I would suggest you didn't get a second, Commissioner Phelps, on the motion earlier, but why can't we ask for an updated floodplain overlay with completed projects that are up to date at every presentation, whether that's planning, BCC land use, or at the final plat? Just so, hey, by the way, you guys, we're making you say yes to this, but you can see in this overlay, which by the way, the applicants are typically giving you an overlay that doesn't show the as-built communities. So they're using an old overlay. Why can't you
Anthony, I might need you to start wrapping it up.
Plain overlay with as-built right on top of that, so you would see, oh great, there's a wonderful floodplain map here that the applicant's showing me at every step of the way. So when one of the commissioners, like Commissioner Bearden, says,
All right,
hey,
Anthony, I'm going to need you
we're doing this.
Anthony, I'm going to need you to start.
I just think you should motion that. So I'm sorry if I'm out of time, but I appreciate it again. I look forward to tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Are there any other callers?
Yes, we have two more with hands raised.
All right.
The first one is 445.
We still have public comment, so this is public comment. I just can't stop them from here.
Juan Jablina, for the record, I appreciate Commissioner Burden bringing up Mosaic. You know, Jason, it's good you bring that up. Mosaic has not been kind to our environment, Manatee County. They've been very kind in their funding, but you know what? I just sent you a YouTube I did 7 years ago. And at that time, they racked up $1 billion, that's with a B, $1 billion in environmental fines on their processing plants. They're no friend of Florida. In fact, most of the phosphate they mine doesn't even stay in our state. They ship it all over the world, and they leave these big crater holes. They say they do reclaim, but they don't. I urge the whole board to watch the movie Phosphate. It came out a couple years ago. I went to the grand opening in Tampa. It's very informative. There's a lot of research done on Mosaic, a lot of it not good. I've been out to DeSoto County several times and spoke on my behalf against Mosaic, and they shot it down, and they're back out there again trying to get it through. So not another square inch of phosphate mining in Manatee County, because it will poison our water. Piney Point was just one little disaster. They've got 26 breaches like that could breach. 26. That was just one. So I encourage you to stick to your guns, do your research on Mosaic. They're not good for their county. Time for them to pack up and leave, for the record.
All right,
Glad
thank you,
to
Glenn.
Gadfly, Gibble.
All right, next call.
Next caller is 144.
Brandon?
Hello. Yes, can you hear me?
I can. I'm reading your email right now, actually.
Outstanding. Hey guys, my name is Brandon Burr. I am a Manatee, West Bradenton, Manatee County resident. Can the board hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So what I would like to talk about is something new. I understand that you guys have talked about all kinds of wonderful pet things and mining things and flat things today, and I've tried to get in the last 6 hours, and I've not been successful. But I wanted to chat with you guys about the oversight or the need for like a citizens advocacy committee, or I wrote it down here to be more specific, and I'll give you a little bit more history, a community accountability alliance. And what I think is important is a sense of responsibility and collaboration and oversight over two departments in the county, and that would be Parks and Rec and Public Safety. Now, I'm relatively new. I am a psychiatric and family nurse practitioner. I have my own practice. I moved down here to help Manatee General and help Blake during COVID and fell in love with the area. found a house and bought it, and I absolutely love this town. I am Manatee County forever. I love it here. And I love to be able to move freely, and the Parks and Recreation Center, the attributes of this area are amazing. But what I'm finding in my limited time here is mismanagement of either personnel, or I'm seeing like a new building being raised and built, but like an old building or an old pool hasn't been fixed, whereas the pool had previously been closed for 2 years, only to be the heater to be broken and you can't still use it. But now we're opening up a new pool down the street. And I think the other thing that's really, that I really want to emphasize on is the amount of oversight that public safety has. Let me give you an example, if I can. A public safety employee was just recently caught and charged with taking a bribe. $300 for code enforcement.
That was, first off, Brendan, your time, first off, Brendan, your 3 minutes is up. You could shoot us an email about that. The bribe you're referring to was not Manatee County. That was in a municipality. So having, no, you're done with your 3 minutes,
I didn't know I had
Brendan.
3 minutes. I'm sorry. I waited 6 hours. I didn't know I had 3 minutes. Let me
Okay,
reduce it down to
we
2 minutes.
opened up, we opened up public comment at the
I'm so
beginning of the
sorry.
meeting at
I'm trying
9
to give you
a.m. and
some
at the end of the
background.
meeting. Thank you very much, Brendan. Next caller.
There are no other hands raised.
All right, I will close public comment, and we'll go back to Commissioner, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bearden, were you done with yours?
I'm done.
Okay, because we kind of opened that up and went off the rails on it. Commissioner Ballard.
Thank you. So I have a couple of things that I want to talk about. Number one is opioid litigation funding. We really need to drill down and have a vote on how we're going to utilize that funding. We have several projects that are moving forward as though they're using opioid litigation funding, but we really need to tie that down and vote on it, because I'm not comfortable until that happens, and I don't think that. So I think we need more discussion, and I think but it needs to be soon, because we have projects that are in the balance that there's not another funding source for. So I'd like to do that as quickly as possible. I don't know. I know that we have some work sessions coming up. I can't be at the April work session, so I will be at a.
What is the April work session, Charlie?
I don't know what it is either. I'm just putting that out there, that I'm at a conference.
It's March, but it's overloaded, and it's so random in terms of a mix match of stuff that it has the whole CIP where we're supposed to be talking about priorities for roads going forward.
To be honest,
and moving budgets.
I'd like to, could we set a special meeting on the issue?
We have availability in April. We just have, as Q just reminded me, we're putting the topics together
I know,
now.
but what I'm telling you is I'm not going to be there in
Oh.
April.
Do you have to be there for your discussion?
I certainly would like to be there for the April 2nd
Yeah.
discussion. No, just the April work session date. I will be at a conference on opioids on that date.
How long do you think this discussion can be? Can we just make it an agenda?
Regular agenda item.
Yeah, I would be happy to make it a regular agenda
Let's just
item.
make it a regular agenda item.
For March?
Yeah, because then we
Yes.
could all be briefed ahead of time with
Yep.
stuff, and then we can
Yes.
bring people in and we can discuss it.
Yep.
Very good.
So let's do that. And then the other thing that I wanted to address is supporting our farmers. So it's something that we've all kind of talked about a little bit, but I think that we need to put our money where our mouth is. So what I would like to establish is a small farm grant program. So only for farmers who have income below a certain level, or maybe for someone who wants to expand their operations and do something kind of unique. For example, there is some study right now on growing coffee as a crop in Florida in some of the areas that used to grow citrus. So I don't know if we need to look at establishing that agricultural task force to kind of look over how those grants would be distributed. I'm not looking for a huge pot of money in order to do this. Apparently, we have $500,000 that can just be used for this type of purpose that is at the board's discretion. I'm not asking for a vote on this today, but I will be bringing it forward for a future agenda item, because I would like to see, especially people of my generation and Generation Z, seeing that farming is a career option for them, and seeing that Manatee County is there to support that development of new and innovative methods of farming.
All right, Commissioner Feltz has a comment about your comment.
Seriously,
Just get the headset.
Once again, I appreciate other commissioners talking about things that probably affect my district more than anybody else's, and I know we haven't had too much of a voice out of District 1 in a while, but we do now. So I think that we've already talked, well, maybe about 4 years ago, I suggested the formation of the Rural Lands and Citizens Advisory Committee, which would take into account our agricultural areas. And again, like I said, even phosphate mining is considered part of agriculture. The other thing that's happening in your district, you have a very, very small area that is still rural. They've made some great strides in having their community gardens and preserving those areas, but I have a lot bigger area out there. And they will tell you that there is land out there, but what we're missing is people who want to farm. And it's exposing people who, in generational farming, I think that we all want better for our kids. And sometimes it skips a generation. You find that there's probably more grandkids that are interested in farming than the kids, because that skips that generation. I think it's a very extremely important part of Manatee County. We are known for our agriculture and aquaculture too, as our last weekend proved, where we had things on both the shoreline and in town. And there's things that we could do. I'm very focused on local. And in my district, we have all the water and we have all the food. So I think that having a districting that benefits the growth of agriculture, the growth of agritourism, it's something I've talked to Elliot about too with our tourist development group. Some days you can't get to the beach. Some days it's too crowded to get to the beach. So let's show them the other things that Manatee County has. And there is no reason that anyone in Manatee County should go hungry, that our children shouldn't have a glass of local milk every day. And I think we have to make twofold things, or actually threefold, in order to boost our agricultural segment. Number one is to take some pride in that. We're not Boca Raton. We are never going to be Boca Raton. We are proud to be blue collar. And I think that's something that we have to capitalize on. We've got to look at our growth and preserving our agricultural lands versus paving them over, and you can't eat little pink houses. So I think that this is I think it's something we need to start embracing, and it's part of a plan, and it's part of our national defense. We cannot be an independent nation if we are dependent on foreign products, and that's our greatest defense, and we have to eat. So thank you for that. And from your little area of agriculture to my large area of agriculture, we thank you.
Absolutely, and we will, we'll continue pushing on those issues, and I think expanding things like community gardens is another aspect. So I just want to ensure that throughout the county, whether it's a little urban farm in District 2 or whether it's the big farms out in District 1 or, anywhere in the county, I want to make sure that people who want to take on that kind of lifestyle have the opportunity to be supported and to know that Manatee County wants them and stands behind them.
Yeah, well, we typically don't have people on boards during commissioner comments. It's about like where you went to the fair last week. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Is this,
Well, I was gonna ask, County Administrator Bishop a question, but we might as well just go through everybody and then I'll ask them at the end.
okay. Commissioner Siddiq, do you have any commissioner comments?
Pressure's on.
We'll start with farming. So quick thing on that. Vertical farming is probably another use case you may want to look into, just from a zoning perspective. Not that I have anyone interested, but it was going to be one of the topics I bring up at, it's probably the best time to do it, but traditional ag. Well, yeah, not, probably not. Well, more to address that, and then I'll move into some other things. But it's more of a zoning related issue, but obviously food security, and we're already seeing a significant number of ag property owners continue to sell in the hopes of getting a rezone from us and develop it, which will certainly be interesting in the next few years. But the reality is there are certain things that we can do as commissioners to bring business interest to the county. And I think my conversations with Sharon Hillstrom have been pretty productive in finding, and certainly our staff, in finding gaps in zoning to allow for like a use case like that or something else. But I know it's a novel concept. There's probably there's more than a handful of them across the country, but certainly something to look into as a way to bring jobs to the community as well and tie into some of our 4-H programs, tie into some of the, I don't think MTC has anything related to ag. I don't think SCF does. Actually, no, they have some stuff. UF-IFAS would as well. On IFAS, I was talking to Charlie Hunsaker about this, but there is a task force for ag, actually not a task force, an advisory committee under UF-IFAS, because I know someone brought up having a advisory committee for agriculture, but that is one relationship, one group we can probably have more input on. Maybe we can just ask them to address ag issues and present before us. But if we need to, we can certainly create one of our own. But I like the general idea. I think agriculture is changing, and I think it is. It's in many ways it's going away. But if there are opportunities for us to bring business and economic activity to our urban areas, and honestly even like parish or out east in county, and address that through zoning, now's a really good time to do it. But I think that's mostly how you address that is primarily through. I think just looking at the general ag and A1 or suburban ag districts to see if those are compatible, would allow for compatible uses. As far as red tide's concerned, I appreciate our email reports on the recent fish kills, and I appreciate Carmine D'Amelio from Property Management, I think it is, but for helping with the cleanup on Coquina Beach. Just wanted to give some recognition there. We do have the ability to issue a state of emergency on red tide. This doesn't really seem like one of those cases, but I don't know if we were projecting anything. That's more of a question for staff, but if there is anything that we can do to share more information about it, stuff gets out on Facebook and it starts blowing up everywhere. Just to calm the public, I just looked through the Facebook feed from the county. I didn't see anything about the recent red tide event, but just looking through the Milton Flash report I received an email, it was mostly observed. This bacteria was observed at background concentrations in Pinellas County, background to low concentrations in Manatee County, and then background to medium in Sarasota and Charlotte. So I think just having something that can educate the public on what exactly that means, and then just having a brief report would be helpful, but for major cases. Moving on beyond red tide, I do want to address something that came up at a town hall briefly, and that was permitting. So I'm not going to knock this one, not going to beat a dead horse on this one, but I do want to thank our staff for addressing the permitting issue, especially around in flood-prone and flood zone areas. But it's something I'm going to continue to foot stomp, because there was another woman today, I helped her out, but she was, again, on the verge of homelessness, and I just not expediting permits, but I said, look, we'll get somebody to look into them for you. But that's becoming more and more of a common occurrence, and before we get everyone in T-shirts showing up in board meetings, I do think we need to have at least have some statements or at least some plan to put out there that's more public-facing. But for the public, because it's been asked, I mean, we have received a lot of a massive volume. I mean, 11,000 properties have received substantial damage assessments. In October to November alone, we saw a 50% increase in permit applications, which is just nuts. But it's to be expected, right? In January, we saw another 6,500 applications for permitting alone. But we have 12 permitting technicians that are evaluating this at different stages, four floodplain review specialists, 20 contract employees from FDEM, let's see, and then 2 companies on contract to support this. I get it. We don't exactly staff to expect this many permit applications, but this is becoming a larger and larger issue, and I think the county needs to get out a little bit ahead on this. And honestly, even if it's just a matter of sharing those statistics that we have, I think it'd be important. And I think that was important when we were doing debris collection efforts and staff came forward and had a good presentation, because then I can just refer back to that and say, hey, check this out. Here's what we're doing to address debris pickup. We should probably consider doing something similar for permits. But it's going to continue to be a problem, especially for the coastal areas. And at a certain point, I can't just email Nicole Knapp for everything. It's going to be a problem. But I know we have open positions. I do appreciate staff for working to move some of those forward. But if we just have if there's a need for additional permanent hires, I think that we're already discussing it. But I just wanted to raise this to the board again. That was the #1 topic in my town hall after drift-in, which I won't get into. But yeah, the permit issue is going to continue to be a problem for us, especially as we get into this next hurricane season. And we can't change Florida building code, but we need to be able to get out in front of that issue and in front of the public. I'll end with some quick dates. So February 26th, this is mostly for my district, February 26th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., there is the 75th Street West Expansion Project public workshop, so please come. That is at United Presbyterian Church. Don't say I didn't tell you about the public workshop on a major road infrastructure expansion project. But again, that's 226 at 6 to 8 p.m. for the 75th Street West project at United Presbyterian Church. And then the last thing is on March 24th at 6 p.m., I have a town hall at Bradenton, at GT Bray at the Rec Center. So again, that's March 24th, 6 p.m. at the GT Bray Rec Center. Thank you.
Commissioner Ron.
No, sir, I'm good.
Commissioner Phelps.
Thank you. Again, I agree with Commissioner Sadiq on some of our issues that we need to get ahead of with that. I think that you've got to come to the realization that after a hurricane, you have to have priorities. And those priorities are dealing with the after effects of a hurricane. It just seems that we have a lot of people that are still dealing with damage after a hurricane, and a lot of times that these are individual homeowners that haven't gone through this type of thing before. They're dealing with insurance claims. You've got to beef up your staff during hurricane season because you know what's coming if we get hit. You've got to have priorities. We shouldn't be processing a single permit after a hurricane for new construction if somebody's waiting to get a roof over their head. That's just common sense. And just giving it a 2-month or 3-month priority after a storm, much less 3 storms, and holding back on things that are non-essential. And we have to boil things down sometimes to what is essential. And sometimes there are things that we go on and do because that's business as normal, but it's not. We have to pay more attention to those essential things and get them done. Because it's very difficult to even find a roofer, find a tradesman, navigate yourself through the system, hire a public adjuster, manage your own claim process, And we need some, it happens every, it happens every hurricane. We get into the same situation where permits are behind, but because you've got to give priorities to things. And just wanted to give a shout out to thank the Casey and the group for coming and giving us a little attention at the Cracker Trail send-off so far. They're in Hardy County, which if you've ever seen the trail that they take, we've had our 38-year ride impeded by phosphate mining. We can't go to some of the places that we go in Hardy County. And we talked about those local agreements, and we're always looked at as part of, it's the Sarasota Manatee County kind of coalition. My district touches 4 counties: Hardy, DeSoto, Hillsborough, and Sarasota. We have to look at, now that we're expanding so far out east, what happens in Hardy County, what happens in DeSoto County does affect us. It does affect our water. So we need to have more of a coalition with other counties besides just Sarasota. So a couple of events that we have going on in District 1. I will actually be throwing out a baseball at the Buffalo Creek Little League game this Saturday, and I cannot tell you how long it's been since I've had a ball in my hand. So be ready for that. We have a town hall in Mayaca March 1st. Stop it. We have a town hall March 1st at our Mayaca Community Center. Also, the 7th, we'll have the grand opening of Parish Park, and on the 8th, the Parish Heritage Day Festival. So a lot going on in District 1. Come visit and take a look at my district. Thank you.
Real quick, I forgot to give a plug. Sorry. I forgot to give a plug for John Marble, which is opening this weekend on Saturday. Please come out, enjoy. It'll be a whole lot of fun. Thank you.
What time?
10 a.m.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
County Administrator Bishop.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I've had a couple people ask me about this, and I'm sure they've reached out to Commissioner Feltz in regards to this as well. There was plans in Parish to have a community center. Did we kink that, or is that still in motion?
No, you're talking about Parish Park Phase 2.
Yep.
That money was deferred for the synthetic fields. I believe there's 4 of them at Buffalo Creek. So
Okay.
it's a project to record.
So we need to figure out how we're going to get a community center out there somehow, some way, and I think that needs to be a broader discussion
We
with
have
this
a
board.
work session at the beginning of March on all things CIP, roadways, et
Okay.
cetera, and we'll be discussing the budget and priorities of this board. And if that's a priority of the board, then we'll figure out how to shuffle money from one thing to another in just a couple weeks.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Without objection, we are adjourned.